Then the battle isn't over?" "No, mon fils, not at all." He seemed distracted suddenly, woefully sad and searching, and for 1 second Michael was terrified the vision would fail. But it only grew stronger, more richly colored, as Julian gestured to the far corner and smiled. There the small wooden box of the gramophone stood on a table at the very foot of the brass bed. "What is real in this room?" Michael demanded softly. "And what is a phantom?" "Mon Dieu, if I only knew. I never knew." Julien's smile broadened, and once again he relaxed against the mantel-shelf, eyes catching the light of the candles as he looked from left to right, almost dreamily over the walls. "Oh, for a cigarette, for a glass of red wine," he whispered. "Michael, when you can't see me any more, when we leave each other, Michael, play the waltz for me. I played it for you." His eyes moved imploringly across the ceiling. "Play it every day, for fear that I am still here." "I'll do it, Julien." "Now, listen well." 10. New Orleans was very simply a fabulous place. Lark didn't care if he never left there. The Pontchartrain Hotel was small, but utterly comfortable. He had a spacious suite over the avenue, with agreeable, traditional furnishings, and the food from the Caribbean room kitchen was the best he'd ever tasted. They could keep San Francisco for a while. He'd slept till noon today, then eaten a fabulous southern breakfast. When he got home, he was going to learn how to make grits, and this coffee with chicory was a funny thing. Tasted awful the first time, and then you couldn't do without it. But these Mayfairs were driving him crazy. It was late afternoon of his second day in this town, and he'd accomplished nothing. He sat on the long gold velvet couch, a very comfortable L-shaped affair, ankle on knee, scribbling away in his notebook, while Leitner made some call in the other room. Leitner had been really tired when he came back to the hotel. Lark figured he'd prefer to be upstairs asleep in his own room now, and a man that age ought to nap. He couldn't simply drive himself night and day as Leitner did. Lark could hear Leitner's voice rising. Somebody on the other end of the line in London, or wherever it was exasperating him. Of course, it wasn't the family's fault that Gifford Mayfair had died unexpectedly in Destin, Florida, that the last 2 days had been entirely devoted to a wake and a funeral, and a sustained pitch of grief which Lark had seldom witnessed in his lifetime. Leitner had been drawn away over and over again by the women of the family, sent on errands, called for consolation and advice. Lark had scarcely had 2 words with him. Lark had gone to the wake last night out of prurient curiosity. He could not imagine Rowan Mayfair living with these strange, garrulous Southerners, who spoke of the living and the dead with equal enthusiasm. And what a handsome, well-oiled crowd they were. Seems everybody drove a Beamer or Jag or Porsche. The jewels looked real. The genetic mix included good looks, whatever else came with it. Then there was the husband. Everybody was protecting this Michael Curry. The man looked ordinary enough. In fact, he looked as good as all the others, well-fed, well-groomed. Certainly not like a man who'd just suffered a heart attack. But Mitch Flanagan on the coast was breaking down Curry's DNA now, and he'd said it was extremely strange that he had as unusual a blueprint as Rowan. Flanagan had managed, as the Keplinger Institute always did, to get the records on Michael Curry without the man's knowledge or permission. But now Lark couldn't get Flanagan. Flanagan hadn't answered last night or this morning. Some sort of machine kept giving Lark some minimal song and dance with the customary invitation to leave a number. Lark didn't like this at all. Why was Flanagan stalling him? Lark wanted to see Curry. He wanted to talk to him, ask him certain questions. It was fun to party and all. He'd gotten much too drunk last night after the wake, and he was headed to Antoine's tonight for dinner with 2 doctor friends from Tulane, both of them roaring sots, but he had business to do here, and now that Mrs. Ryan Mayfair was buried, perhaps they could get on with it. He stopped his scribbling as Leitner came back into the room. "Bad news?" he asked. Leitner took his usual seat in the Morris chair and pondered, finger curled beneath his lip, before he answered. He was a pale man with rather attractive white hair and a very disarming personal manner. He was also really fatigued. Lark thought this was the one with the heart to worry about. "Well," said Leitner, "I'm in an awkward position. It seems Eric Stoloff was the one who signed for Gifford's clothes in Florida. He was here. He picked up her old clothes at the funeral parlor. And now he's gone, and he and I have not consulted on all this with each other." "But he's a member of your gang." "Yes," Aaron answered with a slight, sarcastic grimace. "A member of my gang, and the advice from the elders, according to the new Superior General, is that I am not to question that part of the investigation." "So, what does all this mean?" Leitner grew quiet before answering. Then he looked up. "You said something earlier to me about genetic testing of this entire family. You want to try to broach that subject with Ryan? I think tomorrow morning would not be too early to do it." "Oh, I'm for it. But you do realize what they'd be getting into. I mean, they're the ones taking the risk, essentially. If we turn up congenital diseases, if we turn up predispositions to certain conditions, well, this information might affect everything from insurance eligibility to qualifying for the military. Yes, I want to do it, but I'd much rather concentrate on Curry right now. And this woman Gifford. No way we can get records on Gifford. I mean, let's take our time with this. This Ryan Mayfair is a pretty smart lawyer, as I see it. He won't go for wholesale genetic testing of his entire family. He'd be a fool if he consented or encouraged it. And I am not in his good graces just now. If it weren't for my friendship with Beatrice Mayfair, he'd be far more suspicious than he is, and with reason." Lark had seen the woman in question. She'd come to the hotel yesterday with the news of the tragic death in Destin, a comely, small-waisted woman with upswept gray hair, and one of the most successful facelifts he'd seen in recent years, though he figured it was probably not her first one. Eyes bright, cheeks perfectly sculpted, only a little telltale indentation beneath the chin, and neck smooth as a young woman's neck. So, it was she and Leitner. He should have figured from the wake. She had clung to Leitner desperately, and several times Lark had seen Leitner kiss her. Lark hoped he'd have that kind of luck when he reached 80, assuming he would. If he didn't stop hitting the booze, he might not make it. "Look," he said now, "if Gifford Mayfair has medical records in this city, I think I can access them through Keplinger, confidentially, without disturbing or alerting anyone." Leitner frowned and shook his head, as if he thought this most distasteful. "Not again without consent," he said. "Ryan Mayfair will never know. You leave that to us, the Medical Secret Service, or whatever you want to call it. But I want to see Curry." "I understand. We can arrange that tomorrow as well. Maybe even later this evening. I have to think." "About what?" "All of this. Why the elders would permit Stoloff to come here and interfere this way, to risk the displeasure of the family." The man seemed to be thinking aloud, not really directing his comments to Lark for an answer. "You know, I've spent all my life in psychic investigation. I've never become so involved with a family before. I feel increasing loyalty to them and increasing concern. I am rather ashamed I didn't interfere before Rowan left, but the elders had given me a very specific directive." "Well, obviously, they too think there is something genetically strange about this family," said Lark. "They too are looking for hereditary traits. Good Lord, at least 6 people at the wake last night told me Gifford was psychic. They said she'd seen the man, some sort of family ghost. They said she was more powerful than she ever let on. I think your friends in the Talamasca are simply on the same track." Leitner wasn't quick to respond. Then he said, "But that's just it. We should be on the same track, and I'm not sure we are. It's all rather puzzling." The phone interrupted, a low pulsing ring from the handset beside the couch. which looked rather crudely modern among all the mahogany and velvet furniture. Lark picked it up. "Dr. Larkin," he said, as he always had wherever he answered a phone, even one time a ringing pay-phone in an airport, which had jerked him suddenly from his reverie. "This is Ryan Mayfair," said the man on the other end. "You're the doctor from California?" "Yes, glad to talk to you, Mr. Mayfair. Didn't want to bother you on this of all days. I can hang in here until tomorrow." "Is Aaron Leitner with you, Doctor?" "Yes, as a matter of fact, he is. Do you want to speak to him?" "No. Please listen. Edith Mayfair died early today from a uterine hemorrhage. Edith Mayfair was Lauren Mayfair's granddaughter by Jacques Mayfair, my cousin and Gifford's cousin, and Rowan's cousin. Same exact thing which had happened to my wife. Edith apparently bled to death alone in her apartment on Esplanade Avenue. Her grandmother found her this afternoon after the funeral. I think we should talk about this question of genetic testing. There may be problems coming to the surface in this family." "Good God," Clark whispered. The man's voice was so level, so cold. "Can you come downtown to my office?" Ryan Mayfair asked. "And ask Leitner to come with you?" "Absolutely. We'll be there in 10 minutes, Leitner said. He was already on his feet. He took the phone from Lark. "Ryan," he said, "get the word out to the women of the family. You don't want to alarm anyone, but none of the women should be alone just now. If something does happen, there should be someone there to call for medical help. Obviously neither Edith nor Gifford was able to do this. I know what I'm asking." Yes, all of them. Every one. That's exactly the way to go. Yes, we'll see you in 10 minutes. The two men left the suite, choosing the short flight of stairs to the street over the elegant little elevator. "What the hell do you think is going on?" Lark asked. "I mean, what does this mean, another death exactly like that of Gifford Mayfair?" Leitner didn't respond. He looked grim and impatient. "And, by the way, do you have super hearing? How did you know what he told me on the phone?" "Super hearing," murmured Leitner vaguely. They slipped out the front door and right into a waiting cab. The air still had its coolness, but there was a bit of balmy warmth mixed up in it. Everywhere Lark looked, he saw greenery, and some random shabby bit of charm, an old-fashioned lamp-post perhaps, or a bit of iron balcony on the upper facade of a house behind its stucco storefront. "I think the question is," Leitner said, once again talking to himself as much as to Lark, "what are we going to tell them? You know perfectly well what's happening. You know this has nothing to do with genetic illness, except in the broadest interpretation of those words." The cab driver made a U-turn and tore down the avenue, bouncing them uncomfortably together on the leather seat of the cab. "I don't follow you," said Larkin. "I don't know what's going on. This is some kind of syndrome, like toxic shock." "Oh, come on, man," said Leitner. "We both know. He's trying to mate with them. You told me yourself, did you not? Rowan said she wanted to know if the creature could mate with humans or with her. She wanted an entire genetic examination of all material." Lark was stunned. He had not in all seriousness thought of this, and he realized once more that he had not been sure really that he believed in this new species of being, this male creature who had been born to Rowan Mayfair. He was still assuming in the back of his mind that all this would have some natural explanation. "It's natural," said Leitner. "Natural is a deceptive word. I wonder if I shall ever, before my time is up, lay eyes on him. I wonder if he really can reason, if he possesses human self-control, if there is any moral framework to his mind, assuming it is a mind as we know mind." "But are you seriously suggesting that he is preying upon these women?" "Of course I am," said Leitner. "It's obvious. Why do you think the Talamasca took Gifford's blood-stained clothes? He impregnated her, and she lost the child. Look, Dr. Larkin, you'd better come clean on all this. I understand your scholarly interest and your loyalty to Rowan, but we may have no further contact with Rowan." "God." "The point is, you'd better come clean about what you know. We have to tell this family that this creature is on the prowl. We don't have time for vague talk of genetic illness and genetic testing. We don't have time to go about gathering data. The family is too vulnerable. You realize that woman died today? She died while the family was burying Gifford. Did you know her? No, but I know she was 35, a recluse by nature, and something of a family nut, as they call them, of which there are a great many. Her grandmother, Lauren Mayfair, didn't approve of her very much. In fact, I'm fairly certain she went to see her this afternoon to condemn her roundly for not attending her cousin's funeral. Well, she sure had a good excuse, didn't she? Said Lark. He was instantly sorry. God, if I had a single clue as to where Rowan was. What an optimist you are, said Leitner bitterly. We have a lot of clues, don't we? But they do not suggest that you or I will ever see or speak to Rowan Mayfair again. 11. The note was waiting for him when he picked up his ticket for New Orleans. Call London at once. Yuri, Anton wants to talk to you. It was not a voice he knew. He wants you to stay in New York until Eric Stodoff gets there. Eric can meet you in New York tomorrow afternoon. Why is that, do you think? Asked Yuri. Who was this person? He had never heard this voice before, and yet this person spoke as if she knew him. He thinks you'll feel better if you talk to Stodoff. Better? Better than what? As far as he was concerned, there was nothing he would say to Stodoff that he had not said to Anton Marcus. He could not understand this decision at all. We've arranged a room for you, Yuri, said the woman. We have you booked at the St. Regis. Eric will call you tomorrow afternoon. Shall we send a car for you, or will you take a cab? Yuri thought about it. In less than 20 minutes the airline would call his plane. He looked at the ticket. He did not know what he was thinking or feeling. His eyes roved the long concourse, the motley drift of passers-by. Luggage, children, round-shouldered staff in uniform. Newspapers in a darkened plastic box. Airports of the world. He could not have told from this place whether he was in Washington, D.C. or Rome. No sparrows. That meant it couldn't be Cairo, but it could have been Frankfurt or L.A. Hindus, Arabs, Japanese passed him, and the countless unclassifiable individuals who might have been Canadian, American, British, Australian, German, French. How could one know? Are you there, Yuri? Please go to the St. Regis. Eric wants to talk to you, wants to bring you up to date on the investigation himself. Anton is very concerned. Ah, that is what it was. The conciliatory tone, the pretense that he had not disobeyed an order, not walked out of the house. The strange intimacy and politeness of one he did not even know. Anton himself is very anxious to speak to you, she said. He will be distressed when he discovers you called while he was out. Let me tell him you are going to the St. Regis. We can arrange a car. It's no trouble. As if he, Yuri, did not know. As if he had not taken 1,000 planes and 1,000 cars and stayed in 1,000 hotel rooms booked by the order. As if he were not a defector. No, this was all wrong. They were never rude, never. But they did not speak this way to Yuri, who knew their ways perfectly. Was it the tone for lunatics who had left the mother house without permission, people who had simply walked out after years of obedience and commitment and support? His eyes settled on one figure, that of a woman, standing against the far wall. Sneakers, jeans, a wool jacket. Nondescript except for her short dark hair, swept back, rather pretty. Small eyes. She smoked a cigarette, and she kept her hands in her pockets, so that the cigarette hung on her lip. She was looking at him. Right at him. And he understood. It was only a partial understanding, but it was plenty. He dropped his eyes. He murmured something about he would think about it. Yes, he would probably go to the St. Regis. He would call again from there. Oh, I'm so relieved to hear it, came that warm, ingratiating voice. Anton will be so pleased. I'll bet. He hung up, picked up his bag, and walked down the concourse. He did not notice the numbers of the various gates, the names of the snack stands, the bookshops, the gift stores. He walked and he walked. At some point he turned to the left. And then on he went to a great gate that ended this arm of the terminal, and then he pivoted and walked very fast back the way he'd come. He almost ran into her, she was that close on him. He came face to face with her, and she, startled, stepped to the side. She almost tripped. Her face colored. She glanced back at him, and then she took off down a little corridor, disappeared through a service door, and was seen no more. He waited. She did not come back. She did not want him to see her again or be close to her. He felt the hairs stand up on the back of his head. An instinct told him to turn in the ticket, to go to another airline and proceed south by another less obvious route. He would fly to Nashville, then to Atlanta, and on to New Orleans. It would take longer, but he would be harder to find. He stopped at a phone booth long enough to send a telegram to himself at the St. Regis, to be held for him when he came, which of course he never would. This was no fun to him. He had been followed before by policemen in various countries. He had been stalked once by an angry and malevolent young man. He had even been attacked a few times in barroom arguments, when his world had carried him down into the dregs of some slum or port. Once he'd been arrested by the police in Paris, but it had all been straightened out. Those things he could handle. What was this happening to him now? There was a terrible feeling inside him, a mixture of distrust and anger, a feeling of betrayal and loss. He had to talk to Aaron, but there was no time to call him. Besides, how could he burden Aaron with this now? He wanted to go to Aaron, be of assistance, not confuse him with some mad story of being followed in an airport, of a voice on the phone from London which he did not know. For 1 second, he was tempted to blow the lid, to call back, demand to speak to Anton, ask what was happening, and who was this woman who was tailing him at the airport. But then he felt no spirit for it, no trust that it would work. That was the awful part. No trust at all that it would do any good. Something had happened. Something had changed. The flight was leaving. He looked around, and he did not see her. But that didn't mean anything. Then he went to board the plane. In Nashville, he found a desk with a fax machine, and he wrote out a long letter to the elders directly, to the Amsterdam number, telling them all that had taken place. I will contact you again. I am loyal. I am trustworthy. I do not understand what has happened. You must give me some explanation, personally, of why you told me not to talk to Aaron Leitner, of who this woman in London was, of why I am being followed. I do not mean to throw my life out a window. I am worried about Aaron. We are human beings. What do you expect me to do? He read it over. Very like him, very melodramatic, the manner that often prompted from them a little humor or a pat on the head. He felt sick suddenly. He gave the letter to the clerk with a 20. He said, "Send it 3 hours from now, not before." The man promised. By that time Yuri would have already left Atlanta. He saw the woman again, the very same woman in the wool coat, with the cigarette on her lip, standing by the desk, and staring at him coldly as he boarded the Atlanta plane. 12. Have I done this to myself? Is this how it ends for me, because of my own selfishness, my own vanity? She closed her eyes again on the vast empty cube of a room. Sterile, white, it flashed against her eyelids. She thought, Michael. She said his name in the darkness, Michael, and tried to picture him, to bring him up like an image on the computer of her mind. Michael, the archangel. She lay still, trying not to fight, to struggle, to tense, to scream. Just lie as if it were her choice to be on the filthy bed, her hands chained with loops of plastic tape to the ends of the headboard. She had given up all deliberate efforts to break the tape, either with her own physical strength or with the power of her mind, a power she knew could work fatal results upon the soft tissue inside the human frame. But late last night she had managed to free her left ankle. She wasn't sure why. She'd managed to slip it loose from the encircling tape, which had become a thick, ill-fitted cuff. And with that foot free she had, over the long hours of the night, managed to shift her position several times, and to slowly drag loose the top sheet of the bed, stiff with urine and vomit, and force it down and away. Of course, the sheets beneath were filthy, too. Had she lain here 3 days or 4? She didn't know, and this was maddening her. If she even thought about the taste of water, she would go mad. This very well might have been the 4th day. She was trying to remember how long a human being could survive without food and water. She ought to know that. Every neurosurgeon ought to know something as simple as that. But since most of us do not tie people to beds and leave them captive for days on end, we don't have need of that specific information. She was casting back through her memory of the heroic stories she'd read, wondrous tales of those who had not starved when others had starved around them, those who had walked miles through heavy snow when others would have died. She had will, that was true. But something else was very wrong with her. She'd been sick when he'd tied her here. She had been sick off and on since they'd left New Orleans together. Nausea, dizziness, even lying flat she sometimes felt she was falling, and an ache in her bones. She turned, twisting, and then moved her arms the little bit that she could, up and down, and worked her free leg, and twisted the other one in the strap of tape. Would she be able to stand up when he returned? And then the obvious thought came. What if he does not return? What if he chooses not to return? Or what if something prevents him? He was blundering out there like a mad creature, intoxicated with everything he saw, and no doubt making his characteristic ludicrous errors in judgment. Well, there really wasn't much to think about if he didn't come back. She'd die. Nobody would ever find her here. This was a perfectly isolated place, a high, empty office tower, crowded among hundreds of others, an unrented and undeveloped medical building which she had chosen herself for their hiding place, deep in the middle of this sprawling, ugly southern metropolis, a city chock full of hospitals and clinics and medical libraries, where they'd be hidden as they did their experiments like 2 leaves on a tree. She'd arranged the utilities for the entire building herself, and all of its 50 floors were probably still lighted as she had left them. This room was dark. He'd snapped off the lights, and that had proved a mercy as the days passed. When darkness fell, she could see the dense, charmless skyscrapers through the broad windows. Sometimes the dying sun made the silvery glass buildings glow as if they were burning, and beyond, against the ruby-red sky, rose the high, dense, ever-rolling white clouds. The light, that was the thing you could always watch. The light. But at full dark, when the lights came on, silently all around her, she felt a little better. People were near, whether they knew she was there or not. Someone might come. Someone might stand at an office window with a pair of binoculars, but why? She began to dream again, thank God, to feel the bottom of the cycle again. I don't care. And imagine that she and Michael were together and walking through the field at Dunelaith, and she was explaining everything to him, her favorite fancy, the one into which she could sink when she wanted to suffer, to measure, to deny all at the same time. It was one wrong judgment call after another. I had only certain choices, but the mistake was pride to think I could do this thing, to think I could handle it. It's always been pride. The history of the Mayfair witches was pride. But this came to me wrapped in the mysteries of science. We have such a terrible, terrible misconception of science. We think it involves the definite, the precise, the known. It is a horrid series of gates to an unknown as vast as the universe, which means endless. And I knew this. I knew, but I forgot. That was my mistake. She pictured the grass, conjured the ruins, saw the tall, fragile gray arches of the cathedral rising from the glen, and it seemed she was really there and free. A sound jolted her. It was the key in the lock. She grew still and silent. Yes, the key turning. The outer door was closed loudly and fearlessly, and then she heard his tread on the tile floor. She heard him whistling, humming. Oh, God, thank you, God. Another key. Another lock, and that fragrance, the soft, good fragrance of him as he drew close to the bed. She tried to feel hate, to grow rigid with it, to resist the compassionate expression on his face, his large, glistening eyes, so very beautiful as only eyes can be, and filled with sorrow as he looked at her. His beard and mustache were now very black and thick, and like those of saints in pictures. His forehead was exquisitely shaped where the hair grew back from it, parted in the center with the smallest widow's peak. Yes, a beautiful being, undeniably beautiful. Maybe he wasn't there. Maybe she was dreaming. Maybe it was all imagined, but he had finally come back. "Oh, my darling dear, I love you," he whispered. Or did he? As he drew closer, she realized she was looking at his mouth. There had been a subtle change to his mouth. It was more a man's mouth, perhaps, pink and decisively molded. A mouth had to be that way to hold its own beneath the dark, glossy mustache, above the curling, close-cut locks of the beard. She turned away as he bent down. His warm fingers wound around her upper arms, and his lips grazed her cheek. He touched her breasts with his large hand, rubbing the nipples, and the unwelcome sensation ran through her. No dream. His hands. She could have lost consciousness to shut it out. But she was there, helpless, and she couldn't stop it or get away. It was as degrading as anything else to feel this sudden, utter joy that he was here, to kindle beneath his fingers as if he were a lover, not a jailer, to rise out of her isolation towards any kindness or gentleness proffered by the captor in a swoon. "My darling, my darling." He rested his head on her belly, nuzzled his face into the skin, oblivious to the filth of the bed, humming, whispering. And then he gave off a loud cry, and drawing up, began to dance, round and round, a jig with one leg lifted, singing and clapping his hands. He seemed to be in ecstasy. Oh, how many times had she seen him do it, but never with such gusto? And what a curious spectacle it was! So delicate were his long arms, his straight shoulders. His wrists seemed double the length of those of a normal man. She shut her eyes, and against her darkened lids the figure continued to jig and to twirl, and she could hear his feet thudding on the carpet and his peals of delighted laughter. "God, why doesn't he kill me?" she whispered. He went silent and bent over her again. "I'm sorry, my darling dear. I'm sorry." Oh, the pretty voice, the deep voice, the voice that could read scripture over radio in a car in the night as you drove endless miles all alone with it. "I didn't mean to be gone so long," he said. "I was off on a bitter and heartbreaking adventure." His words became more rapid, in sorrow, in discovery, witnessing death, and beset with miseries and frustrations. Then he lapsed, as always, into the whispering and humming, rocking on his feet, humming and murmuring, or was it a whistling, a tiny whistling through his dry lips? He knelt as if he had collapsed. He laid his head on her waist again, his warm hand dangling between her legs, on her sex, ignoring the filth of the bed once more, and he kissed the skin of her belly. "My darling, my dear." She couldn't prevent herself from crying out. "Let me loose! Let me up! I'm lying here in filth. Look what you've done to me!" And then her anger clamped down on her voice, and she went motionless and soundless, paralyzed with rage. If she stung him, he might sulk for hours. He might stand at the window and cry. Be silent. Be clever. He stood watching her. Then he drew out his knife, small, flashing like his teeth, a flash like that in the sterile twilight of this empty room. He cut through the tape so quickly. Nothing to it, this spindly giant reaching over her, slice, slice, slice. Her arms were free, numb and useless, and free. With all her might and main she tried to lift them. She couldn't lift her right leg. She felt his arms sliding under her. He lifted her and rose to his feet with her, tumbling her against his chest. She cried. She sobbed. Free from the bed, free, If only she had the strength to put her hands around his neck and... "I'll bathe you, my darling dear, my poor darling love," he said. "My poor beloved Rowan." Were they dancing in circles? Or was it only that she was so dizzy? She smelled the bathroom, soap, shampoo, clean things. He laid her down in the cold porcelain tub, and then she felt the first jet of warm water. "Not too hot," she whispered. The glaring white tile was moving, marching up the walls all around her, flashing. "Stop." "No, not too hot," he said. His eyes were bigger, brighter, the lids better defined when she had last looked at them, the eyelashes smaller, yet still luxuriant and jet black. She noted this as if jotting it down on a laptop computer. Finished? Who could guess? To whom would she ever give her findings? Dear God, if that package had not reached Larkin... "Don't fret, my darling dear," he said. "We are going to be good to each other. We are going to love each other. You will trust me. You will love me again. There's no reason for you to die, Rowan. No reason at all for you to leave me. Rowan, love me." She lay like a cadaver, unable to work her parts. The water swirled round her. He unbuttoned her white shirt, pulled loose the pants. The water rushed and hissed and was so warm, and the dirt smell was being broken. He hurled the soiled clothes away. She managed to lift her right hand, to tug at the panties, and rip at them, but she hadn't the strength to pull them off. He had gone into the other room. She could hear the sound of sheets being ripped from the bed. It was amazing, all the sounds our minds registered. Sheets being thrown in a heap. Who would have thought that such things even made a sound? And yet she knew it perfectly well, and remembered foolishly an afternoon at home in California when her mother had been changing the beds. That very sound. A plastic package torn open, a fresh sheet, let to fall open and then shaken out to loose its wrinkles and land on the bed. She was slipping, and the water was rising to her shoulders. Once again she tried to use her arms. She pushed and pushed against the tile and managed to sit forward. He stood over her. He had taken off his heavy coat. He was dressed in a simple turtleneck sweater, and as always he looked alarmingly thin. But he was strong and stalwart in his thinness, with none of the twisted neurotic apology of the very lanky, and the underfed, and the overgrown. His hair was so long now it covered his shoulders. It was as black as Michael's hair, and the longer it became, the looser its curl, so that it was now almost wavy. In the steam from the tub, the hair at his temples curled somewhat, and she could see a glistening sheen on his seemingly poreless skin as he bent down again to caress her. He steadied her against the back of the tub. He lifted his little knife. Oh, dare she try to get hold of it? And he cut loose her soiled panties and pulled them up out of the bubbling water and threw them aside. He knelt by the tub. He was singing again, looking at her, singing or humming, or whatever it was, this strange sound that almost reminded her of the cicadas at evening in New Orleans. He cocked his head to the side. His face was narrower than it had been days ago, more manly perhaps. That was the secret. The last of the roundness had left his cheeks. His nose had become slightly narrower, too, more rounded at the tip, more fine. But his head was just about the same size, she figured, and his height was very nearly the same, too. And as he took the wash-rag and squeezed it out, she tried to figure whether his fingers had grown any longer. It did not seem so. His head. Was the soft spot still there in the top? How long would it take for the skull to close? She suspected the growth had slowed, but not stopped. "Where did you go?" she asked. "Why did you leave me?" "You made me leave," he said with a sigh. "You made me leave with hate, and I had to go back out in the world and learn things. I had to see the world. I had to wander. I had to build my dreams. I can't dream when you hate me, when you scream at me and torment me." "Why don't you kill me?" A look of sadness came over him. He wiped her face with the warm folded rag and wiped her lips. "I love you," he said. "I need you. Why can't you give yourself to me? Why have you not given yourself? What do you want that I can give? The world will soon be ours, my darling dear, and you, my queen, my beauteous queen. If only you would help me." "Help you do what?" she asked. She looked at him and drew deep on her hatred and her rage, and with all her might tried to send some invisible and lethal power against him. Shatter the cells, shatter the veins, shatter the heart. She tried, and then exhausted lay back against the tub. In her life she had accidentally with such hate killed several human beings, but she could not kill him. He was too strong. The membranes of the cells were too strong. The osteoblasts swarming at their accelerated rate, just as everything within him worked at that rate, defensively and aggressively. Oh, if only she had had more of a chance to analyze these cells. If only... "Is that all I am to you?" he said, his lip quivering. "Oh, God, what am I? A mere experiment? And what am I to you, that you hold me prisoner here and leave me for days on end like this? Don't ask love of me. You're a fool if you do. Oh, if only I had learned from the others, learned how to be a real witch, I could have done what they wanted of me." He was convulsed with silent hurt. The tears stood in his eyes, and his pliant, glistening skin flamed with blood for an instant. He made his long hands into fists as if he would hit her again, as he had in the past, though he'd vowed he never would again. She did not care. That was the horror. Her own limbs were failing her, tingling, aching, pains in her joints. Could she have escaped from here herself if she had managed to kill him? Perhaps not. "What did you expect me to do?" he asked. He leant down and kissed her again. She turned away. Her hair was wet now. She wanted to slide down into the water, but she feared she might not be able to bring herself back up. He crushed the rag in his hands and began again to bathe her. He bathed her all over. He squeezed the water into her hair, washing it back from her forehead. She was so used to his scent that now she didn't really smell it. She felt only a warm sense of his nearness and a deep, enervating desire for him. Of course, desire for him. "Let me trust you again. Tell me you love me again," he implored, "and I'm your slave, not your captor. I swear it, my love, my brilliant one, my Rowan, mother of us all." No answer came from her. He'd risen to his feet. "I'm going to clean everything for you," he said proudly like a child. "I'm going to clean it all and make it fresh and beautiful. I've brought things for you, new clothes. I've brought flowers. I'll make a bower of our secret place. Everything is waiting by the elevators. You will be so surprised." "You think so?" "Oh, yes. You will be pleased, you'll see. You're only tired and hungry. Yes, hungry. Oh, you must have food." "And when you leave me again, you'll tie me up with white satin ribbon?" How harsh her voice was, how filled with utter contempt. She shut her eyes. Without thinking, she raised her right hand and touched her face. Yes, muscles and joints were beginning to work again. He went out, and she struggled to sit up, and she caught the floating cloth and began to wash herself. The bath was polluted. Too much filth. Flakes of human excrement, her excrement, floated on the surface of the water. She felt nausea again and lay back until it was gone. Then she bent forward, her back aching, and she pulled up the stopper, fingers still numb and weak and clumsy, and she turned on the flood again to wash away the tiny crusted curls of dirt. She lay back, feeling the force of the water flowing all around her, bubbling at her feet, and she breathed deep, calling upon the right hand and then the left to flex, and then on the right foot and then the left, and then began these exercises over again. The water grew hotter, comfortably so. The rushing noise blotted out all sounds from the other room. She listed in moments of pure and thoughtless comfort, the last moments of comfort she might ever know. It had gone like this. Christmas Day, and the sun coming in on the parlor floor, and she lying on the Chinese rug in a pool of her own blood, and he sitting there beside her, newborn, amazed, unfinished. But then human infants are actually born unfinished, far more unfinished than he had been. That was the way to view it. He was simply more fully completed than a human baby, not a monster, no. She helped him walk, stand, marveling at his eruptions of speech and ringing laughter. He was not so much weak as lacking in coordination. He seemed to recognize everything he saw, to be able to name it correctly as soon as the initial shock had been experienced. The color red had baffled and almost horrified him. She had dressed him in plain drab clothes because he did not want the bright colors to touch him. He smelled like a newborn baby. He felt like a newborn baby, except that the musculature was there, all of it, and he was growing stronger with every passing minute. Then Michael had come, the terrible battle. During the battle with Michael, she had watched him learn on his feet, so to speak, go from frantic dancing and seemingly drunken staggering to coordinated efforts to strike Michael, and finally to pitch Michael off balance, which he had done with remarkable ease, once he had decided or realized how it could be done. She was sure that if she had not dragged him from the site, he would have killed Michael. She had half lured him, half bullied him into the car, the alarm screaming for help, taking advantage of his growing fear of the sound and his general confusion. How he hated loud sounds. He had talked all the way to the airport about how it all looked, the sharp contours, the absolutely paralyzing sense of being the same size as other human beings, of looking out the car window and seeing another human at eye level. In the other realm, he had seen from above, or even inside, but almost never from the human perspective. Only when he possessed beings did he know this, and then it had always been torture, except with Julian. Yes, Julian, but that was a long tale. His voice was eloquent, very like her own or Michael's, accentless, and giving words a more lyrical dimension, perhaps. She wasn't certain. He jumped at sounds. He rubbed his hands on her jacket to feel its texture. He laughed continuously. In the airport, she had to stop him from sniffing her hair and her skin, and from trying to kiss her. But he walked perfectly by then. He ran, for the sheer fun of it, down the concourse. He leapt into the air. Under the spell of a passing radio, he had rocked to and fro, a trance she would see again and again. She took the plane to New York because it was leaving. She would have gone anywhere to get out of there. She felt a wild panic, a need to protect him from everyone in the world, until she could get him quiet and see what he really was. She felt possessive and madly excited, and fearful and wildly ambitious. She had given birth to this thing. She had created it. They weren't going to get their hands on it, take it away, lock it up away from her. But even so, she knew she wasn't thinking straight. She was sick, weakened from the birth. Several times in the airport, she had almost passed out. He was holding her when they got on the plane and whispering rapidly in her ear, a sort of running commentary on all they passed and saw, filled with random explanations about things in the past. I recognize everything. I remember, don't you see, when Julian said this was the age of wonders, predicting that the very machines they then found so essential to life were going to be obsolete within the decade. Look at the steamboats, he would declare, and how fast they gave way to the railroad, and now people drive in these automobiles. He knew all of it. He would have loved this plane, you see. I understand how the engine works. The highly combustible fuel is altered from a gelatinous liquid to a vapor, and on it had gone as she tried from time to time to quiet him, and finally she had encouraged him to try to write, because she was so exhausted. She could no longer make sense of what he was saying. He couldn't write. He couldn't control the pen. but he could read, and thereafter went through every piece of reading material he could acquire. In New York, he demanded a tape recorder, and she fell asleep in a suite at the Helmsley Palace as he walked back and forth, now and then bending his knees or stretching his arm, talking into the recorder. Now, there is in fact a real sense of time, of a ticking, as if there existed in the world even before the invention of clocks a pure ticking, a natural measurement, perhaps connected to the rhythm of our hearts and our breath. The smallest changes in temperature affect me. I do not like the cold. I do not know if I am hungry or not. But Rowan must eat. Rowan is weak and sick-smelling. She'd awakened to the most erotic sensations, a mouth on her breast pulling so hard on the nipple it almost hurt. She'd screamed, opened her eyes, and felt his head there, and felt his fingers lying on her belly as he sucked and sucked. Her breast itself was hard and full. The left breast, free in her own hand, felt like marble. She'd panicked for a moment. She had wanted to cry for help. She'd pushed him aside, assuring him she would order food for them both, and after she'd made the call, she'd started to make another. For what? He'd demanded. His baby face had already elongated slightly, and his blue eyes seemed not so round anymore, as though the lids were lowering just a bit and becoming more natural. He snatched the phone out of her hand. Don't call anyone else. I want to know if Michael is all right. It doesn't matter whether he is or not. Where shall we go? What do we do? She was so tired she could scarce keep her eyes open. He lifted her effortlessly and carried her into the bath and told her he had to wash the smell off her, of sickness and birth, and of Michael, especially the smell of Michael, his unwilling father. Michael, the Irishman. At one point, as they sat in the tub together, facing each other, a moment of consummate horror overtook her. It seemed he was the Word made flesh in the absolute sense, staring at her, his face very round and pale, in a healthy pinkish way, like the face of an infant, eyes gazing at her with wonder, lips curling in an angelic smile. She almost began to scream again. There was no hair on his chest. The food had come. He wanted her milk again. He held her in the bath, sucking her, hurting her, until she cried out. The waiters in the other room would hear her, she said. Stop. He waited until the clatter of silver domes was over. Then he sucked hard at the other breast. It seemed a perfect balance between pain and pleasure, this zinging, thrilling sensation, radiating out from her nipples, and the hurt of the nipples themselves. She begged him to be gentle. He rose up on all fours in the water over her, and his cock was thick and slightly curved. He covered her mouth and slipped his cock between her legs. She was sore from the birth, but she locked her arms around his neck, and it seemed the pleasure would kill her. Dressed in terry-cloth robes, they lay on the floor together, doing it again and again. Then he rolled over on his back, and he spoke about the endless darkness, the sense of being lost, the warm blaze of Mary Beth, the great fire of Marie Claudette, the radiance of Angelique, the dazzling glow of Stella, his witches, his witches. He talked about how he would collect around Suzanne's body and feel her shiver, and know what she felt. But now he felt a distinct and separate sensation himself, which was infinitely more powerful, sweeter, richer. He said the flesh was worth the price of death. You think you'll die like anyone else? She asked. Yes, he said, and fell silent, but only for a moment. He began to sing or hum or make some strange combination of both, imitating bits of melody which seemed familiar to her. He ate everything on the table that was soft and liquid. Baby food, he said with laughter. He ate the mashed potato and the butter, and drank the mineral water, but he did not want the meat. She examined his teeth. They were perfect, the same number as that of a mature human. No sign of wear or decay, obviously. And then his tongue was soft, but he couldn't bear this examination for long. He needed air. He told her she didn't know how much air he needed, and he threw open the windows. "Tell me about the others," she said. The tape recorder was on. He had loaded whole shelves of cassette tape onto the counter at the airport store. He was prepared. He knew. He understood the inner workings and the outer workings. Very few creatures knew both. "Talk about Suzanne and Dunalaith." "Dunalaith," he said, and he began to weep, saying he could not remember what had come before, only it was pain, it was something. It was a crowd of faceless beings in an antechamber, and when Suzanne had called his name, it was just a word tossed out on the night. Lasher. Lasher. Perhaps a confluence of syllables never intended to be that word, but it had wrung some recognition in him, in a core of himself that he had forgotten he possessed, and he had come together for her, and drawn close, and sent the winds lashing down around her. "I wanted her to go to the ruins of the cathedral. I wanted her to see the stained glass, but I could not tell her, and there was no more stained glass." "Explain all this to me slowly." But he couldn't disentangle it. "She said to make the woman sick. I made her sick. I found I could toss things into the air, strike the roof. It was like reaching for the light down a long, long, dark tunnel. And now it's so sharp. I feel the sound. I smell it. Say rhymes to me. Tell me rhymes. I want to see something red again. How many shades of red are there in this room?" He began to crawl around on all fours, looking at the colors in the carpet, and then moving along the walls. He had long, hard, sturdy white thighs and forearms of uncommon length, but when he was dressed, it wasn't so noticeable. Around 3 a.m, she managed to escape to the bathroom alone. It seemed the greatest of dreams to have that moment of privacy. That was to be the pattern of the future. At times in Paris, she had dreamed only of finding a private bathroom where he was not right outside the door, listening to every sound, calling out to her to make her confess she was still there, and not trying to escape, whether or not there was a window through which she might have climbed. He got the passport himself the next day. He said that he would find a man who resembled him. "And what if he doesn't have a passport?" she asked. "Well, we shall go to a place of traveling men, won't we? Where people go to get passports, and then we shall wait for a likely suspect, as they say, and take the passport from him. You are not so very bright as you think you are, That is simple enough for a baby." They went to the bureau itself. They waited outside. They followed a tall man who had just received his passport. At last he stepped in the man's path. She watched, afraid, and then he struck the man and took the passport from him. No one seemed to notice, if anyone even saw. The streets were crowded, and the noise of the traffic hurt her head. It was cold, very cold. He pulled the man by his coat into a doorway. It was that simple. She watched all this. He was not needlessly brutal. He disabled the man, as he said, and the passport was now his. Frederick Lamar, aged 25, resident of Manhattan. The picture was close enough, and by the time he trimmed off some of his hair, no casual eye would know the difference. "But the man, he could be dead," she said. "I have no special feeling for human beings," he said. And then he was surprised. "Am I not a human being?" He clutched at his head, walking ahead of her on the pavement, pivoting every few seconds to make certain she was there, though he said he had her scent, and he'd know if the crowd separated them. He said he was trying to remember about the cathedral, that Suzanne would not go. She was scared of the ruins of the church, an ignorant girl, ignorant and sad. The glen had been empty. Charlotte could write. Charlotte had been so much stronger than Suzanne or Deborah.
"All my witches," he said. "I put gold in their hands. Once I knew how to get it, I gave them all that I could. Oh, God, but to be alive, to feel the ground beneath me, to reach up and feel the earth pulling down upon my arms."
Back in the hotel, they continued the more organized chronology. He recorded descriptions of each witch from Suzanne down through Rowan, and, to her surprise, he included Julian. That made 14. She did not point this out, because the number 13 was something highly significant to him, and mentioned by him over and over. 13 witches to make one strong enough to have his child, he said, as if Michael had had nothing to do with it, as if he were his own father. He tossed in strange words, maleficium, ergot, belladonna. Once he even rattled along in Latin. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Why was I able to give birth to you?"
"I don't know," he said.
By dark something was becoming obvious. There was not a sense of proportion to his tale-telling. He might describe for 45 minutes all the colors which Charlotte had worn, and how vague they had looked, and how he could imagine them now, those fragile dyed silks, and then in 2 sentences describe the flight of the family from Saint-Domingue to America. He wept when she asked about Deborah's death. He could not describe this.
"All my witches, I brought them ruin, one way or another, except for the very strongest ones, and they hurt me, and whipped me, and made me obey," he declared.
"Who?" she asked.
"Marguerite, Mary Beth, Julien. Damn him, Julien."
And he began to laugh in an uncontrollable way, and then sprang to his feet to do a complete imitation of Julien, proper gentleman, tying a four-in-hand silk tie, putting on his hat, then going out, cutting off the end of a cigar, then putting it to his lip. It was spectacular, this little performance, in which he became another being, even to drawling a few words in languid French. "What is a four-in hand?" she said.
"I don't know," he confessed, "but I knew a moment ago. I walked in his body with him. He liked me to do this. Not so the others. Jealously guarding their bodies from me, they sent me to possess those they feared or would punish, or those they would use."
He sank down and tried to write again, on the hotel pad and paper. Then he sucked on her breasts, nursed, shifting slowly from one to the other and back again. And she slept, and they slept together. When she awoke, he was taking her, and the orgasms were those long, dreamlike orgasms that she always felt when she was almost too exhausted to have them. At midnight, they took off for Frankfurt. It was the first plane they could get across the Atlantic. She was terrified that the stolen passport had been reported. He told her to rest easy, that human beings weren't all that smart, that the machinery of international travel moved sluggishly. It wasn't like the world of the spirits, where things moved at the speed of light or stood still. He hesitated a long time before putting on the earphones.
"I am scared of music," he said.
Then he put them on and surrendered, sliding down in the seat and staring forward as if he'd been knocked unconscious. He tapped his fingers with the songs. In fact, the music so entranced him that he didn't want anything else until they landed. He wouldn't speak to her or answer her, and when she tried to get up to use the restroom, he held her hand in a tight clamp, refusing to cooperate. She won once, and he was watching her as she emerged, standing there in the aisle, earphones locked to his head, arms folded, tapping his foot to some beat she couldn't hear, and smiling at her only in passing before they both sat down again, and she slept beneath the blanket. From Frankfurt they flew to Zurich. He went with her to the bank. She was now weak and dizzy, and her breasts were full of milk and ached continuously. At the bank she was quick and efficient. She hadn't even thought of escape. Protection, subterfuge, those were her only concerns. Oh, fool that she had been. She arranged for enormous transfers of funds and different accounts in Paris and in London that would give them money, but could not likely be traced. "Let's go now to Paris," she said, "because when they receive these wires they'll be looking for us." In Paris, she saw for the first time that a faint bit of hair had grown on his belly, around his navel, curling, and a tiny bit around each of his nipples. The milk was flowing more freely now. It would build up with incredible pleasure. She felt listless and dull-minded as she lay there, letting him suck from her, letting his silky hair tickle her belly, her thighs. He continued to eat soft food, but the milk from her breasts was all that he really wanted. He ate the food because she thought he should. She believed his body must require the nutrients, and she wondered what the nursing was taking out of her, if it was the reason she felt so weak, so listless. Ordinary mothers felt that, a great slothful ease, or so they had told her. The small aches and the pains had begun. She asked him to talk of a time before the Mayfair witches, of the most remote and alien things he could recall. He spoke of chaos, darkness, wandering, having no limit. He spoke of having no organized memory. He spoke of his consciousness beginning to organize itself with Suzanne, she said. He looked at her blankly. Then he said yes, and he spun off the whole line of the Mayfair witches in a melody. Suzanne, Deborah, Charlotte, Jean-Louise, Angélique, Marie-Claudette, Marguerite, Catherine, Julien, Mary Beth, Stella, Antha, Deirdre, Rowan. He accompanied her to the local branch of the Swiss bank, and she arranged for more funds, setting up routes so the money would go through Rome and even in one case through Brazil before it came to her. She found the bank officials very helpful. At a law firm recommended by the bank, he watched and listened patiently as she wrote out instructions, entitling Michael to the First Street house for the rest of his life and to whatever amount of the legacy he wanted. "But we will return there, won't we?" he demanded. "We will live there some day, you and I, in that house. He will not have it forever." "That's impossible now." Oh, the folly. An awe fell over the members of the law firm as they fired up their computers and put the information out on the wire, and soon confirmed for her, yes, Michael Curry in the city of New Orleans, Louisiana, was ill and in intensive care at Mercy Hospital, but definitely living. He saw as she hung her head and began to cry. 1 hour after they left the lawyer's office, he told her to sit on the bench in the Tuileries and be still, and that he would never be out of sight. He returned with 2 new passports. Now they could change hotels and be different people. She felt numb and full of aches. When they reached the second hotel, the glorious Georges V, she collapsed on the couch in the suite and slept for hours. How was she to study him? Money wasn't the point. She needed equipment she herself could not operate. She needed a medical staff, electronic programs, brain scan machines, all manner of things. He went out with her to buy notebooks. He was changing before her very eyes, but it was subtle. A few wrinkles had appeared on his knuckles, and his fingernails now seemed stronger, though they were still exactly the color of flesh. His eyelids had the first subtle fold, which really gave his face a little maturity. His mustache and beard were coming in. He let them grow, though they were prickly. In the notebooks, she wrote until she was so tired that she couldn't see, cloaking all her observations in the most dense scientific language. She wrote of his need for air, that he threw open windows everywhere they went, and sometimes gasped, and that his head sweated when he slept, and the soft spot was no smaller now than when he'd been born, that he was insatiable for her milk, and that she was sick with exhaustion. The 4th day in Paris, she insisted they go to a large central city hospital. He did not want to do this. She more or less enticed him, making bets with him as to just how stupid human beings were, and describing the fun of sneaking around and pretending to be regular inmates of the place. He enjoyed it.
"I get the hang of it,"
he said triumphantly, as if that phrase had a special meaning for him. He said lots of such phrases with delight.
"Oh, dear, the coast is clear. Ah, Rowan, bubble, bubble, toil and trouble."
And sometimes he just sang rhymes that he had heard that were sort of jokes.
"Mother, may I go out to swim?" "Yes, my darling daughter." "Hang your clothes on a hickory limb, but don't go near the water."
He went into great peals of laughter at such things. Mary Beth had said this one, and Marguerite had said that, and Stella said,
"Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers."
He said it faster and faster, until it was a whistling whisper and no more. She began to try to amuse him, testing him with various little verbal tidbits and such. When she hit him with bizarre English constructions like, "Throw Mama from the window a kiss," he became damp near hysterical. Even alliteration would make him laugh, like the song, "Bye, baby bunting, Mama's gone a-hunting, to get a little rabbit skin to put her baby bunting in." It was as if the shape of her lips amused him. He became obsessed with the rhyme, told to him by her. "Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her. Put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well." Sometimes he danced as he sang these songs. In the realm of the spirits, music had delighted him. He could hear it at times when he could hear no other emanation from humans. Suzanne sang as she worked. A few old phrases came out of him, sounded Gaelic, but he really didn't know what they were. Then he forgot them. Then once he broke into plaintive Latin and sang many verses, but he could not repeat them when he tried. He woke in the night talking about the cathedral, about something that had happened. He was all in a sweat. He said they had to go to Scotland.
"That's Julian, that clever devil," he said. "He wanted to find out all those things. He spoke riddles to me, which I denied."
He lay back and said softly,
"I am Lasher. I am the Word made flesh. I am the mystery. I have entered the world, and now I must suffer all the consequences of the flesh, and I do not know what they will be. What am I?"
He was by this time conspicuous but not monstrous. His hair was now loose and shoulder-length. He wore a black hat pulled down over his head, and even the most narrow black jackets and pants fitted him loosely as if he were made of sticks, and he actually looked like one of the crazed bohemian young people, an acolyte of the rock music star David Bowie. People everywhere seemed to respond to him, to his mirth, to his innocent questions, to his spontaneous and often exuberant greetings. He struck up conversations with people in shops. He asked questions about everything. His enunciation had taken on a sharpness with a touch of French to it, but he could change while he spoke to her back into her pronunciation. When she tried to use the phone in the middle of the night, he woke up and tore her hand off the receiver. When she rose and tried to go out the door, he was suddenly standing beside her. The hotel suites, from now on, had bathrooms without windows, or he found them unacceptable. He tore out the phones in the baths. He would not let her out of his sight, except during that time when she would lock the bathroom door before he reached it. She at last tried to argue with him. "I must call and find out what happened to Michael." He struck her. The blow was astonishing to her. He knocked her back on the bed, and the entire side of her face was bruised. He was crying. He lay with her, suckling her, and then entering her and doing both at the same time, the pleasure washing through her. He kissed the bruise on her face, and she felt an orgasm moving up through her, even though his cock was no longer inside her. Paralyzed with pleasure, she lay with her fingers curling up, her feet to the side like one who was dead. At night, he talked about being dead, about being lost. "Tell me the earliest thing you remember." That there was no time, he said.
And what did you feel? Was it love for Suzanne?
He hesitated and said that he thought it was a great burning hatred.
Hatred? Why was that?
He honestly didn't know. He looked out the window and said that in general he had no patience with humans. They were clumsy and stupid and could not process data in their brains as he could. He had played the fool for humans. He would not do it again.
What was the weather on the morning that Suzanne died?
She asked.
Rainy. Cold. It rained so heavily they thought for a while they would have to delay the burning. By noon it had settled. The sky was clear. The village was ready.
He looked baffled.
Who was King of England then?
She asked. He shook his head. He had no idea. What was the double helix? She wanted to know. Rapidly he described the 2 twin strands of chromosomes which contained the DNA in the double helix, our genes, he said. She realized he was using the very words she had once memorized from a textbook for an examination in childhood. He spoke them with cadence, as if it was the cadence of them that had impressed them through her into his mind, whatever his mind was, if you could call it that.
Who made the world?
She asked.
I have no idea. What about you? You know who made it?
Is there a God?
Probably not. Ask the other people. It's too big a secret. When a secret is that big, there's nothing to it. No God. No. Absolutely not.
In various clinics, talking authoritatively and wearing the de rigueur white coat, she drew vials and vials of his blood while he complained, and those around her never realized that she did not belong in the large laboratory, was not working on some special assignment. In one place, she managed to analyze the blood specimens for hours beneath the microscope and record her findings, but she did not have the chemicals and equipment she needed. All this was crude, simplistic. She was frustrated. She wanted to scream. If only she was at the Keplinger Institute. If such a thing were possible, to go back with him to San Francisco, to gain access to that genetic laboratory. Oh, but how could they do it? One night, she got up thoughtlessly to go down to the lobby and buy a pack of cigarettes. He caught her at the top of the stairs.
Don't hit me, she said.
She felt rage, a rage as deep and terrible as she had ever known, the kind of rage which in the past had killed others.
Won't work with me, Mother.
Nerves frayed. She lost all control and slapped him. It hurt him, and he cried. He cried and cried, rocking back and forth in a chair. To comfort him, she sang more songs. In Hamlin Town, long, long ago, nobody was happy. No, no, no. Their pretty little town was full of rats. In everything they ate big holes and drank their soup from the big soup bowls, and even made their nests in people's hats. For a long time she sat beside him on the floor, watching him as he lay there with his eyes open. What a pure marvel he seemed, his hair black and flowing, facial hair thickening, and the hands still like baby hands, except they were bigger than her own hands, and his thumbs, though well-developed, were slightly longer than normal thumbs. She felt dizzy. She was confused. She had to eat. He ordered food for her and watched her eat. He told her she must eat regularly from now on, and then he knelt down before her chair, between her legs, and tore open the silk of her blouse and squeezed her breast so the milk came as out of a fountain into his mouth. At other medical establishments, she managed to breach the X-ray department, and twice to run a complete brain scan on him, ordering everyone else out of the laboratory. But there were machines she couldn't use, and those she didn't know how to. Then she became bolder. She gave orders to people, and they helped her. She was masquerading as herself. Dr. Rowan Mayfair, neurosurgeon. Among strangers, she took over as though she were a visiting specialist, and her needs took priority. She picked up charts and pencils and phones when she needed them. She was single-minded. Record, test, discover. She studied the X-rays of his skull, his hands. She measured his head and felt that soft skin again in the very middle of his skull, the fontanelle, bigger than that of an infant. Lord God, she could put her fist through that skin, couldn't she? Sometime in those first few days, he began to have some consistent success with his writing, especially if he used a fine-pointed pen that nevertheless glided easily. He made a family tree of all the Mayfairs. He scribbled and scribbled. He included in it all sorts of Mayfairs whom she did not know, tracing lines from Jean-Louise and Pierre, of which she'd been unaware, and over again he asked her to tell him what she had read in the Talamasca files. At 8 in the morning, his handwriting had been round and childish, and slow. By night, it was long, slanted, and at such a speed that she could not actually follow the formation of a letter with her eyes. He also began the strange singing, the humming, the insectal sound. He wanted her to sing again and again. She sang lots of songs to him, until she was too sleepy to think. Along came a fellow slim and tall, and said to the man at City Hall, "My dear, I think I have a cure. I'll rid your town of every rat, but you have to pay me well for that." And the mayor jumped and down and cried, "Why, sure." But more and more he seemed baffled. He did not remember the rhyme she'd sung to him only days ago. No, say it again." "The man in the wilderness asked of me how many strawberries grew in the sea. I answered him, as I thought good, as many as red herrings grew in the wood." She herself was becoming increasingly exhausted. She'd lost weight. The mere sight of herself in a lobby mirror alarmed her. "I have to find a quiet place, a laboratory, a place where we can work," she said. "God help me. I'm tired. I'm seeing things." In moments of pure fatigue, a dread gripped her. Where was she? What was going to happen to her? He dominated her waking thoughts, and then she sank back into herself and thought, "I am lost. I am like a person on a drug trip, an obsession." But she had to study him, see what he was, and in the midst of her worst doubts she realized she was passionately possessive of him, protective, and drawn to him. What would they do to him if they got hold of him? He had already committed crimes. He had stolen. Perhaps he had killed for the passports. She didn't know. She couldn't think straight. Just a quiet place, a laboratory. What if they could go secretly back to San Francisco? If she could get in touch with Mitch Flanagan. But you couldn't simply call the Keplinger Institute. Their love-making had tapered off somewhat. He still drank the milk from her breasts, though less and less often. He discovered the churches of Paris. He became perplexed, hostile, deeply agitated in these churches. He walked up to the stained glass windows and reached up for them. He stared with hatred and loathing at the statues of the saints, at the tabernacle. He said it was not the right cathedral. "Well, if you mean the cathedral in Dunelaith, of course not. We're in Paris." He turned on her and in a sharp whisper told her, "They burnt it." He wanted to hear a Catholic Mass. He dragged her out of bed before dawn and down to the Church of the Madeleine, so that he would witness this ceremony. It was cold in Paris. She could not complete a thought without his interrupting her. It seemed at times she lost all track of day and night. He'd wake her up, suckling or making love, roughly yet thrillingly, and then she'd doze again, and he'd wake her to give her food, talking on and on about something he'd seen on the television, on the news, or some other item or thing that he had noticed. It was random and more fragmented. He picked up the hotel menu off the table and sang all the names of the dishes. Then he went back to writing furiously. And then Julian brought Evelyn to his house, and there conceived Laura Lee, who gave birth to Alicia and Gifford. And from Julian, also the illegitimate child, Michael O'Brien.
born to the girl in St. Margaret's orphanage, who gave it up and went into the convent to become Sister Bridget Marie. And then from that girl, 3 boys and 1 girl. And that girl married Alistair Curry, who gave birth to Tim Curry, who... Wait a minute. What are you writing? Leave me alone.
Suddenly he stared at it. He tore the paper in little pieces.
Where are your notebooks? What have you written in them?
He demanded. They were never too far from the room. She was too weak, too tired, and her breasts no sooner filled with milk than it began to spill under her blouse, and he came to drink it. He cradled her in his arms. The swooning pleasure of his nursing from her was so great that nothing else mattered when it happened. All fear left her. That was his trump card, she figured, the comfort, the pleasure, the high-pitched glamour and joy of just being with him, listening to his rapid, often incoherent speech, watching him react to things. But what was he? She had lived with the illusion from the very first hour that somehow she had created him, that through her powerful telekinesis she had mutated her own child into him. Now she was beginning to see the impossible contradictions. First off, she could remember no distinct scheme of elements being in her mind during that time when he was struggling on the floor to remain alive, the birth fluid all over both of them. She had given some sort of powerful psychic nourishment. She had even given colostrum. She remembered that now, the first spill from her breasts, and there had been a great deal of it. But this thing, this creature, was highly organized. No Frankenstein's monster, made of parts, no grotesque culmination of witchcraft. He knew his own properties, too, that he could run very fast, that he caught scents she did not, that he gave off a scent which others caught without knowing it. That was true. Only now and then did the scent intrude on her, and when it did, she had the eerie feeling it had been engulfing her all along and even controlling her, rather like a pheromone. More and more she kept her journal in narrative form, so that if something happened to her, if someone found it, that person could understand it. "We've stayed long enough in Paris," she said. "They might come to find us." 2 bank wires had come in. They had a fortune at their disposal, and it took her all afternoon, with him at her side, to assign the money to various accounts so they could hide it. She wanted to leave, perhaps only to be warmer.
Come now, darling dear. We've only been in 10 different hotels. Stop worrying. Stop checking the locks. You know what it is. It's the serotonin in your brain. It's a fear-flight mechanism gone wrong. You're obsessive-compulsive. You always have been.
How do you know that?
I told you.
And then he stopped. He was beginning to be a little less confident, maybe.
I knew all that because once you knew. When I was spirit, I knew what my witches knew. It was I.
What's the matter with you? What are you thinking? In the night, he stood at the window and looked out at the light of Paris. He made love to her over and over, whether she was asleep or awake. His mustache had come in thick and finally soft, and his beard was now covering his entire chin. But the soft spot in his skull was still there. Indeed, his entire schedule of growth rates seemed programmed and different. She began to make comparisons to other species, listing his various characteristics. For example, he possessed the strength of a lower primate in his arms, yet an enhanced ability with his fingers and thumbs. She would like to see what happened if he got access to a piano. His need for air was his great vulnerability. It was conceivable that he could be smothered, but he was so strong, so very strong. What would happen to him in water? They left Paris for Berlin. He did not like the sound of the German language. It was not ugly to him, but pointed, he said. He couldn't shut out the sharp, intrusive sounds. He wanted to get out of Germany. That week she miscarried. Cramps like seizures and blood all over the bathroom before she'd realized what was happening. He stared at the blood in utter puzzlement. "I have to rest," she said again. If only she could rest, some quiet place, where there was no singing and no poems and nothing, just peace. But she scraped up the tiny gelatinous mass at the core of her hemorrhage. An embryo at that stage of pregnancy would have been microscopic. There was something here, and it had limbs. It repulsed her and fascinated her. She insisted that they go to a laboratory where she could study it further. She managed 3 hours there before people began to question them. She had made copious notes. "There are 2 kinds of mutation," she told him. "Those which can be passed on, and those which cannot. This is not a singular occurrence, your birth. It's conceivable that you are a species. But how could this be? How could this happen? How could one combination of telekinesis—" She broke off, resorting again to scientific terms. From the clinic she had stolen blood equipment, and now she drew some of her own and properly sealed the vials. He smiled at her in a grim way.
"You don't really love me,"
he said coldly. "Of course I do."
"Can you love the truth more than mystery?"
"What is the truth?" She approached him, put her hands on his face, and looked into his eyes. "What do you remember way back, from the very beginning, from the time before humans came on the earth? You remember you talked of such things, of the world of the spirits and how the spirits had learned from humans. You spoke—"
"I don't remember anything,"
he said blankly. He sat at the table reading over what he had written. He stretched out his long legs, crossed his ankles, cradled his head on his wrists against the back of the chair, and listened to his own tape recordings. His hair now reached his shoulders. He asked her questions as if testing her.
Who was Mary Beth? Who was her mother?
Over and over she recounted the family history as she knew it. She repeated the stories from the Talamasca files and random things she had heard from the others. She described, at his request, all the living Mayfairs she knew. He had begun to be quiet, listening to her, forcing her to speak, for hours. This was agony. "I am by nature quiet," she said. I cannot.
Who were Julien's brothers? Name them and their children."
At last, so exhausted she couldn't move, the cramps coming again, as if she had been impregnated again, and was in fact already aborting, she said, "I can do this no longer."
"Dunolaith,"
he said.
"I want to go there."
He'd been standing by the window crying.
"You do love me, don't you? You aren't afraid of me?"
She thought a long time before she said, "Yes, I do love you. You are all alone, and I love you. I do. But I'm frightened. This is frenzy. This is not organization and work. This is mania. I am afraid of you." When he bent over her, she clasped his head in her hands and guided it to her nipple. Then came the trance as he sucked up the milk. Would he never tire of it? Would he nurse forever? The thought made her laugh and laugh. He would be an infant forever, an infant who walks and talks and makes love.
"Yes, and sings, don't forget that,"
he said when she told him. He finally began to watch television in long unbroken periods. She could use the bathroom without his hovering about. She could bathe slowly. She did not bleed any more. Oh, for the Keplinger Institute, she thought. Think of the things the Mayfair money could do, if only she dared. Surely they were looking for her, looking for them both. She had gone about this all wrong. She should have hidden him in New Orleans and pretended that he had never been there. Blundering, mad, but she hadn't been able to think on that day, that awful Christmas morning. God, an eternity had come and gone since then. He was glaring at her. He looked vicious and afraid.
"What's the matter with you?"
he said. "Tell their names," she said.
"No, you tell me."
He picked up one of the pages he'd so carefully written out, in narrow cluttered scrawl, and then he laid it down.
How long have we been here?
Don't you know? He wept for a while. She slept, and when she awoke, he was composed and dressed. The bags were packed. He told her they were going to England. They drove north from London to Unabridged. She drove most of the time, but then he learned, and was able on the lonely stretches of country road to manage the vehicle acceptably. They had all their possessions in the car. She felt safer here than in Paris.
But why? Won't they look for us here?
He asked. I don't know. I don't know that they expect us to go to Scotland. I don't know that they expect you to remember things. He laughed bitterly.
Well, sometimes I don't.
What do you remember now? He looked hateful and solemn. His beard and the mustache were ominous on his face, signs of obvious sexual maturity. The miscarriage, the fontanelle. This was the mature animal, or was it merely adolescent? Unabridged. It wasn't a town at all. It was no more than the inn and the nearby headquarters of the archaeological project, where a small contingent of archaeological students slept and ate. Tours were offered of the ruined castle above the loch, and of the ruined town down in the glen, with its cathedral, which could not be seen from the inn, and farther out the ancient primal circle of stones, which was quite a walk, but worth it. But you could only go in the designated areas. If you roamed alone, you must obey all signs. The tours would be tomorrow in the morning. It chilled her to look down from the window of the inn and actually see it in the dim, distorting distance. The place where it had all begun, where Suzanne, the cunning woman of the village, had called up a spirit named Lasher, and that spirit had attached itself forever to Suzanne's female descendants. It chilled her. And the great awesome glen was gray and melancholy and softly beautiful, beautiful as damp and green and northern places can be, like the remote high counties of northern California. The twilight was coming, thick and shining in the damp gloom, and the entire world below appeared mysterious, something of fairy tales. It was possible to see any car approaching the town, from any direction. There was only one road, and you could see for miles north and south, and the majority of the tourists came from nearby cities and in busloads. Only a few diehards stayed at the inn, a girl from America writing a paper on the lost cathedrals of Scotland, an old gentleman, researching his clan in these remote parts, convinced that it led back to Robert the Bruce, a young couple in love who cared about no one, and Lasher and Rowan. At supper he tried some of the hard food. He hated it. He wanted to nurse. He stared at her hungrily. They had the best and most spacious room, very prim and proper, with a ruffled bed beneath the low white painted beams, a thick carpet and a little fire to take away the chill, and a sweeping view of the glen below them. He told the innkeeper they must not have a phone in the room. They must have privacy, and what meals he wanted prepared for them and when, and then he took her wrist in his terrible, painful grip and said, "We are going out into the valley." He pulled her down the stairs into the front room of the inn. The couple sat glowering at them from a small, distant table. "It's dark," she said. She was tired from the drive and faintly sick again. "Why don't we wait until morning?"
"No,"
he said.
"Put on your walking shoes."
He turned and bent down and started to pull off her shoes. People were staring at him. It occurred to her that it wasn't at all unusual for him to behave like this. It was typical. He had a madman's judgment, a madman's naivete. "I'll do it," she said. They went back upstairs. He watched as she dressed for the cold outdoors. She came out fit for a long night of exploration, walking shoes laced over wool socks. It seemed they walked an endless time down the slope and then along the banks of the loch. The half-moon illuminated the jagged and broken walls of the castle. The cliffs were perilous, but there were well-worn paths. He climbed the path, pulling her along with him. The archaeologists had set up barriers, signs, warnings, but there was no one around. They went where they chose to go. New wooden staircases had been built in the high half-ruined towers and down into dungeons. He crept ahead of her, very sure-footed and almost frenzied. It occurred to her that this might be the best time for escape, that if she only had the nerve she could push him off the top of one of these fragile staircases, and down he would go and splat. He'd have to suffer like any human. His bones weren't brittle, they were mostly cartilage still, but he would die, surely he would. Even as she considered it, she began to cry. She felt she could not do it. She could not dispatch him like that. Kill him? She couldn't do it. It was a cowardly and rash thing to imagine, far more rash than leaving with him had been. But that had been rash also. She realized it now. She was mad to think she could manage or control or study him on her own. What a fool, what a fool, what a fool. To leave that house alone with this wild and domineering demon, to be so obsessed in pride and hubris with her own creation. But would he have let it happen any other way? When she looked back on it, had he not rushed her? Had he not pushed her? Had he not said, "Hurry," to her countless times? What did he fear? Michael. Yes, Michael had been something to fear. But it was my error. I could have contained the whole situation. I could have had this thing under control. And in the pool of moonlight falling on the grassy floor of the castle's gutted main hall, she found it easier to blame herself, to castigate herself, to hate herself, than to hurt him. It was doubtful she could have done it anyway. The one time she accelerated her step behind him on the stairs, he turned and grabbed hold of her and put her up in front of him. He was ever vigilant. He could lift her effortlessly with one of his long gibbon-like arms and deposit her on her feet wherever he wished. He had no fear of falling. But something in the castle made him afraid. He was trembling and crying as they left the castle. He said he wanted to see the cathedral. The moon had drifted behind the clouds, but the glen was still washed in an even pale light, and he knew the way, ignoring the preordained path and cutting down through the slopes from the base of the castle. At last they came to the town itself, to the excavated foundations of its walls, its battlements, its gates, its little main street, all roped off and marked, and there loomed the immense ruin of the cathedral, dwarfing every other structure, with its four standing walls and their broken arches reaching like arms to enclose the lowering heavens. He went down on his knees in the grass, staring into the long, roofless nave. One could see half the circle of what had once been the lofty rose window. But no glass survived among these stones, many of which had been newly put in place and plastered to recreate walls that apparently had tumbled down. Great quarries of stones lay to the left and to the right, obviously brought from other places to reassemble the building. He rose, grabbed her, and dragged her with him, past the barrier and the signs, until they stood in the church itself, gazing up and up past the arches on either side, at the cloudy sky and the moon giving just a teasing light through the clouds that had no shape to it. The cathedral had been Gothic, vast, overreaching perhaps for such a place, unless in those times there had been hordes of the faithful. He was trembling all over. He had his hands to his lips, and then he began to give off that humming, that singing, and rock on his feet. He walked doggedly, against his own mood, along the wall, and then pointed up at one high, narrow, empty window. "There, there," he cried, and it seemed he spoke other words, or tried to, and was then weary and agitated again. He sank down, drawing up his knees, and hugged her close to him, his head on her shoulder, and then nuzzling down onto her breasts. Rudely he pushed up the sweater and began to suckle. She lay back, all will leaving her, staring up at the clouds, begging for stars, but there were no stars, only the dissolving light of the moon, and the lovely illusion that it was not the clouds which moved, but the high walls and the empty arched windows. In the morning, when she awoke, he was not in the room. But neither was there a phone any more, and when she opened the window, she saw it was a straight drop some 20 feet or more to the grass below. And what would she do if she did manage to get down there? He had the keys to the car. He always carried them. Would she run to others for help, explain she was being kept prisoner? Then what would he do? She could think it through, all the possibilities. They went round like horses on a carousel in her mind until she gave up. She washed, dressed, and wrote in her diary. Once again she listed all the little things she had observed. That his skin was maturing, that his jaw was now firm, but not the top of his head. But mostly she recounted what had happened since they had come to Dunleith, his curious reactions to the ruins. In the great room of the inn downstairs, she found him at the table with the old innkeeper in fast conversation. The man stood for her, respectfully, and pulled out her chair.
"Sit down,"
Lasher said to her. Her breakfast was being prepared now. He had heard her tread above when she stepped out of bed. "I'm sure," she said grimly.
"Go on,"
he said to the old man. The old man was champing at the bit and picked up apparently where he'd left off, but the archaeological project had been funded for 90 years, through both wars, by American money. Some family in the States interested in the clan of Dunleith. But only in recent years had real progress been made. When they'd realized the cathedral dated back to 1228, they'd asked the family in the States for more money. To their amazement, the old trust was beefed up, and a whole gang from Edinburgh was now here, had been for 20 years, gathering stones that had been scattered and finding the entire foundations of not only the church itself, but a monastery and an older village, possibly from the 700s. The time of the Venerable Bede, he explained, some sort of cult place. He didn't know the details.
"We always knew there was Dunleith, you see,"
said the old man.
"But the earls had died out in the Great Fire of 1689, and after that there wasn't much of a town at all, and by the turn of the century nothing. And the archaeological project began. My father came to build this inn. Nice gentleman from the United States leased him this property."
"Who was this?" he asked in utter bafflement.
"Julian Mayfair. It's the Julian Mayfair Trust," said the old man. "But you really ought to talk to the young chaps from the project. They are a well-behaved and serious lot, these students. They stop the tourists from picking up stones and whatnot and wandering off with them. And speaking of stones, there is the old circle, you know, and for a long time that was the place where they did most of their work. They say it's as old as Stonehenge, but the cathedral is the real discovery. Talk to the chaps."
"Julian Mayfair," he repeated, staring at the old man. He looked helpless, bewildered, on guard, as if the words meant nothing.
Julian.
By afternoon, they had wined and dined several of the students, and the entire picture emerged, as well as packets of old pamphlets, printed from time to time to sell to the public to raise money. The present Mayfair Trust was handled out of New York, and the founding family was most generous. The eldest on the project, a blonde Englishwoman with bobbed hair and a cheerful face, rather chunky in her tweed coat and leather boots, didn't mind at all answering their questions. She'd been working here since 1970. She'd applied twice for more funds and found the family entirely cooperative. Yes, one of the family had come to visit once, a Lauren Mayfair, rather stiff. "You would have never known she was American." The old woman thought that was hilarious. "But she didn't care for it here, you know. She took some pictures from the family and was off at once to London. I remember her saying she was going on to Rome. She loved Italy. I don't suppose most people love both climes, the damp highlands and sunny Italy."
"Italy,"
he whispered.
"Sunny Italy."
His eyes were filling with tears. Hastily he wiped them on his napkin. The woman had never noticed. She was talking on and on.
"But what do you know about the cathedral?"
he asked. For the first time in all his brief life, as Rowan had known it, he looked tired to her. He looked almost frail. He'd wiped his eyes several times more with a handkerchief, saying it was an allergy and not tears, but she could see he was cracking.
"That's just it. We've been wrong about it before. We don't put forth many theories. Definitely the grand Gothic structure was built around 1228, same time as Elgin, but it incorporated an earlier church, one possibly which contained stained glass windows, and the monastery was Cistercian, at least for a while. Then it became Franciscan."
He was staring at her.
"There seems to have been a cathedral school, perhaps even a library. Oh, God only knows what we are going to find. Yesterday we found a new graveyard. You have to realize people have been carrying off stones from this place for centuries. We've only just unearthed the ruins of the 13th century south transept, and a chapel we didn't know was there, containing a burial chamber. This definitely involves a saint, but we cannot identify him. His effigy is carved on top of the tomb. We're debating, dare we open it? Dare we seek to find something in there?"
He said nothing. The stillness around them was suddenly unnerving. Rowan was afraid he would cry out, do something utterly wild, draw attention to them. She tried to remind herself that it would be perfectly fine if this happened. She felt sleepy, heavy with milk. The old woman talked on and on about the castle, about the warring of the clans in these parts, the endless battles and slaughter.
"What destroyed the cathedral?"
Rowan asked. The lack of chronology was disturbing to her. She wanted a chart in her mind. He glared at her angrily, as if she'd no right to speak.
"I'm not sure," said the old woman, "but I have a hunch. There was some sort of clan war."
"Wrong,"
he said softly.
"Look deeper. It was the Protestants, the iconoclasts."
She clapped her hands almost with glee.
"Oh, you must tell me what makes you think so."
She went on a tirade about the Protestant Reformation in Scotland, the burning of witches that had gone on for a century or more, right to the very end of the history of Dunelaith. Cruel, cruel burnings. He sat, dazed.
"I'll bet you're absolutely right. It was John Knox and his reformers. Dunelaith had remained, right up to the bloody fire, a powerful Catholic stronghold. Not even wicked Henry VIII could suppress Dunelaith."
The woman was now repeating herself and going on at length about how she hated the political and religious forces which destroyed art and buildings.
"All of that magnificent stained glass. Imagine."
"Yes, beautiful glass."
But he had received all she had to give. As evening fell, they went out again. He had been silent, not hungry, not disposed for love, and not letting her out of his sight. He walked ahead of her, all the way across the grassy plain, until they came again to the cathedral. Much of the excavations of the south transept was sheltered by a great makeshift wooden roof, and locked doors. He broke the glass on a window, and unlocked the door and went inside. They were standing in the ruins of a chapel. The students had been rebuilding the wall. Much earth had been dug away from one central tomb, with the figure of a man carved on the top of it, almost ghostly now that it was so worn away. He stood staring down at it, and then up at what they had restored of the windows. In a rage he began to beat on the wooden walls.
"Stop, they'll come,"
she cried. But then she lapsed back, thinking, let them come. Let them put him in jail for a madman. He saw the cunning in her eyes, the hate which for a moment she could not disguise. When they got back to the inn, he started listening to his own tapes, then turning them off, rummaging through his pages.
Julian, Julian Mayfair,
he said.
"You don't remember him, do you?"
"What?"
"You don't remember any of it. Who Julien was, or Mary Beth, or Deborah, or Suzanne. You've been forgetting all along. Do you remember Suzanne?"
He stared at her, blanched and in a silent fury.
"You don't remember," she taunted again. "You started to forget in Paris. Now you don't know who they were."
He approached her and sank down on his knees in front of her. He seemed wildly excited, the rage going into some rampant and acceptable enthusiasm.
"I don't know who they were," he said. "I'm not too sure who you are, but I know now who I am."
Past midnight, he'd wakened her in the act of rape, and when it was done, he wanted to go, to get away before anyone came to look for them.
"These Mayfairs, they must be very clever people."
She laughed bitterly.
"And what sort of monster are you?" she asked. "You're nothing I made. I know that now. I'm not Mary Shelley."
He stopped the car and dragged her out into the high grass and struck her again and again. He struck her so hard he almost broke the bones of her jaw. She shouted a warning to him that the damage would be irreparable. He stopped his blows and stood over her with his fists clenched.
"I love you," he said, crying, "and I hate you."
"I know just what you mean,"
she answered dully. There was so much pain in her face she thought perhaps he had broken her nose and her jaw, but it wasn't so. Finally she sat up. He had flopped down beside her, all knees and elbows, and with his large, warm hands began to caress her. In pure confusion, she sobbed against his chest.
"Oh, my God, what shall we do?"
she asked. He was stroking her, covering her with kisses, suckling her again, all of his old tricks, his evil tricks, the devil slipping into the cell of the nun. "Get away from me." But she didn't have the courage to do anything. Or was it the physical strength she lacked? It had been so long since she had felt normal, healthy, vital. The next time he became angry. It was when they'd stopped for gas and she'd wandered near the phone booth. He caught her, and she began to say very fast an old rhyme that her mother had taught her. "Alas, alas, for Miss McKay, her knives and forks have run away, and when the cups and spoons are going, she's sure there is no way of knowing." Just as she hoped, it made him weak with laughter. He actually fell to his knees. Such big feet he had. She stood there over him, chanting, "Tom, Tom, the piper's son, stole a pig and away he run. The pig was eat, and Tom was beat, and Tom went crying down the street." He begged her to stop, half laughing, half crying. "I have one for you," he cried, and he leapt up and sang as he danced, slamming his feet on the ground and slapping his thighs.
The sow came in with the saddle. The little pig rocked the cradle. The dish jumped over the table to see the pot swallow the ladle. The spit that stood behind the door threw the pudding stick on the floor. "Oddsblood," said the gridiron, "can't you agree? I'm the head constable. Bring them to me." And then he grabbed her roughly, teeth clenched, and dragged her back to the car. When they reached London, her face was entirely swollen. Anyone who caught a glimpse of her was alarmed. He put them up in a fine hotel, though where it was she had no idea, and he fed her hot tea and sweets and sang to her. He said that he was sorry for all he'd done, that he had been reborn. Did she not realize this, what it meant? That in him resided a miracle. Then came the predictable kissing and suckling and a coarse rough-and-tumble sex that was as good as any. This time, out of sheer desperation, she pushed him to do it again. Maybe she did this because it was the only way she could exert her will. She discovered that after the fourth time even he was spent, and he lay sleeping. She didn't dare move. When she sighed, he opened his eyes. He was now truly beautiful. The mustache and beard were of biblical length and shape, and each morning he clipped them appropriately. His hair was very long. His shoulders were too big, but it didn't matter. His entire appearance was regal, majestic. Are those words for the same thing? He bowed to people when he spoke. He tipped his soft, shapeless gray hat. People loved to look at him.
They went to Westminster Abbey, and he walked through the entire place, studying every detail of it. He watched the faithful moving about. He said at last,
"I have only one simple mission, old as the earth itself."
"What is that?" she asked.
He did not answer her. When they reached the hotel, he said,
"I want your study to begin in earnest. We shall get a secure place, not here in Europe, in the States, so close to them that they won't suspect. We need everything. Cost must be no obstacle. We will not go to Zurich. They'll be looking for you there. Can you arrange for large amounts of money?"
"I already have," she reminded him. It was clear from this and other remarks that he did not remember simple things well in sequence. "The bank trail is well laid. We can go back to the States if you wish." In fact, her heart silently leapt at the thought of it. "There is a neurological institute in Geneva," she said. "That's where we should go. It's famous worldwide. It's vast. We can do some work there, and complete all the arrangements directly with the Swiss bank. And we can plan there. It's best, believe me."
"Yes," he said, "and from there we must return to the States. They are going to be looking for you. And for me, we must return. I am thinking of the place."
She fell asleep, dreaming only of the lab, the slides, the tests, the microscope, of knowledge as though it were exorcism. She knew, of course, she could not do it on her own. The best she could do was get computer equipment and record her findings. She needed a city full of laboratories, a city where hospitals grew as if on trees, where she could go to one large center and then another. He sat at the table reading the Mayfair history over and over. His lips moved so fast, it was the humming again. He laughed at things in the history as if they were entirely new to him. He knelt by her and looked into her face.
He said, "The milk's drying up, isn't it?"
"I don't know. There is so much aching."
He began to kiss her. He took some milk between his fingers and put it on her lips. She sighed. She said it tasted like water. In Geneva, everything was planned, down to the last detail. The most obvious choice for their final destination was the city of Houston, Texas. Reason? There were, very simply, hospitals and medical centers everywhere. Every form of medical research went on in Houston. She would find a building perhaps for them, some medical space now vacant due to the oil depression. Houston was overbuilt. It had 3 downtowns, they said. No one could find them there. Money was no obstacle. Her large transfers were safe in the giant Swiss bank. She had only to set up some sort of dummy accounts in California and in Houston. She lay in bed, his fingers tight around her wrist, thinking Houston, Texas, only 1 hour by air from home. Only 1 hour.
"Yes, they'll never guess," he said. "You might as well have taken us to the South Pole. You couldn't have thought of a more clever hiding place."
Her heart sank. She slept. She was sick. When she woke, she was bleeding. Miscarriage again. This time the viscid core was perhaps 2 inches long, maybe even longer, before it had begun to disintegrate. In the morning, after she had rested, she took a stand. She was going to the Institute to test this thing and to run what tests she could on him. She screamed, and finally, in terror and misery, he consented. "You're frightened to be without me, aren't you?" she asked.
"What if you were the last man on earth?" he asked, "and I were the last woman?"
She didn't know what that meant, but he seemed to know. He took her to the Institute. All the normal motions of life were now nothing to him. Hailing cabs, tipping, reading, walking, running, going up in an elevator. He had bought himself a cheap little wooden flute in a store, and he played it on the street, very dissatisfied with it, and with his own ability to make melodies with it. He didn't dare buy a radio. It would get its hands around his throat. Again at the Institute she managed a white coat, a chart, a pencil, the things she needed. forms from a raft of desktop pockets, yellow, pink, blue slips for various tests, and began to fill out the bogus orders. She was at 1 minute his doctor, at another the technician, and whenever questioned, he rattled away like a celebrity in hiding. In the midst of it all, she managed to fill out a long note on one of the triplicate forms, addressed to the concierge at the hotel, instructing him to arrange for a medical shipment. The address, Samuel Larkin, M.D., University Hospital, San Francisco, California. She would make available the material as soon as she could. The concierge was to charge her account for overnight delivery, heat-sensitive medical material. When they returned to the hotel room, she picked up a lamp and struck him. He reeled and then fell down, blood spattering from his face into his eyes, but he came back, that wonderfully plastic skin and bones, like an infant surviving a fall from a ridiculously high window. He grabbed her and beat her again until she lost consciousness. In the night she woke. Her face was swollen, but the bones were not broken. One of her eyes was almost shut. That would mean days in this room. Days. She did not know if she could endure it. The next morning he tied her to the bed for the first time. He used bits and pieces of sheet and made powerful knots, and had it half done when she awoke and discovered the gag in her mouth. He was gone for hours. No one came to the room. Surely some warning or instructions had been issued. She kicked, screamed, to no avail. She could not make a sound that was loud enough. When he returned, he took the phone out of hiding and ordered a feast for her, and once again begged her forgiveness. He played his small flute. As she ate, he watched her every move. His eyes were thoughtful, speculating. The next day she did not fight when he tied her up, and this time it was with the masking tape he'd brought back the day before, and quite impossible to break. He was going to tape her mouth when she advised him calmly that she might smother. He settled on a less painful and efficient gag. She went mad struggling after he left. It did no good. Nothing did any good. The milk leaked from her breasts. She was sick, and the room spun. The following afternoon, after they had made love, he lay on top of her, heavy, sweet, his soft black hair between her breasts, his left hand on her right hand, dreaming, humming. She was not tied. He had cut the tape cuffs and let them dangle. He would make new ones when he wanted them. She looked at the top of his head, at the shining black mane. She breathed in the scent of him, and pressed her body against his weight, and then lapsed back half into sleep for an hour. Still, he had not waked up. He was breathing deeply. She reached over with her left hand and picked up the phone. Nothing else in her stirred. She managed to hold the earpiece and punch the button for the desk, and she spoke so low they could barely hear her. It was night in California. Lark listened to what she had to say. Lark had been her boss. Lark was her friend. Lark was the only person who might believe her, the only person who would vow to take these specimens to Keplinger. Whatever happened to her, these specimens had to be taken to Keplinger. Mitch Flanagan was the man there she trusted, though he might not remember her. Somebody had to know. Lark tried to ask her all sorts of questions. He could not hear her, he said. Speak up. She told him she was in danger, and might be interrupted at any moment. She wanted to blurt out the name of the hotel, but she was divided. If he came to look for her while she was still helpless, possibly she could not get the specimens out of here. Her mind was overwrought. She couldn't reason. She was babbling something to Lark about the miscarriages. Then Lasher looked up, snatched the phone from her hand, whipped the entire apparatus out of the wall, and started to hit her. He stopped because she reminded him that the marks would show. They had to go to America. They should leave tomorrow. And when he tied her up, she wanted him to make everything looser. If he kept tying her up so tight, she would lose the use of her limbs. There was an art to keeping a prisoner. He wept in a dry, quiet way. "I love you," he said.
If only I could trust you. If only you could be my helpmate. If you'd give me your love and trust. But I made you what you are, a calculating witch. You look at me and you try to kill me.
You're right, she said. But we should go to America now unless you want them to find us.
She thought if she did not get out of this room, she would go completely mad and be useless. She tried to make a plan. Cross the sea, get closer to home. Get closer. Houston is closer. A dull hopelessness covered everything. She knew now what she had to do. She had to die before she conceived by this being again. She could not give birth to another, could not. But he was breeding with her. He had impregnated her twice already. Her mind went blank with fear. For the first time in her life, she understood why some human beings cannot act when they are frightened, why some freeze and stare in a meek fashion. What had become of her notes? In the morning, they packed the suitcases together. Everything medical was in one bag, and in this she placed the copies of all the various tags and slips she had used to order various information at the clinics. She placed on top the written instructions for the concierge, which included Lark's address. He did not seem to notice. She had taken considerable amounts of packing from the lab, but now she shoved towels in around the material. She shoved in her old blood-stained clothes.
"Why don't you throw that away?" he demanded. "That horrid smell."
"I don't smell anything," she said coldly, "and I need the packing, I told you. But I can't find my notebooks. I had all these notebooks."
"Yes, I read them," he said quietly. "I threw them away."
She stared at him. No record now but these specimens. No communication to anyone that this thing lived and breathed and wanted to breed. At the doors of the hotel, as he arranged for the car to take them to the airport, she gave the bag of medical specimens to the doorman with a bundle of Swiss francs, and said in German hurriedly that the bag must go at once to Dr. Samuel Larkin. Turning her back on the man immediately, she walked towards the waiting car as Lasher turned and smiled at her and put out his hand.
"My wife, how tired she looks,"
he said softly with a little smile.
"How sick she has been."
"Yes, very," she said,
wondering what the bellhop saw when he looked at her bruised and thin face.
"Let me hold you, darling dear."
He put his arms around her in the back seat. He kissed her as they drove away. She did not bother to look to see if the doorman had gone inside with the medical bag. She did not dare. The concierge would find the address inside. He had to. When they reached New York, he realized the medical bag and all the test results were gone. He threatened to kill her. She lay on the bed, refusing to speak. He tied her up gently, carefully, giving her room to move her limbs but not to get free, the twined tape making the strongest rope in the world. He covered her carefully so she wouldn't be cold. He turned on the fan vent in the bathroom and then the television at a high but not unreasonable volume, and went out. It was a full 24 hours before he returned. She had been unable to hold the urine. She hated him. She wished for his death. She wished she knew charms with which to kill him. He sat by her as she made all the arrangements in Houston. Yes, 2 floors in a 50-story building where they would have complete privacy. It was small in Houston terms, such a complex as this, and right downtown, and Houston had quite a few empty ones. This had been the headquarters of a cancer research program until it had gone broke. There were presently no other tenants. All kinds of equipment was still on these 3 floors. It had all been repossessed by the owners of the property. But they could warrant nothing about it. Fine with her. She leased the entire space, complete with living quarters, offices, reception rooms, examining rooms, and laboratories. She arranged for utilities, rental cars, everything they would need to begin their serious study. His eyes were very cold as he watched her. He watched her fingers when she pressed the buttons. He listened to every syllable that passed her lips.
This city is very near to New Orleans, she said. Do you realize that?
She did not want him to discover it later and rail at her. Her wrists ached from his dragging her about. She was hungry.
Oh, yes, the Mayfairs,
he said, gesturing to the printed history, which lay in its folder. Not a day passed that he did not study this or his notes or his tapes.
But they would never think to look for you only 1 hour away by air, would they?
No, she said. If you hurt Michael Curry, I will take my own life. I will not be of further use to you.
I'm not sure you're of use to me now, he said. The world is filled with more amiable and agreeable people than you, people who sing better.
So why don't you kill me? She said.
As he reflected, she did her level best with every invisible power at her command to kill him. It was useless. She wanted now to die, or to sleep forever. Possibly they were the same thing.
I thought you were something immense, something innocent, she said. Something wholly unknown and new.
I know you did,
he answered sharply, infuriated and dangerous, blue eyes flashing.
I don't think you are now.
Your job is to find out what I am.
I'm trying, she said.
You know you find me beautiful.
So what? She said. I hate you.
Yes, it was plain in your notebooks, this new species, this creature, this being. How clinically you spoke of me. And you know, you are wrong. I am not new, my darling dear. I am old, older by far than you can imagine. But my time is coming again. I could not have chosen a better moment for my childlike loving progeny. Don't you want to know what I am?
You're monstrous. You're unnatural. You're cruel and impulsive. You cannot think straight or concentrate. You're mad.
He was so angry that he couldn't answer her for a moment. He wanted to hit her. She could see his hand opening and closing.
Imagine, he said, if all mankind died out, my darling dear, and all the genes for mankind rode in the blood of one miserable ape-like creature, and he passed it down, and finally, to the apes was born again a man.
She said nothing.
Do you think that man would be very merciful to the lower apes? Especially if he secured a mate? An ape woman who could breed with him to form a new dynasty of superior beings?
You're not superior to us, she said coldly.
The hell I'm not, he said wrathfully.
I don't know for sure how it happened, but I know it will never happen again.
He shook his head, smiling at her.
What a fool you are. What an egotist. You make me think of all the scientists whose words I read now and listen to on the television. It's happened before, and before, and before. And this time is the right time. This time is the moment. This time there shall be no sacrifice. This time we will strive as never in the past.
I'll die before I help you.
He shook his head wanly. He looked away. He seemed to be dreaming.
Do you think we will be merciful when we rule? Has any superior being ever been merciful to the weaker? Were the Spaniards, when they came to the New World, merciful to the savages they found there? No. It's never happened in history, has it, that the higher species, the species with the advantages, has been kind to those who were lower? On the contrary, the higher species wipes out the lower. Isn't that so? It's your world. Tell me about it. As if I didn't know.
The tears rose in his eyes. He laid his head on his arm and wept, and when he finished, he dried his eyes with a towel from the bath.
Oh, what might have been between us.
What's that?
She asked. He started to kiss her again, to stroke her, and to open his clothes.
Stop this. I've miscarried twice. I'm sick. Look at me. Look at my face and my hands. Look at my arms. A third miscarriage will kill me. Don't you realize it? I'm dying now. You're killing me. Where will you turn when I'm gone? Who will help you? Who knows about you?"
He mused. Then suddenly he slapped her. He hesitated, but it seemed to have satisfied him. She was staring at him. He laid her on the bed, and he began stroking her hair. There was very little milk now. He drank it. He massaged her shoulders and her arms and her feet. He kissed her all over. She lost consciousness. When she came round, it was late at night, and her thighs were sore and wet from him, and from her own desire. When they reached Houston, she realized she had arranged for a prison. The building was deserted, and she had leased 2 floors very high up. He indulged her for 2 days, as they acquired various things for their comfort in this high fairy-tale tower, amid the neon and sparkling lights. She watched. She waited. She struggled to seize the slightest opportunity, but he was too wakeful, too fast. And then he tied her up. There was to be no study, no project.
"I know what I need to know."
The first time he left, it was for a day. The second time for an entire night and most of the morning. The third time had been this time, 4 days perhaps. And now look what he had done to this cold, modern bedroom of white walls and glass windows and laminated furniture. Her legs hurt so much. She limped out of the bathroom and into the bedroom. He had cleaned up the bed. It was draped in rose-colored sheets, and he had surrounded it with flowers. This brought a strange image to her mind of a woman who had committed suicide in California. She had ordered lots of flowers for herself first, then put them all around the bed and taken poison. Or was she simply remembering Deirdre's funeral, with all those flowers and the woman in the coffin like a big doll? This looked like a place to die. Flowers in big bouquets and in vases everywhere she looked. And if she died, perhaps he'd blunder. He was so foolish. She had to be calm. She had to think, to live and be clever.
"Such lilies, such roses. Did you bring them up yourself?" she asked.
He shook his head.
"They were all delivered and outside the door before I ever put the key in the lock."
"You thought you'd find me dead in here, didn't you?"
"I'm not that sentimental, except when it comes to music,"
he said with a bright smile.
"The food is in the other room. I'll bring it to you. What can I do to make you love me? Is there something I can tell you? Is there any news that will bring you to your senses?"
"I hate you totally and completely,"
she said. She sat down on the bed because there were no chairs in the room, and she could not stand any longer. Her ankles ached. Her arms ached. She was starving.
"Why do you keep me alive?"
He went out and came back with a large tray full of delicatessen salads, packs of cold meat, portable processed garbage. She ate it ravenously. Then she shoved the tray away. There was a quart of orange juice there, and she drank all of it. She rose and staggered into the bathroom, nearly falling. She remained in that small room for a long time, crouched on the toilet, her head against the wall. She feared she would vomit. Slowly she made an inventory of the room. There was nothing with which to kill herself. She wasn't going to try it yet anyway. She had fight in her, plenty of it. If necessary, the 2 of them would go up in flames. That she could arrange, surely. But how? Wearily she opened the door. He was there with arms folded. He picked her up and carried her to the bed. He had littered it with white daisies from one of the bouquets, and when she sank down on the stiff stems and fragrant blossoms, she laughed. It felt so good, she let herself go, laughing and laughing until it rippled out of her just like a song. He bent to kiss her. "Don't do it again. If I miscarry again, I'll die. There are easier, quicker ways to kill me. You can't have a child by me, don't you understand? What makes you think you can have a child by anyone?"
"Ah, But you won't miscarry this time,
he said. He lay beside her. He placed his hand on her belly. He smiled. He uttered a string of rapid syllables in a hum, his mouth grotesque for one moment as he did it. It was a language.
Yes, my darling, my love. The child's alive, and the child can hear me. The child is female. The child is there.
She screamed. She turned her fury on the unborn thing. Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! And then, as she lay back, drenched in sweat, stinking again, the taste of vomit in her mouth, she heard a sound that was like someone crying. He made that strange humming song. Then came the crying. She shut her eyes, trying to break it down into something coherent. She could not. But she could hear a new voice now, and the new voice was inside her, and it was speaking to her in a tongue she could understand without words. It sought her love, her consolation. I won't hurt you any more, she thought. Without words, in gratitude and with love, it answered her. Good God, it was alive. He was right. It was alive, and it could hear her. It was in pain.
It won't take very long,
he said.
I'll care for you with all my heart. You are my Eve, yet you are sinless. And once it's born, then if you wish, you can die.
She didn't answer him. Why should she? For the first time in 2 months, there was someone else there to talk to. She turned her head away. 13. Anne-Marie Mayfair sat stiffly on the smooth, beige plastic couch in the hospital lobby. Mona saw her as soon as she came in. Anne-Marie wore her funeral suit, still, of navy blue, and her usual prim blouse with its score of ruffles. She was reading a magazine, her legs crossed, her black glasses down on her nose, and there was something cute about her, as always, with her black hair drawn back in a twist, and her small nose and mouth, and the big glasses made her look both stupid and intelligent. She looked up as Mona approached. Mona pecked her on the cheek and then flopped down beside her. "Did Ryan call you?" asked Anne-Marie, her voice hushed and private, though there were very few other people moving in the brightly lighted lobby. Elevator doors opened and closed in an alcove far away. The reception desk with its high impersonal counter was empty. "You mean about Mother?" Mona said. She hated this place. It occurred to her that when she was very rich and a huge Mayfair mogul with mutual funds in every sector of the economy, she would spend some time on interior design, trying to liven up places as sterile and cold as this. Then she thought of Mayfair Medical. Of course, that plan had to go forward. She had to help Ryan. They couldn't shut her out. She'd talk to Pierce about it tomorrow. She'd speak to Michael as soon as he felt a little better. She looked at Anne-Marie. "Ryan said Mother was in here." "Yes, well, she is, and according to the nurses, she thinks we're trying to permanently commit her. That's what she told them this morning when they brought her in. She's been asleep ever since they stuck a needle in her arm. The nurse is supposed to call if she wakes up. What I meant was, did Ryan call you about Edith?" "No. What happened to Edith?" Mona barely knew Edith. Edith was Lauren's granddaughter, a timid, belligerent recluse who lived on Esplanade Avenue and spent all her time with her cats, a predictable and boring woman, never went anywhere ever, not even to funerals, apparently. Edith. What did she look like? Mona wasn't sure. Anne-Marie sat up, slapped the magazine on the table, and pushed her glasses up against her pretty eyes. "Edith died this afternoon. Hemorrhage, same as Gifford. Ryan says for none of the women in the family to be alone. It might be something genetic. We're to be around people all the time. That way if something happens, we can call for help. Edith had been all alone, like Gifford." "You're kidding me. You mean Edith Mayfair is dead? This really actually happened?" "Yeah, I know. Believe me.
Think how Lauren feels. Lauren went over there to scold her for not showing up at Gifford's funeral. And there was Edith lying on the bathroom floor, bled to death, and her cats were all around her licking up the blood.
Mona didn't say anything for a moment. She had to reflect, not only upon what she knew, but upon how much of it she could tell anybody else, and to what purpose. Partly she was simply shocked.
You're saying this was a uterine hemorrhage, too? Yeah, possible miscarriage, they said. I would say impossible on that myself, knowing Edith. Same with Gifford. Neither could have been pregnant. They're doing an autopsy this time, so at least the family is doing something other than burning candles and saying prayers and giving each other the evil eye.
That's good, Mona said in a dull voice, drawing back into herself, hoping her cousin would keep quiet for a moment. No such luck.
Look, everybody is very upset, said Anne-Marie, but we have to follow the directive. A person can have a hemorrhage without it being a miscarriage, obviously, so don't go off by yourself. If you feel faint or any unusual physical symptoms, you need to be able to get help immediately.
Mona nodded, staring off at the blank walls of this place, at its sparse signs and its large, sand-filled cylindrical ashtrays. 1/2 hour ago, Mona had been sound asleep when something waked her as surely as a hand touching her. A smell, a song coming from a Victrola. She pictured that open window again, the sash all the way up, the night outside bending in with its dark yews and oaks.
She tried to remember the smell. Talk to me, kid, said Anne-Marie. I'm worried about you. Yeah, well, I'm fine. Okay? Everybody better follow that advice. Don't be alone, whether they think they could be pregnant or not. You're right. Doesn't matter. I'm going upstairs to see Mother. Don't wake her up. You said she's been sleeping since morning? Maybe she's in a coma. Maybe she's dead.
Anne-Marie smiled and shook her head. She picked up her magazine and started reading again.
Don't get in an argument with her, Mona, she said, just as Mona turned away.
The elevator doors opened quietly on the 7th floor. This was where they always put Mayfairs, unless there was some pressing reason to be in a special department. Mayfairs had rooms with parlors here, and little kitchens where they could make their own microwave coffee or store their ice cream. Alicia had been in here before, 4 times as a matter of fact. Dehydrated, malnourished, broken ankle, suicidal, and vowed never to be brought back. They'd probably had to restrain her. Mona padded softly down the corridor, catching a glimpse of herself in the dark glass of an observation room, and hating what she saw. The chunky white cotton dress, shapeless on a person who wasn't a little girl. Well, that was the least of her problems. She caught the fragrance as soon as she reached the doors to 7th floor west. That was it. The exact same smell. She stopped, took a deep breath, and realized that for the first time in her life, she felt really afraid of something. It made her disgusted. She stood, head cocked to the side, thinking it over. There was an exit to the stairs. There were the doors ahead. There was an exit on the other side of the ward. There were people right inside at the desk. If only she had Michael here, she'd push open that exit door, see if someone was standing in the stairwell, someone who gave off this odor. But the smell was already weak. It was going away. And as she stood there, considering this, getting quietly furious that she didn't have the guts to just open that damned door, someone else opened it and let it swing shut as he went down the corridor. A young doctor with a stethoscope over his shoulder. The landing had been empty. But that didn't mean somebody wasn't hiding above or below. Either the smell was going away, however, or Mona was simply getting used to it. She took a deep, slow breath. It was so rich, so sensuous, so delicious. But what was it? She pushed through the double doors into the ward. The smell grew stronger. But there were the 3 nurses sitting, writing away, in an island of light surrounded by high wooden counters, one of them whispering on a phone as she wrote, the others seemingly in deep concentration. No one noticed as Mona walked past the station and passed into the narrow corridor. The smell was very strong here.
Jesus Christ, don't tell me this, Mona whispered.
She glanced at the doors to her left and her right, but the smell told her before she even saw the chart that said, Alicia C.C. Mayfair. The door was ajar and the room was dark. Its one window opened upon an airwell. Blank walls stared in through the glass at the still woman, lying with her head to the wall, beneath the white covers. A small digital machine recorded the progress of the IV, a plastic sack of glucose, clear as glass, feeding down through a tiny tube into the woman's right hand beneath a massive tape, the hand itself flat on the white blanket. Mona stood very still, then pushed open the door. She pushed it all the way back so that she could see into the open bathroom to the right. Porcelain toilet, empty shower stall. Quickly she examined the rest of the room and then turned back to the bed, confident that she and her mother were alone. Her mother's profile bore a remarkable resemblance to that of her sister Gifford in the coffin. All points and angles, the emaciated face sunk into the large, softly yielding pillow. The covers made a mound over the body, all white except for a small irregular blotch of red in the very center of the covers, very near to where the hand lay with its tape and its tubing and needle. Mona drew closer, clamped her left hand on the chrome bar of the bed, and touched the red spot. Very wet. Even as she stared at it, the blotch grew bigger. Something seeping up through the covers from below. Roughly, Mona pulled the blanket down from under Alicia's limp arm. Her mother didn't stir. Her mother was dead. The blood was everywhere. The bed was soaked with it. There was a sound behind Mona, and then a female voice spoke in a rasping, unfriendly whisper.
Don't wake her up, dear. We had a hell of a time with her this morning. Check her vital signs lately? Mona asked, turning to the nurse. But the nurse had already seen the blood. I don't think there's much chance of waking her up. Why don't you call my cousin Anne-Marie? She's down in the lobby. Tell her to come up here immediately.
The nurse was an old woman. She picked up the dead woman's hand. At once she set it down, and then she backed away from the bed and out of the room.
Wait a minute, said Mona. Did you see anybody come in here?
But in an instant she knew the question was pointless. This woman was too afraid of being blamed for this to even respond. Mona followed her and watched her rush down to the station, walking about as fast as a person can walk without running. Then Mona went back to the bed. She felt the hand, not ice cold. She gave a long sigh. She could hear footsteps in the corridor, the muffled sound of rubber-soled shoes. She leaned over the bed and brushed her mother's hair back from her face and kissed her. Her cheek held only a tiny bit of fading warmth. Her forehead was already cold. She thought sure her mother would turn her head and look up at her and shout out, "Be careful what you wish for. Didn't I tell you? It might come true." Within minutes the room was filled with staff. Anne-Marie was in the hallway, wiping her eyes with a paper handkerchief. Mona backed off. For a long time she stood at the nurse's station, just listening to everything. An intern had to be called to say that Alicia was legally dead. They had to wait for him, and that would take 20 minutes. It was past 8 o'clock. Meantime, the family doctor had been summoned, and Ryan, of course. Poor Ryan. Oh, God help Ryan. The phone was ringing now continuously. And Lauren? What shape was she in? Mona walked off down the hall. When the elevator door opened, it was the young intern who came out, a kid who didn't look old enough to know if somebody was dead. He passed her without even looking at her. In a daze, Mona rode down to the lobby and walked out the doors. The hospital was on Prytania Street, only 1 block from Amelia and St. Charles, where Mona lived. She walked slowly along the pavement, under the lunar light of the street lamps, thinking quietly to herself. I don't think I want to wear dresses like this anymore. She said it out loud when she stood on the corner. Nope, it's time to dump this dress and this ribbon. Across the street, her home was brightly lighted for once. There were people climbing out of cars, all the crisp excitement already begun. Several Mayfairs had seen her. One was pointing to her. Someone was walking to the corner to reach out towards her, as if that might mean she might not be run down as she crossed the street.
"Well, I don't think I like these clothes any more," she said under her breath as she walked fast before the distant oncoming traffic. "Nope, sick of it. Won't do it any more."
"Mona, darling," said her cousin Gerald.
"Yeah, well, it was just a matter of time," said Mona. "But I sure didn't count on both of them dying. No, didn't see that coming at all."
She walked past Gerald and past the Mayfairs assembled around the gate and the path to the steps.
"Yeah, okay,"
she said to those who tried to speak to her.
"I've got to get out of these ridiculous clothes."
14. Julien's story. It is not the story of my life which you require, but let me explain how I came upon my various secrets. As you know, I was born in the year 1828, but I wonder if you realize what this means. Those were the very last days of an ancient way of life, the last decades in which the rich landowners of the world lived pretty much as they had for centuries. We not only knew nothing of railroads, telephones, victrolas, or horseless carriages. We didn't even dream of such things. And Riverbend, with its vast main house crammed with fine furniture and books, and all its many outbuildings sheltering uncles and aunts and cousins, and its fields stretching as far as the eye could see from the river bank, south and east and west, truly was paradise. Into this world I slipped almost without notice. I was a boy child, and this was a family that wanted female witches. I was a mere prince of the blood, and the court was a loving and friendly place, but no one observed that a little boy had been born who possessed probably greater witches' gifts than any man or woman ever in the family. In fact, my grandmother Marie Claudette was so disappointed that I was not a girl child that she stopped speaking to my mother Marguerite. Marguerite had already given birth to one male, my older brother, Rémy, and now, having had the audacity to bring another into the world, she crashed down completely from favor. Of course, Marguerite rectified this mistake as soon as possible, giving birth in 1830 to Catherine, who was to become her heiress and designee of the legacy, my darling little sister. But a coldness by then existed between mother and daughter, and was never healed in Marie Claudette's lifetime. Also, I personally suspect that Marie Claudette took one look at Catherine and thought, "What an idiot," for that is just what Catherine turned out to be. But a female witch was needed, and Marie Claudette would lay eyes upon a granddaughter before she died. So on to this little witless baby who was bawling in the cradle, Marie Claudette passed the great emerald. Now, as you know, by the time Catherine was a young woman, I had come into my own as a family influence, was much valued as a carrier of witches' gifts, and it was I who fathered, by Catherine, Mary Beth Mayfair, who was the last, in fact, of the great Mayfair witches. I fathered Mary Beth's daughter Stella, as I am sure you also know, and fathered by Stella her daughter Antha. But let me return to the perilous times of my early childhood, when men and women both warned me in hushed voices to be well behaved, ask no questions, defer to the family customs in every regard, and pay no attention to anything strange that I might see pertaining to the realm of ghosts and spirits. It was made known to me in no uncertain terms that strong Mayfair males did not do well. Early death, madness, exile, those were the fates of the troublemakers. When I look back on it, I think it is absolutely impossible that I could have become one of the great passive well-behaved, along with my Oncle Maurice and Leston and countless other goody two-shoes cousins. First of all, I saw ghosts all the time, heard spirits, could see life leaving a body when the body died, could read people's minds, and sometimes even move or hurt matter without even really getting angry or meaning to do it. I was a natural little witch, or warlock, or whatever the word might be. And I can't remember a time when I couldn't see Lasher. He was standing by my mother's chair many a morning when I went in to greet her. I saw him by Catherine's cradle, But he never cast his eyes on me, and I'd been warned very early on that I must never speak to him, nor seek to know who or what he was, or say his name, or make him look at me. My uncles, all very happy men, said, "Remember this, a Mayfair male can have everything he desires, wine, women, and wealth beyond imagining, but he cannot seek to know the family secrets. Leave it in the hands of the great witch, for she sees all and directs all, and upon that principle our vast power has been founded." Well, I wanted to know what this was about. I had no intention of merely accepting the situation, and my grandmother, never someone not to catch the eye, became for me an extreme magnet of curiosity. Meantime, my mother, Marguerite, grew rather distant. She snatched me up and kissed me whenever we chanced to meet, but that wasn't often. She was always going into the city to shop, to see the opera, to dance, to drink, to do God knows what, or locking herself in her study, screaming if anyone dared to disturb her. I found her most fascinating, of course. But my grandmother, Marie Claudette, was more a constant figure, and she became for me, in my idle moments, which were few, a great irresistible attraction. First, let me explain about my other learning, the books. They were everywhere. That wasn't so common in the Old South, believe me. It has never been common among the very rich to read. It is more a middle-class obsession. But we had all been lovers of books, and I cannot remember a time when I couldn't read French, English, and Latin. German? Yes, I had to teach myself that, as well as Spanish and Italian. But I cannot recall a point in childhood where I had not read some of every book we possessed, and in this case that meant a library of such glory you cannot envision it. Most of those volumes have over the years simply rotted away. Some have been stolen. Some I entrusted many decades later to those who would cherish them. But then I had all I wanted of Aristotle, Plato, Plautus and Terence, Virgil and Horace. And I read the night away with Chapman's Homer and Golding's Metamorphoses, a mammoth and charming translation of Ovid. Then there was Shakespeare, whom I adored naturally enough, and lots of very funny English novels, Tristram Shandy and Tom Jones and Robinson Crusoe. I read it all. I read it when I didn't know what it meant until I did. I dragged my books with me about the house, pulling on skirts and jackets and asking, "What does this mean?" and even asking uncles, aunts, cousins, or slaves to read various puzzling passages aloud to me. When I wasn't reading, I was adventuring about with the older boys, both white and black, jumping onto horses bareback, or trekking into the swamps to find snakes, or climbing the swamp cypress and the oaks to watch out for pirates invading from the south. At 2 1/2, I was lost in the swamps during a storm. I almost died, I suppose, but I shall never forget it. And after I was found, I never again suffered any fear of lightning. I think I had my little wits nearly blown out of my head by thunder and lightning that night. I screamed and nothing happened. The thunder and lightning went on. I didn't die, and in the morning I was sitting at the table with my tearful mother having breakfast. The point is this. I learned from everything, and there was plenty to learn from. My principal tutor in those first 3 years of life was in fact my mother's coachman, Octavius, a free man of color and a Mayfair by 5 different lines of descent, from the early ones through their various black mistresses. Octavius was then only 18 or so, and more fun than anyone else on the plantation. My witch powers did not so much frighten him, and when he wasn't telling me to hide them from everybody else, he was telling me how to use them. I learnt from him, for example, how to reach people's thoughts even when they meant to keep them inside, and how to give them suggestions without words, which they invariably obeyed, and how even to force my will with subtle words and gestures on another. I learnt also from him how to cast spells, making the entire world around appear to change for myself and for others who were with me. I also learnt many erotic tricks, for as many children are, I was erotically mad at age 3 and then 4, and would attempt things then which made me blush by the time I was 12, at least for a year or two. But to return to the witches, and how I came to be known to them. My grandmother, Marie Claudette, was always there amongst us. She sat out in the garden with a small orchestra of black musicians to play for her. There were 2 fine fiddlers, both slaves, and several who played the pipes, as we called them, but which were wooden flutes known as recorders. There was one who played a big bass fiddle of a homemade sort, and another who played 2 drums, caressing them with his soft fingers. Marie Claudette had taught these musicians their songs, and soon told me that many such songs came from Scotland. More and more I gravitated to her. The noise I did not like, but I found that if I could get her to take me in her arms, she was sweet and loving and had things to say as interesting as the things I read in the library. She was stately, blue-eyed, white-haired, and picturesque as she lay on a couch of wicker and fancy pillows beneath a canopy that blew just a little in the breeze, sometimes singing to herself in Gaelic, or letting loose long strings of curses on Lasher. For what had happened, you see, was that Lasher had tired of her. He had gone on to serve Marguerite and to hover about Catherine, the new baby. And for Marie Claudette, he had only had an occasional kiss or a word or 2 of poetry. Perhaps every few days or so, he came to beg Marie Claudette's forgiveness for giving all his attentions to Marguerite, and to say in a very pure and beautiful voice, which I could hear, that Marguerite would not have it otherwise. Sometimes when he came to kiss and court Marie Claudette, he was dressed as a man in frock coat and pants, which were then a novelty, you understand. We are only a few decades past tricorn and breeches, and sometimes he had a more rustic look to him, in rawhide garments of a very rough cut, but always his hair was brown and his eyes brown, and he was most beautiful. And guess who came along, all ringlets and smiles, and hopped up into her lap and said, "Gra-mère, tell me why you are so sad. Tell me everything." "Can you see that man who comes to me?" she asked. "Of course," I said, "but everybody says I should lie to you about it, though why I don't know, because he seems to like to be seen, and will even frighten the slaves by appearing to them, for no good reason, it seems to me, except vanity." She fell in love with me at that moment. She smiled approvingly at my observations. She also said she'd never encountered a 2-year-old child who was so bright. I was 2.5, but I didn't bother to point this out. Within a day or 2 of our first real conversation about the man, she began to tell me everything. She told me all about her old home in Saint-Domingue, and how she missed it, about voodoo charms and devil worship in the islands, and how she'd mastered every slave trick for her own purposes. "I am a great witch," she said, "far greater than your mother will ever be, for your mother is slightly mad and laughs at everything. As for the baby Catherine, who knows? Something tells me you had best look out for her. I myself laugh at very little." Every day I jumped in her lap and started asking her questions. The hideous little orchestra played on and on. She would never tell them to stop. But very soon she began to expect me to come, and if I did not, she sent Octavius to find me, wash me, and deliver me. I was happy. Only the music sometimes sounded to me like cats howling. I asked her once if she wouldn't like to listen instead to the song of the birds, but she only shook her head and said that it helped her think to have this background. Meantime, over the din, her tales became more and more involved and filled with colorful pictures and violence. Until the end of her life, she talked to me. In the last days, she brought the orchestra into the bedroom, and while they played, she and I whispered together on the pillow. Basically, she told me how Suzanne, the cunning woman, had called up the spirit Lasher, in error, in Dunelaith, and then been burnt. How her daughter Deborah was taken away by sorcerers from Amsterdam. How the beautiful Deborah was followed by Lasher, and courted by him, and made powerful and rich, only to suffer a horrible death in a French town on the day they tried to burn her, as they had burnt her mother. Then came Charlotte into the picture, daughter of Deborah by one of the sorcerers from Amsterdam, and the strongest of the first three, who used the spirit Lasher as never before to acquire great wealth and influence and unlimited power. And Charlotte, by her own father, Peter van Abel, one of these daring and mysterious Amsterdam wizards, who had for her own good followed her to the New World to warn her of the evil of intercourse with spirits, then conceived Jean-Louise and her twin brother, Peter, and from Jean-Louise and her brother was born Angélique, who had been Marie Claudette's mother. Gold, jewels, coin of every realm, and every luxury this family had acquired. Not even the revolution en Saint-Domingue had destroyed its immense wealth, very little of which rode upon the success of the crops, but was piled up now in a string of safe places. "Your mother does not even know what she possesses," said Marie Claudette, "and the more I think of it, the more important it is that I tell you." I naturally agreed. All this power and wealth, said Grandmère, had come to us through the machinations of this spirit Lasher, who could kill those whom the witch marked for death, torment those whom she marked for madness, reveal to her secrets which other mortals strove to keep, and even acquire jewels and gold by transporting these things magically, though for this the spirit required great energy. A living thing was this spirit, she said, but it took some craft to manage. Look how it had abandoned her of late, and spent all its time hovering about Catherine's crib. "That's because Catherine can't see it," I said. "It's trying very hard. It won't give up, but it's useless." "Ah, is that so? I don't believe it. A granddaughter of mine can't see that thing?" "Go see for yourself. The child's eyes don't move. It cannot see the creature even when it comes in its strongest form, which anyone might touch and feel is solid." "Ah, so you know it does that?" "I hear its footsteps on the stairs," I said. "I know its tricks. It can go from vapor to a solid being, and then in a gust of warm wind vanish." "Oh, you're very observant," she said. "I love you." I was very thrilled to the heart by this, and I told her I loved her too, which I did. She was precious to me. Also, I had come to realize, while sitting on her knee, that I found old people more beautiful in the main than young ones. This was to prove true of me all my life. I love young people too, of course, especially when they are very careless and brave, as my Stella was, or my Mary Beth. But people in the very middle of life, I can hardly tolerate them. Allow me to say, Michael, you are an exception. No, don't speak. Don't break the trance. I won't tell you you are a child at heart, but you do have some childlike faith and goodness in you, and this has been both intriguing to me and somewhat maddening. You have challenged me. Like many a man with Irish blood, you know all sorts of supernatural things are possible, yet you don't care. You go about talking to wooden joists and beams and plaster. Enough. Everything depends on you now. Let me return to Marie Claudette and the particular things she told me about our family ghost. "It has two kinds of voices," she declared. "A voice one can hear only in one's head, and the voice you heard, which can be heard by anyone with the right ears to hear it. And sometimes even a voice so loud and clear that it can be heard by everyone. But that isn't often, you see, for that wears it out. And where does it get its strength? From us. From me, from your mother, and possibly even from you, for I have seen it near me when you were here, and I have seen you look at it. As for the inner voice, it can devil you with it any time, as it has done many an enemy, unless, of course, you are defended against it." "And how do you defend yourself?" I asked. "Can't you guess?" she said. "Let me see how smart you are. You see it with me, which means it appears, no? It summons its strength, it comes together, it becomes a man for a few cherished moments. Then it is gone and exhausted. Why do you think it gives so much of itself to me, instead of merely whispering inside my head, 'Poor old soul, I shall never forget you'?" "To be seen," I said with a shrug. "It's vain." She laughed with delight. "Ah, yes and no.
It has to take form to come to me for a simple reason. I surround myself night and day with music. It cannot get through unless it gathers all its strength and concentrates most fiercely in the manifestation of a human form and a human voice. It must drown out the rhythm which at every moment enchants it and distracts it. Understand, it likes music, of course, but music is a thing with a sway over it, as music sometimes is with wild beasts or mythical persons in stories. And as long as I command my band to play, it cannot plague my mind alone, but must come and tap me on the shoulder. I remember that it was my turn to laugh with delight. The spirit was no worse than me in a way. I had had to learn to concentrate on my grandmother's stories when the music seemed to make it all but impossible. But for Lasher, to concentrate was to exist. When spirits dream, they don't know themselves. I could digress on that, but I have too much to tell, and I'm too tired now. Let me go on. Where was I? Ah, yes, she told me about the power of music over the thing, and how she kept the music near her so that it would be forced to come and pay court, for otherwise it wouldn't have bothered. Does it know this? I asked. Yes and no, she said. It begs me to shut out the din, but I cry and say I cannot. And it then comes to me and kisses my hand, and I look at it. You are right that it is vain. It would be seen again and again, just to be reassured that I have not drifted out of its realm. But it no longer loves or needs me. It has a place in its heart for me. That's all, and that is nothing. You mean it has a heart? I asked. Oh, yes, it loves us all, and we great witches above all things, for we have brought it into knowing itself, and have greatly aided it to increase its power. I see, I said. But what if you didn't want it around any more? If you— Shh! Never say such a thing, she said, not even with trumpets or bells pealing all about you. All right, I said, feeling strongly already that I must never be given the same advice more than once, and I said no more about that. But can you tell me what it is? I asked. A devil, she said. A great devil. I told her, I don't think so. She was amazed. Why do you say that? Who else but the devil would serve a witch? I told her all I knew of the devil, from prayers and hymns and mass and the quick-witted slaves all around me. The devil is just plain bad, I said, and he treats badly all who trust him. This thing is too damned good to us. She agreed, but it was like the devil, she said, in that it would not submit to God's laws, but would come through his flesh and be a man. Why? I said. Isn't it a hell of a lot stronger the way it is? Why would it want to catch yellow fever or lockjaw? She laughed and laughed. It would be flesh to feel all that flesh can feel, to see what men can see, and hear what they can hear, and not have forever to be collecting itself out of a dream and fear the losing of itself. It would be flesh to be real, to be in the world and of the world, and to defy God, who gave it no body. Sounds like it has overrated the whole experience, I said. Or in words that a 3-year-old might choose for pretty much the same thing, for by that age, like many a country child of the times, I'd seen plenty of death and suffering. Once again she laughed, and she said that it would have what it would have, and lavished everything upon us because we served its purpose. It wants strength. Every hour and every day in our presence, we give it strength, and it pushes for one thing, that is the birth of a witch so strong that she can make it once and for all material. Well, that isn't going to be my baby sister Catherine, I said. She smiled and nodded her head. I fear you're right, but the strength comes and goes. You have it. Your brother has none. Don't be so sure, I said. He's more easily frightened. He's seen it, and it has made an ugly face at him to keep him from Catherine's cradle. I don't require ugly faces, nor do I flee from them.
and I have too much sense to overturn Catherine's cradle. But tell me, how is a witch going to make it flesh forever? Even with Mother, I see it solid for more than 2-3 minutes at most. What does it mean to do?" "I don't know," she said. "Truly, I don't know the secret. But let me tell you this while the music plays on, and listen to me carefully. I've never even expressed this in thought to myself, but I confide it to you. When it has what it wants, it shall destroy the entire family." "Why?" I said. "I don't know," she said again very gravely. "It's just what I fear. For I think and I feel in my bones that though it loves us and needs us, it also hates us." I thought about this in quiet. "Of course, it doesn't know this, perhaps," she said, "or does not wish for me to know. The more I think on it, the more I wonder if you weren't sent here to pass on what I have to say to that baby in the cradle. God knows Marguerite will not listen now. She thinks she rules the world, and I fear hell in my old age and crave the company of a cherubic 3-year-old. "Flesh. The thing wants to be flesh," I pressed, for I remember I was almost carried off course by being called cherubic, which I liked very much, and wanted her to digress on my charms. But I went back to the evil thing. "How can it be flesh? Human flesh. What? Would it be born into the world again, or take a body that is dead, or one that is—" "No," she said. "It says it knows its destiny. It says it carries the sketch within itself of what it would be again, and that some day a witch and a man shall make the magical egg from which its form will be made, and into which it will come again, knowing its own form, and the infant soul shall not knock it loose, and all the world will come to understand it." All the world, I thought. "And you said, again. By that you mean the thing has been flesh before?" "It was something before which it is not now. But what it was, I can't rightly tell you. I think it was a creature fallen, damned to suffer intelligence and loneliness in a vaporish form. And it would end the sentence. Through us it wants a strong witch, who can be as the Virgin Mary was to Christ, the vessel of an incarnation." I pondered all this. "It's no devil," I said. "And why do you say that?" she asked again, as if we hadn't discussed this before. "Because," I said, "the devil has more important things to do if he exists at all, and on the point of his existence at all I am not certain." "Where did you get an idea there was no devil?" "Rousseau," I said. "His philosophy argues that the worst evil is in man." "Well," she said, "read some more before you make up your mind." And that was the end of that part of it. But before she died, which was not so long after that at all, she told me many things about this spirit. It killed through fright mostly. In the form of a man, it startled coachmen and riders at night, causing them to veer off the road and into the swamps. And sometimes it even frightened the horses as well as the men, which was proof that it was indeed material. It could be sent to stalk a mortal man or woman, and tell in its own childish way what that person had done all the livelong day, but one had to interpret its peculiar expressions carefully. It could steal, of course, small things mostly, though sometimes whole banknotes for considerable amounts. And it could come into mortals for a bit of time, to see through their eyes and feel through their hands, but this was never long-lasting. Indeed, the battle left it fatigued and often more tormented than it had been before, and it oftentimes killed whom it had possessed out of sheer rage and envy. This meant one had to be very careful in helping it with such tricks, for the innocent body used for such purposes might very well be destroyed after. Such had happened to one of Marie Claudette's nephews, she told me, one of my very own cousins, before she had learnt to control the thing, and make it obey or starve it with silence and covering her eyes and pretending not to hear it. "It is not so hard to torture at times," she said. "It feels and it forgets and it weeps. I don't envy it." "Me neither," I said aloud, and she said, "Never scorn it. It will hate you for that. Look away always when you see it." Like hell, I thought, but I didn't confess it. It wasn't more than a month after that she died. I was out in the swamps with Octavius. We had run away to live in the wild like Robinson Crusoe. We had docked our little flat-bottomed boat and had made a camp, and while he gathered wood, I tried to make fire with what we already had and was having no success at it. When suddenly the kindling in my hand leapt into flames, and I looked up, and what should I see but Marie Claudette, my beloved grandmother, only looking more splendid and vigorous than she ever had in old age, with full rosy cheeks and a beautiful soft mouth. She picked me up off the ground, kissed me, and then set me down, and she was gone, like that, and the little fire was blazing. I knew what it meant. Farewell. She was dead. I insisted we go back to Riverbend immediately, and as we drew closer and closer to the house, we came into a heavy storm and had, at last, to run through the water against a fierce wind filled with leaves and debris and even sharp stones, until we came to the gates, and the slaves ran to shelter us with blankets. Marie Claudette was indeed dead, and when I sobbed and told my mother how I knew, I think for the very first time in her life she actually saw me. I had been a cuddly thing, of course, but in that moment she spoke to me not as one does to a dog or a child, but as to a human being. You saw her, and she gave you her kiss, she said. And then right there in the sick room, with everyone sobbing and the shutters banging in the wind, and the priest in a state of terror, the damned fiend appeared over my mother's shoulder, and our eyes met, and his were soft with a plea, and filled with tears for me to see, and then, of course, like that, he vanished. That's the way my own tale will end, don't you think? You will tell the final words. Then Julien vanished. And where will I be? Where will I go? Was I in heaven before you called me here, or in hell? I am so weary I don't care any more, and that is perhaps a blessing. But to return to that long-ago noisy moment when the rain was blowing in, and my grandmother lay neat and small on the bed beneath layers of pretty lace, and my mother, gaunt and dark-haired, stared at me, and the fiend behind took the form of a handsome man, and little Catherine cried in the cradle. It was the beginning of my true life as my mother's cohort. First, after the funeral and the burial in the parish cemetery — we Catholics never had cemeteries on our own land, but only in consecrated ground — my mother went mad, and I was the only witness. Halfway up the stairs, coming home from the graveyard, she began to scream, and I rushed behind her into her room before she bolted the doors to the gallery. Then she gave one aching cry after another. All this was grief for her mother, and what she had not done, and had not said, but then it passed from grief into great wild anger. Why could this spirit not prevent death? Lasher, Lasher, Lasher! She caught up the feather pillows from the bed and ripped the cloth and strewed the feathers everywhere. If you've never seen such a spectacle, you might rip up such a pillow and give it a try. There isn't anything quite like it. And she tore up 3 pillows in her rage, and soon the entire air was full of feathers, and in the midst of them she screamed, and looked more miserable and forlorn than any being I have ever beheld in all my little life. And soon I began to weep helplessly. She held tight to me. She begged my forgiveness that she'd shown me such a sight. We lay down together, and finally she cried herself to sleep, and the night descended upon the plantation, which, in those days of precious few oil lamps and candles, brought everything to an early halt, and finally only silence. It must have been past midnight when I awoke. I don't recall the face of the clock, only the feeling of deep night, and that it was spring, and that I wanted to push through the netting which surrounded our bed, and walk outside and talk to the moon and stars for a while. Well, I managed to sit up, and there before me was the thing itself, sitting on the side of the bed, and it reached out its white hand for me. I did not scream. There was no time. For all at once I felt the stroke of its fingers on my cheek, and it felt good to me. Then it seemed the air around me made a caress, and the thing, having dissolved, was kissing me with invisible lips and touching me and filling my body with whatever pleasure it could feel at so young an age, which, as you probably remember, was something. After it was finished with me, and I lay there, a little puddle of baby juice beside my mother's sleeping body, I saw it material again, this being standing by the window. I climbed out of bed, weak and confused by the pleasure I'd felt, and went towards it. I reached out to take its hand, which dangled at its side like a man's hand, and then it looked down at me and gave me its most tearful gaze, and together we pushed the window netting aside and went out on the gallery. It seemed to me that it trembled in the light, that it vanished some 3 or 4 times only to reappear, and then it died away, leaving the air very warm behind it. I stood in the warmth, and I heard its voice for the first time in my head, its private, confiding voice.
"I have broken my vow to Deborah."
Which was what? I asked.
"You do not even know who Deborah was, you miserable child of flesh and blood,"
it said, and went on with some hysterically funny pronouncement upon me that seemed made up of all the worst doggerel in the library. Mind you, I was nearly 4 by this time, and I couldn't claim to know poetry as anything more than song, but I knew when the words were downright preposterous, and the cunning laughter of the slaves had taught me this too. I knew pomposity. "I know who Deborah was," I said, and I told it then the story of Deborah as told to me by Marie Claudette, of how she had risen high and then been accused of witchcraft.
Betrayed by her husband and sons she was, and before that by her father, I her father, and I took my vengeance upon him. It said, I took my vengeance on him for what he and his ilk had done to her, and to me.
The voice broke off. I had the distinct feeling in my little 3-year-old mind that it had been about to launch on another long song of rotten poetry, but had changed its mind at the last minute.
You understand what I say?
It asked.
I vowed to Deborah that I would never smile upon a male child, nor favor a male over a female.
Yes, I know what you are saying, I said. And also my grandmamma told me. Deborah was born in the Highlands, a Mary-begot bastard child of the May rebels, and her father was most likely the lord of the land himself, and did not raise a finger when her mother, Suzanne, was burnt at the stake, a poor persecuted witch who knew almost nothing.
Aye,
he said.
So it was. So it was. My poor Suzanne, who called me from the depths like a child who pulls a snake from a deep pond without knowing. Stringing syllables in the air, she called my name, and I heard her. And it was indeed the lord of the land, the chief of the clan of Unabridged, who got her with child, and then shivered in fear when they burnt her. Unabridged. Can you see that word? Can you make it in letters? Go there and see the ruins of the castle I laid waste. See the graves of the last of that clan, stricken from the earth, until such time as... Until such time as what? And then it said nothing more, but went back again to caressing me. I was musing. And you, I asked, are you male or female, or simply a neuter thing? Don't you know? It asked. I wouldn't ask if I did, I answered. Male, it said. Male, 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 male. I stifled my own giggles at its pride and ranting, but I must confess that from then on it was in my mind both an it and a he, as you can hear from my story. At some times it seemed so devoid of common sense that I could only perceive it as a monstrous thing, and at other times it took on a distinct character. So bear with my vacillation, if you will. When calling it by name, I often thought of it as he, and in my angry moments stripped it of its sex and cursed it as too childish to be anything but neuter. You will see from this tale that the witches saw it variously as he and it, and there were reasons. But let me return to the moment, the porch, the being caressing me. When I grew tired of its embrace and I turned around, there was my mother in the doorway, watching all of this, and she reached out and clutched me to herself and said to it, You shall never hurt him. He is a harmless boy. And I think then it answered her in her head, because she grew quiet. It was gone. That was all I knew for certain. The next morning,
I went at once to the nursery, where I still slept with Rémi and Catherine and some other sweet cousins best forgotten. I could not write very well, and understand now on this point, many people in those years could read, but couldn't write. In fact, to read but not to write was common. I could read anything, as I've said, and words like transubstantiation rolled off my tongue both in English and in Latin. But I had only just begun to form written letters with agility and speed, and I had a hell of a time recording what the fiend had said, but finally asking, "How do you spell?" of everybody who chanced to pass through the room. I got it down, exactly. And if you want to know, those words are still scratched deep in the little desk, a thing handmade of cypress, which is in the far back attic now, and which you, Michael, have touched with your own hands once as you repaired the rafters there. Until such time as, those were the words the fiend had spoken, which struck me as powerfully significant. I determined then and there to learn to write, and did so within 6 months, though my handwriting did not assume its truly polished form till I was near 12. My early writing was fast and clumsy. I told my mother all the fiend had told me. She was filled with fear. "It knows our thoughts," she said at once in a whisper. "Well, these are not secrets," I said, "but even if they were, let us play music if we want to talk of them." "What do you mean?" asked she. "Didn't your own mother tell you?" No, she confessed her mother had not. So I did. And she began to laugh as wildly as she had cried the night before, clapping her hands and even sinking down upon the floor and drawing up her knees. At once she sent for the very musicians who had played for her mother. And under cover of the wild band, which sounded like drunken gypsies fighting musical war with Cajuns of the bayou over matters of life and death, I told her everything Marie Claudette had told me. Meantime, the spirit appeared in the room, behind the band, where his manly form could not be seen by them but only by us, and began to dance madly. Finally, the shaky apparition fell to rocking back and forth, and then vanished. But we could still feel its presence in the room, and that it had fallen into the band's repetitive and distinctly African rhythm. We spoke under this cover. Marguerite had not cared for ancient history. She had never heard the word Dunelaith. She did not remember much about Suzanne. She was glad I had taken note of this, and there were history books which she would give to me. Magic was her passion, she explained, and told me in detail how her mother had never appreciated her talents. Early on she, Marguerite, had befriended the powerful voodooienne of New Orleans. She'd learned from them, and she would now heal, spellbind, and cast curses with good effect. And in all this Lasher was her slave and devotee and lover. There began a conversation between my mother and me, which was to last all her life, in which she gave me everything she knew without compromise, and I gave to her all that I knew as well. And I was close to her at last, and in her arms, and she was my mother. But it was soon clear to me that my mother was mad, or shall we say she was maniacally focused upon her magical experiments. It seemed a certainty in her mind that Lasher was the devil, and that anything else he might have said was lies. Indeed, the only truth I'd given her was the trick of shutting him out by music. Her real passions lay in hunting the swamps for magical plants, talking to the old black women of bizarre cures, and attempting to transform things through the use of chemicals and telekinetic power. Of course, we did not use that word then. We didn't know it. She was certain of Lasher's love. She had had the girl child, and would try to have another, stronger girl, if that was what he wanted. But with every passing year she became less interested in men, more addicted to the fiend's embraces, and altogether less coherent. Meantime, I was growing fast, and just as I had been a miracle of a 3-year-old, I became a miracle at every age, continuing my reading, and my adventures, and my intercourse with the demon. The slaves knew now that I had it in my power. They came to me for aid. They begged a cure from me when they were ill, and very soon I had supplanted my mother as the object of mystery. Now here, Michael, I face a clear choice. I can tell you all that Marguerite and I learnt and how, or I can go on ahead with those things which are most important. Let me choose a compromise and make a swift summary of our experiments. But before I do, let me say that my sister Catherine was coming along, utterly lacking in guile, but beautiful as she was innocent, a flower I adored and wished to protect, and knowing it pleased the fiend when I shepherded her about, I did it all the more willingly. But I conceived a great love for her in my own right, and I came to realize that she did in fact see the man, but that he frightened her. She seemed shy of all that was unwholesome or otherworldly. Of our mother she was terrified, and with reason. Marguerite's experiments were becoming ever more reckless. If a baby was born dead on our land, she wanted it. The slaves tried to hide from her their lost children, lest these poor beings end up in jars in Marguerite's study. And one of my keenest memories of those times is of Marguerite dashing into the house with a bundle in her hands, and then flashing at me her eager smile and throwing back the cloth to reveal a tiny dead black baby form, and then covering it up again in jubilation as she went to lock herself in her study. Meantime, the spirit was ever attentive. It put gold coins in my pockets every day. It warned me when amongst my cousins I had some petty enemy. It stood guard over my room, and once struck down a thieving runaway who sought to steal the few jewels I possessed. And when I was alone, it often came to me and caressed me, and gave me pleasure more keening than any I could achieve with others. And this it did, too, with Marguerite faithfully, and all the while it tried its blandishments on Catherine, but seemed to get nowhere with her. She had it in her head that such evil pleasures as were offered to her in the dark of night were mortal sin. I think she was perhaps the first of the witches to actually believe this, and how the Catholic conception took root in her so strong and so soon, before the fiend could carry her off into erotic dreams, I can't honestly say. If you believe in God, you might say God was with her. I don't think so. Whatever, my mother and I, tiring of my grandmother's awful band, soon hired a piano player and a fiddler to play for us. The spirit seemed at first to delight in this, as it had in the cacophonous band. In dazzling male form, it would appear in the room, spellbound and happy to reveal it. But it came to realize we whispered to each other under the notes of the song, and it couldn't hear or know what we thought or planned. It became fiercely angry. We needed louder music to shut it out, and brought back the others to create their din. And then we saw that what was most effective was melody and rhythm. Noise alone was not sufficient to do it. Meantime, as we prospered, as the plantation was flush, and our money seemed to breed upon itself in foreign banks, and our cousins married far and wide, the name Mayfair became greater and greater along the river coast, and we reigned supreme on our own land. No one could bother us or touch us. I was 9 years old when I demanded of the fiend, "What is it you really want of us, of my mother and me?"
"What I want of you all," he said, "that you make me flesh."
And, imitating the band, it began to sing these words over and over, and shake the objects in the room to the rhythm as if it were a drum, until I put my hands over my ears and begged for mercy.
"Laughter," he said, "laughter."
"Which means what?" I asked.
"I am laughing at you, because I too can make music to make you rock."
I laughed. "You're right," I said, "and you say this word because you cannot actually laugh."
"Just so," he said petulantly. "When I am flesh, I shall laugh again."
"Again?" said I. He said nothing. Ah, this moment is so clear in my memory. I stood out on the upper gallery of the house, shielded somewhat by the banana leaves that stroked the wooden banisters. And out on the river, ships made their way north to the port through the channels. All the fields lay in warm spring sunlight, and below on the grass my cousins played, some 40 or 50 of them, all below the age of 12, and around them in rocking chairs sat the uncles and aunts fanning themselves and chatting. And here I stood with this thing, my hands on the rail, my face very grave, most likely for the age of 9, trying to get at the heart of it.
"All this I have given you,"
he said, as if he had read my emotions more clearly than I had myself.
"Your family is my family. I will bring blessing upon blessing. You do not know what wealth can give. You are too young. You will come to see that you are a prince in a great kingdom. No crowned head in Europe enjoys such power as you have."
"I love you," I said mechanically to it, and sought to believe this for an instant, as if I were seducing a mortal adult.
"I shall continue," he said. "Protect Catherine until she can bear a girl child. Carry on the line. Catherine is weak. Strong ones will come. It must happen."
I pondered. "This is all I can do?" I asked.
"For now,"
he said.
"But you are very strong, Julian. Things will come into your mind, and when you see what is to be done, I shall see it."
Again I pondered. I studied the happy throng on the lawn. My brother was calling for me to come down and play. They would be taking a boat out soon to the bayou. Did I want to come with them? I saw then 2 founts of enterprise at work now in this family. One was the witch's fount, to use the spirit to acquire wealth and advantage, and the other was the natural or normal fount, already bubbling with a great strong flow that might not be stopped were the spirit destroyed. Once again it answered me.
"War on me, and I destroy all this. You are living now because Catherine needs you."
I didn't answer. I went inside, took my diary, went down to the parlor, and urged the musicians to play loud and strong, and then I wrote my thoughts in my diary. Meantime, my gifts and those of my mother were growing stronger. We healed, as I have said. We cast spells. We sent Lasher to spy upon those about whom we would know the truth, and sometimes to gauge the financial changes of the future. This was no easy thing, and the older I became, the more I realized my mother was slowly becoming too mad to do much of anything practical. Indeed, our cousin Augustin, manager of the plantation, was pretty much doing what he wanted with its profits. By the time I was 15, I knew 7 languages and could write very well in any one, and was now the unofficial overseer and manager of the entire plantation. My cousin Augustin grew jealous of me, and so in a fit of rage I shot him. This was an awful moment. I had not meant to kill him. Indeed, he was the one who had produced the gun and threatened me, and I in my rage had snatched it from his hand and fired the ball into his forehead. My plan had been short range, that is, to knock him about, and voila, he was totally and finally dead forever. No one could have been more surprised than I was, not even him, wherever he went, for I did see his soul rise, befuddled and staring through a vague human form as it disintegrated. The whole family went into chaos. The cousins fled to their cottages, the city cousins to their townhouses in New Orleans. Indeed, the plantation shut down in mourning for Augustin, and the priest came and the funeral preparations commenced. I sat in my room weeping. I imagined that I would be punished for my crime, but very soon I realized that nothing of the sort was going to happen. No one was going to touch me. Everyone was frightened. Even Augustin's wife and children were frightened. They had come to tell me they knew it was an accident, and did not want to risk my disfavor. My mother watched this with astonished eyes, barely interested at all, and said, "Now you can run things as you like." And the spirit came, nudging me playfully, delighted it could knock the quill pen out of my hand, and give me a start with a smile in the mirror.
"Julian," it said, "I could have done this thing stealthily for you. Put away your gun. You do not need it."
"Can you so easily kill?"
Laughter.
I told it then of 2 enemies I had made. One a tutor who had insulted my beloved Catherine, and another a merchant who had crassly cheated us. Kill them, I said. The fiend did. Within the week both had met a bad end, one beneath the wheels of a carriage, the other thrown from his horse.
It was simple, said the fiend.
So I see, said I. I think I was fairly drunk with my power. And remember, I was only 15, and this was the time before the war, when we were still isolated from all the world beyond us. As it turned out, Augustin's descendants left our land. They went deep into the bayou country and built the beautiful plantation of Prowl. But that is another story. Some day you must journey up the river road and over the Sunshine Bridge and into that land, and see the ruins of Prowl, for many, many things happened there. But let me only say now that with Tobias, the eldest son of Augustin, I was never reconciled. He had been a toddler on the night of the killing, and in later years his hate for me remained great, though his line was prosperous and they kept to the name Mayfair, and their progeny married with our progeny. This was one of many branches of the family tree, but it was one of the strongest, and, as you know, Mona comes from this line and from my later entanglement with it. Now, to return to our day-to-day life, as Catherine became more and more beautiful, Marguerite began to fade, as if some vital energy were drawn from her by her daughter. But nothing of the sort really happened. Marguerite was only mad with her experiments of trying to bring the dead infants back to life, of inviting Lasher to plunge into their flesh and make the limbs move, but he could never restore the soul itself. The idea was preposterous. Nevertheless, she delved deep and drew me with her into magic. We sent for books from all over the world. The slaves came to us for medicines for every illness, and we grew stronger and stronger, so that soon we could cure many common aches with the simple laying on of hands, and Lasher was always our ally in this, and if the demon knew some secret that would cure the sick one, that he had been accidentally poisoned perhaps, it would make these secrets known to us. When I was not at my experiments, I was with Catherine, taking her to New Orleans to see the opera, the ballet, whatever dramas we could, showing her the fine restaurants, and taking her for walks so that she might see the world itself, which a woman could not really do without an escort. She was, as always, innocent and full of love, slight of build, dark, and perhaps a little feeble-minded. It began to penetrate to me that in our inbreeding we had encouraged certain weaknesses. In fact, now amongst my cousins I began to study these things, and feeble-mindedness of a certain charming sort was definitely part of it. There were also among us many with witches' gifts, and some even with witches' marks, a black mole or birth pattern of peculiar shape, a sixth finger. Indeed, the sixth finger was a common thing, and could take various forms. It might be a tiny digit projecting from the outside edge of the hand, an adjunct to the little finger, or it could be near the thumb and sometimes a second thumb. But wherever it appeared, you can be sure someone was ashamed of it. Meantime, I had read the history of Scotland under the fiend's nose, most likely without his being aware of it. For if I had a fiddler standing by, playing a dreary melody as I read, the fiend hardly noticed anything. Indeed, he often tired of being invaded by the music, as it were, and went off to court my mother. Well and good. Dunelaith was not a town of importance, but there were some old stories that told it once had been, and that a great cathedral had stood there. Indeed, there had been a school and a great saint in those parts, and Catholics had journeyed for miles and miles to worship at his shrine. I kept this information for future use. I would go there. I would find the history of these people of Dunelaith. Meanwhile, my mother laughed at all this, and under the cover of music said, "Ask him questions. You will soon discover he is no one or anything, and comes from hell. It's that simple." I took up the theme with it. And, sure enough, what she had said was true. I would say, "Who made the world?" And on it would go about mist and land, and spirits always being there, And then I would say, "And Jesus Christ, did you witness his birth?" And it would say that there was no time where it lived, and it saw only witches. I spoke of Scotland, and it wept for Suzanne, and told me that she had died in fear and pain, and Deborah had watched with solemn eyes before the evil wizards of Amsterdam came to fetch her. And who were these wizards, I asked, and the fiend said, "You will know soon enough. They watch you. Beware of them, for they know all and can bring harm to you." "Why don't you kill them?" I said. "Because I would know what they know," he said, "and there is no real reason. Beware of them. They are alchemists and liars." "How old are you?" "Ageless." "Why were you in Dunelaith?" Silence. "How did you come to be there?" "Suzanne called me, I told you." "But you were there before Suzanne." "There is no there before Suzanne." And so on it went, intriguing but never really advancing the story very far or revealing a practical secret. "It is time for you to come and help your mother. Your strength is necessary." This meant, of course, help Marguerite with her experiments. All right, I thought, though if she keeps burning those stinking candles and mumbling Latin words of which she doesn't know the meaning, I am leaving. I followed Lasher into her rooms. She had just come in with an infant, feeble but alive, which had been left at the church door by its slave mother. The infant cried, a tiny brown creature with curling brown hair and a little pink mouth that could break your heart. It seemed too small to survive very long. She was delighted with it. She put me in mind at once of a little boy playing with a bug in a jar, so savage was her interest, and so disconnected was she from the fact that this fragile wailing thing was human. She shut the doors, lighted the candles, and then knelt beside the child and invited Lasher to go inside it. With a great chant she egged the demon on. Into its limbs, see through its eyes, speak through its mouth, live in its breath and in its heartbeat. The room seemed to swell and to contract, though of course it did not, and all that could rattle was moved, and the noise became a subtle murmuring, bottles jiggling, bells tinkling, shutters fluttering in the wind. And then this tiny baby before my eyes began to change. It coordinated its tiny limbs, and the expression of its little face became malevolent, or merely adult-like. It was no longer an infant at all, but a hideous mannequin of sorts, for though it had not changed physically, a grown man was inside it and manipulating it, and spoke now in a gurgling voice. "I am Lasher. See me here." Grow strong," declared Marguerite, holding up both her fists. "Julien, command it to grow. Stare at its arms and legs. Command them to grow." I did, and against all I believed, I saw that its little legs and arms were lengthening. Indeed, the eyes of the infant, pale blue at birth, were now suddenly dark brown, and its hair slowly darkened as well, as though absorbing a dark liquid. Its skin, on the other hand, began to pale. Color pulsed in its cheeks. Its legs, for one instant, were stretched like tentacles, and then the little thing died. Just died. Let out a cry and died. And Marguerite grabbed it off the bed and threw it at the dresser mirror. The little one splashed with blood and gore on the glass, but didn't break it, and down it tumbled, one nameless dead child among her perfumes, potions, and hair combs. The room was trembling again. He was near, and then gone, and the cold was all around us. It was as if Lasher had taken the balmy heat with him. She sat down and wept. "It's always so. We get that far, and the vessel is too weak to contain him. He destroys what he changes. How will he ever be flesh? And now he is so tired from what he has done that he cannot come to us. We must wait and let him drift and recollect. There is nothing to be done for it." I was spellbound by what I'd seen. I wanted to go out and write it down. She stopped me. "What can we do to make him flesh?" she said. "Well, don't try with an infant, for one thing. Try with the body of a man. Find someone disabled in mind and body too, perhaps, who is already near to death, someone who cannot resist any more than an infant could, and see if Lasher can go into it.
Ah, but he said that from a little child he must grow, a little child like the infant in the manger.
Lasher said this? When? I asked, and took note of this along with all its other little slips.
From a little child he will be born, from the most powerful witch, but the baby shall start out small as the Christ child, but if only we could bring him into the flesh now, think what we would have done, and then we could bring back the dead in the very same fashion.
You think so?
Come here, she said.
She took me by the hand and dropped to her knees and pulled a small trunk from beneath the bed, and in it lay dolls of bone and hair and carefully stitched clothes. And mark, Michael, they weren't rotted, as they were when you saw them. They were swaddled in lace and surrounded in some cases with beautiful jewels and strands of pearls, and they peered at us with their tiny specks for eyes.
These are the dead, she said. See? This is Marie Claudette.
She lifted a tiny doll with gray hair, clothed in red taffeta, and made from a stocking, it seemed, and filled with things that felt like pebbles.
Parings of her nails, one bone from her hand, taken by me from her grave, and her hair, lots of her hair. That is what makes up this doll. And within the hour of her death, I had taken the spittle from her mouth and soaked its face, and the blood she had vomited, and smeared that as well on the doll beneath its clothing. Now hold it, and you will see she is here.
She put the doll in my hands, and in a flash I saw the living Marie Claudette. I was knocked backwards by the shock. I stared down at this thing of cloth. I squeezed it again, and there she stood, motionless for an instant, staring at me. I called out to her. I did this over and over again, summoning her, seeing her, calling to her, and then losing her. "This is nothing," I said. "She is not there."
No, but she is, and she speaks to me."
"I don't believe it." I squeezed the doll once more and said, "Grand-mère, tell me the truth." And then I heard a tiny voice in my head which said, "I love you, Julien." Of course, I knew it was not Marie Claudette speaking to me. It was Lasher. But how was I to prove this? I did a daring thing. So that my mother could hear, I said, Marie Claudette, beloved Grand-mère, do you remember the day that as the band played we buried my little wooden toy horse in the garden? Do you remember how I cried in the poem which you told to me?" Yes, my child," said the secret voice, and the image, which both my mother and I could see, held fast for the longest time, yet a graceful vision of Marie Claudette as she had been the last time I ever glimpsed her. "The poem," I said, "help me to recall it." "Think back, my child, you will remember," said the ghost. And then I said, "Ah, yes, toy horse, ride on into the fields of heaven." "Ah, yes," she said, and repeated this line with me. I threw down the doll. "This is nonsense," I declared. "I never owned a toy wooden horse. I never had an interest in such things. I never buried it in the yard, and I never wrote any stupid poem to it." The fiend went into a frenzy. My mother threw her hands over me to protect me. Everything was flying about, furniture, bottles, jars, books. It was worse than all those feathers had been, and things were raining down upon us. "Stop," my mother declared. "Who will protect Catherine?" The room grew quiet. "Do not become my enemy, Julien," said the thing. I was at this point scared to death. I'd proved my point. This thing was a liar. This thing was not the repository of any sanctified wisdom, and this thing could kill me all right, as surely as it had my enemies, and I had made it very angry. I was wily. "All right, you would be flesh?" "I would be flesh. I would be flesh. I would be flesh." Then we shall proceed with our experiments in earnest. Michael, you yourself have seen the fruits of those years. When you came to this house, you saw the human heads rotted in their jars of fluid. You saw the infants swimming there in darkness. You saw the sum total of our accomplishments. So let me be brief about these dark disasters and what we did. And I did, out of fear of the thing, and seeing myself sinking into deeper and deeper evil. It was the year 1847 by this time. Catherine was a lithe thing of 17, courted by cousins and strangers alike, but showed no desire to marry. The poor girl's most wicked pleasure, in fact, was to let me dress her as a boy and take her with me to the quadroon balls and to the riverfront drinking places where no true white woman could ever enter. All this was fun and sport for her, and I loved it too, seeing this seamy, rotten world through her pretty eyes. But, as all that went on, as the city grew rich and yearly full of more diversions, I carried out with Marguerite, in the privacy of the study, our worst sacrifices to the demon. Our first victim of any note was a voodoo doctor, a mulatto, with yellow hair, very old, but still strong, whom we stole from his front steps and took to Riverbend, plying him with fancy words and wine and heaps of gold, and assuring him we would know what he knew of God and the devil. He had been possessed by many a spirit, he averred. Fine, we have a nice one for you. We talked voodoo and we talked trash and lies. We had him ripe to welcome this powerful god, Lasher. In Marguerite's rooms, with the doors bolted once more, we called Lasher down into this man, who of his own free will surrendered to the possession. At first, the creature lay still, a small-boned old man, skin very pale, hair very yellow, and then as he opened his eyes we saw another life was inside him. The eyes fixed upon us, and the mouth moved, and a voice deeper than that of the man himself, yet from the same throat, said, "Ah, my beloveds, I see you." The voice was flat and horrid. Indeed, it roared from the mouth, and the eyes of the creature were wild and without intelligent expression. "Sit up," declared Marguerite. "Be strong, take possession." And she urged me to say these words with her, and we repeated them again, our eyes fixed on the thing. The man rose up, arms outstretched, and then these were let to flop at his sides, and he almost toppled over. He struggled to his feet, and then he did fall, but we rushed to catch him. His fingers wriggled in the air, and then he managed to close one hand on my neck, which I didn't particularly like, but I knew he was too weak to do me any harm, and it said again in that awful voice, "My beloved Julian." "Take possession of the being forever," cried Marguerite. "Take this body as if it were your right." And then the whole body began to tremble, and before my eyes once more, as it happened with the infant, the hair of the creature began somewhat to darken, and it seemed the face was wildly contorted. And then the poor old body fell dead in our arms, and if the old man was there again, even for an instant, we never knew it. But as we laid him down upon the bed, Marguerite made a careful study. She showed me patches of his skin which had been rendered white, and the parts of the hair which were distinctly dark, as if some energy had erupted from within and changed these things. I noted it was only the new and short hair which had changed, and the skin was already fading back to its yellowish hue. "What do we do with all this, Mother? We must keep it secret from the family." "Well, of course," she said, "but first we take off the head here to save it." I collapsed in exhaustion, sitting against the wall, crossing my ankles and watching in silence as she slowly severed the man's head, using a hatchet for the purpose. And then I saw this thing immersed in the chemical she had so lately bought for the purpose, and the jar sealed, and the man's eyes staring out at me. By then Lasher had gathered his wits, if that's what they were, and he was there, a human-looking male, strong beside her, and I remember that moment as perfectly as any other. The fiend standing there in the form of an innocent man, wide-eyed and almost sweet, and Marguerite clamping the top on that jar and holding it up to the light and talking baby talk to the head inside. "You've done well, little head, you've done well. Then back she went to scribbling about future experiments. Michael, when you came to this house and saw the jars, you saw all that ever resulted from this magic. There was nothing more. But how were we to know that? With each new victim we grew more cunning and bold, and more hopeful. We learnt that the body must be strong, not old, and that a youngster with no family or home was our best prospect. I lived in dread Catherine would find out. Catherine was my joy. I sat sometimes looking at Catherine and thinking, if only you knew, yet I could not draw myself away from my mother or from the thing, from any of it. Catherine was my innocent self, perhaps, the child I had never been, the good one I had never cared to be. I loved her. As for my machinations with the fiend, I enjoyed them. I took a secret pleasure even in catching the victims and bringing them home, leading them up the steps and inducing them to make themselves proper vessels. Each experiment brought me to a powerful level of excitement. The flickering candles, the victim on the bed, the possession itself, it was all hypnotic. Lasher, too, began to express his preferences. Bring those of light complexion and hair, so that he could change them more easily to what he wanted. And for longer periods of time he walked and talked in their bodies. Some superficial mutation was always accomplished, but that's all it ever was. It was skin and it was hair and no more. And the victim inevitably died as the result. But the spirit loved it. The spirit soon lived for it.
I would see the moon tonight with human eyes, Lasher said. Bring a child to me. I would dance to the music tonight with human feet. Have the fiddlers outside the door, and bring me legs that know dancing.
And to reward us, the thing brought us gold and jewels beyond imagining. I was always finding money in my pockets, and ever more prosperous we grew, the thing warning us when to take our investments out of this or that place, and never failing in this. Something else happened as well. The thing began to imitate me. I saw it. This stemmed from a few careless remarks of mine. Why must you look like that when you appear, so prim, so dusty?
Suzanne thought this was a handsome man. What would you have me look like?
And in a few carefully chosen words, I designed its clothes for it. Thereafter, it appeared exactly like me to frighten me and amuse me, and we soon discovered that it could fool others on this score completely. I could leave it at my desk, pretending to be me, and run away, and people thought I had never left the house at all. It was marvelous. Of course, it could be nothing solid for very long, but it was getting stronger and stronger. And something else had come clear to me. The thing, though it gave me pleasure whenever I desired it, had no jealousy of others where I was concerned. Indeed, the thing liked to watch such goings-on, with lovers, whores, mistresses. The thing often hovered about my armoires, causing my coats to stir in the wind as he touched them. The thing was taking me as some sort of interesting model. Whereas Marguerite now kept to her mad laboratory night and day, I went forth into the city, and with me the fiend went, observing everything. And I felt great power to have it at my side, my secret confidant, my supernatural eye, my guardian. And now when Marguerite and I did hide from it beneath music, it appeared and danced, as it had once appeared to Marie Claudette. That is, our shutting it out made it show its strength, and in dandified clothes it put on a show, distracting us as we distracted it, flinging itself into the melody. If there was anyone at Riverbend who had not seen this fiend in material form for at least 30 seconds, that person was either blind or crazy. Michael, I could tell you so much, but it is not the story of my life that matters. Suffice it to say, I lived as few men ever have, learning what I wanted, and doing what I wanted, and enjoying all manner of pleasure. And the fiend was my best lover, of course, always. No man or woman kept me from it for long.
Laughter, Julien. Am I not better?
You are, I must confess, I said, flinging myself back on the bed, and letting it go to work, pulling at my clothes and caressing me. "Why do you love so to do it?" I asked.
"You become warm. You become close. I am close. We are nearly together. You are beautiful, Julia. We are men, you and I."
Makes sense, I thought, and, drunk on erotic pleasure, I gave myself to it for days on end, emerging finally to go to the city again and amuse myself in some other way, lest I go as mad as my mother. Of course, I now knew the experiments would never get us anywhere. Lasher's addiction to possession was all that kept us going. Marguerite, meantime, was now officially mad, but no one cared. Why should they? We were a family of hundreds. My brother, Remy, had married and had numerous children, both by his wife and by his quadroon mistress. There were Mayfairs to the left and Mayfairs to the right, and many of our ilk went into town and built fine houses throughout the city. If the head witch kept to her rooms during the lavish picnics we gave or the balls we held, who cared? No one missed her. I was there, dancing with Catherine, of course, who broke the hearts of all the young men who chased after her. Catherine, now past 25 years of age, an old maid in the south of those times, but so beautiful no one dared even think such a thing, and so wealthy, of course, that she need never marry. In fact, it soon came clear to me that she was afraid to marry. Of course, my mother and I had told her what we could, and she had been horrified. She didn't want to have a child, for fear the evil seed would be carried on. "I shall die a virgin," she said, "and that will be the end. There will be no more witches." "Any comments?" I asked Lasher.
"Laughter,"
was his solitary reply.
"She is human. Humans crave each other's company. Humans crave little ones. There are many cousins to choose from. Look at those who have the marks. Look at those who see."
I did. I pushed every Mayfair with a witch's gift into Catherine's face for all the good it did. She was a dreamy, sweet sort. She never argued. But then the unthinkable occurred. It began innocently enough. She wanted a house in the city. I should hire the Irish architect Darcy Monaghan to build it for her, in the faubourg uptown, where all the Americans had settled. "You must be mad," I said. My father had been Irish, true, but I had never known him. I was a Creole and spoke only French. Why would we want to live up there with those splashy Americans, with merchants and trash such as that? I bought from Darcy a townhouse in the Rue du Maine, which he had already completed for a man who'd gone bankrupt and blown his brains out. I could see the ghost of this man from time to time, but it didn't bother me. It was like that ghost of Marie Claudette, something lifeless and unable to communicate. I moved into this flat and made lavish rooms for Catherine. Not good enough. And so I said, "All right, we shall buy this square of land at Chestnut Street and First, and we will build some grand horror of a Greek temple to suit your tastes. Go ahead. Go wild. What do I care?" Darcy commenced at once to design and build the house in which I am now standing. I was disdainful, but Lasher came to me, leaning over my shoulder, duplicating me, and then fading back into that brown-haired man he preferred to be, and said, "Make it full of pattern. Make it full of ornament and design. Make it beautiful." "Tell Catherine these things," I urged, and the demon obeyed, putting these thoughts in her head and guiding the plans, and she as guileless as ever. "This shall be a great house," the fiend said to me when we rode uptown together, the thing materializing to step out of the very carriage and stand at the gate. "In this house, miracles will happen." "How do you know?" I said. "I see now. I see the way. You are my beloved Julia." What does that mean, I wondered, but I was too thick to think about it much, that was certain. I threw myself into my business dealings, the acquiring of land, my investments abroad, and in general tried to keep my mind off Catherine's plan for this American house, this Greek revival house, this uptown house, and to lure her back to the Quarter to sup with me whenever possible. As you know, she fell in love with Darcy. Indeed, it was Lasher who revealed the plot to me. I was headed uptown, for Catherine had not come home, and I did not like it that she stayed late after the builders had gone, roaming around the half-built house alone with that wicked Irishman. Lasher sought to divert me. First he would talk, then he would have a victim to possess. "Not now," says I. "I must find Catherine." And finally, in manly form, he did his worst trick, affrighting my coachman and driving us off the Naiades road, where we broke a wheel, and I was soon sitting on the curb as the repairs went on, perfectly furious. But I could see now that the demon did not want me to go uptown. So the next night I sought to deflect it. I sent it upon a mission to find me some rare coins which I would have, and then off I went alone on my mare, singing the entire time lest it come near enough to read my thoughts and intentions. It was twilight when I reached this house. Like a great castle it stood, its brick plastered over to imitate stone, its columns in place, its windows ready for the glass to be installed. And it was dark and deserted. I came inside, and on the floor of the parlor found my blessed sister and her man. I almost killed him. Indeed, I had him by the neck and was pounding him with my fist when Catherine, to my horror, cried out, "Come now, my Lasher, be my avenger. Stop him from destroying the one I love." Shrieking and sobbing, she fell to the floor in a faint. But Lasher was there. I felt him surrounding me in the darkness, as if he were a great creature of the sea and I a helpless victim. Darkness wrapped itself around me in the shell of the double parlor below, and then I felt the thing stretch out and stroke the walls and come together again.
"Hold back, Julian," Lasher said. "The witch loves this mortal man. Be careful. She has used ancient and sanctified words to call me."
Darcy Monaghan rose to his feet and came to assault me. Lasher stayed his hand. He was superstitious as anyone with Irish blood, and he looked around, sensing the presence in the dark, and then he saw his lovely Catherine in a heap, moaning, and he went to revive her. I stalked out in a rage. I went back to my flat in the Rue du Maine, and brought several quadroon ladies of the night to my house, and there coupled with them, one after another, in an abandon of grief, Catherine and that Irish beast, uptown in the land of the Americans. I see when I look back upon the story that I had kept too much knowledge from her. She thought the man was a ghost or a simple thing. She had no knowledge of what Lasher could do when she called upon him. "Well," I told her, "if you want to kill me, just call on him again like that, and he will try to do your bidding." I wasn't sure this was true, but I didn't want her flinging curses at me. First, she had betrayed me with Darcy, and then with Lasher himself, and she was the witch, and all my life I had shielded her. "You don't know what you command," I said. "I've saved you from it." She was horrified and tearful and sad, but she was also resolved to marry Darcy Monaghan. "You don't need to save me any more," she said. "I shall marry with the emerald around my neck as our family laws require, but I marry in God's house before his altar, and my children shall be baptized at his font, and they shall turn their back on evil." I shrugged. We had always married at a Catholic altar, had we not? We were all baptized. What was this? But I said nothing to her. My mother and I set out to turn her away from Darcy, but there was no doing it. Indeed, she was ready to renounce the legacy for this Irish fool, or so she told everyone. The cousins came to me en masse. "What will happen? What is the law? Will we lose our good fortune?" And then it was clear how much they knew of the dark secret furnace of evil which fueled the entire enterprise, and how willing they were to go along with it. But it was Lasher who gave the bride away.
"Let her marry the Celt," he said. "Your father had the Irish blood, and in it rode the witch's gifts which have ridden in such blood for centuries. The Irish, the Scots, they are gifted with second sight. Your father's blood made you strong. Let us see what this Irishman can do with your sister."
But you know the story. Catherine lost 2 babies, both boys, then had by Darcy 2 sons. Then, despite her prayers, her masses, her rosaries, and her priests, she lost one baby after another. As the Civil War raged, as the city fell, as fortunes were destroyed overnight, as Yankee troops went through our streets, she reared her boys in the First Street house, among American friends and traitors. Catherine thought she had left the family curse behind. Indeed, she had given back the emerald on her wedding day. The family was frantic. The witch was gone. For the first time I heard many of them whispering the word. "But she is the witch," they would say. "How can she desert us?" And the emerald. It lay on Mother's dresser among all her voodoo trash like a hideous trinket. I picked it up, finally, and hung it round the neck of the nearby plaster virgin. This, for me, was a dark time, a time of great freedom and also great learning. Catherine was gone, and nothing else much mattered to me. If I had ever doubted it, I knew it now. My family was my world. I could have gone to Europe then. I could have gone to China. I could have gone beyond war and pestilence and poverty. I could have lived as a potentate. But this small part of the earth was my home, and without my loved ones around me, nothing had any flavor. Pathetic, I thought. But it was true. And I learned what only a powerful and rich man can ever know, what it was I truly wanted. Meantime, the fiend was ever urging me to new lovers, and watching what went on as eagerly as ever. He imitated me more and more. Even when he visited Mother now, he came in a guise so like me that others thought it was I. He seemed to have lost any sense of himself, if he had ever had any. "What do you really look like?" I asked. Laughter. "Why ask me such a question?" "When you are flesh, what will you be?" "Like you, Julian." "And why not like you were at first, brown-haired and brown-eyed?" "That was only for Suzanne. That was what Suzanne would see, and so I took that shape and grew in that shape, a Scotsman of her village. I would be you. You are beautiful." I pondered much. I gambled, drank, danced until dawn, fought and argued with Confederate patriots and Yankee enemies, made and lost fortunes in various realms, fell in love a couple of times, and in general came to realize I grieved night and day for my Catherine. Perhaps I needed a purpose to my life, something beyond the making of money and the lavishing of it upon cousins far and wide, something besides the building of new bungalows on our lands and the acquisition of more and more property. Catherine had been a purpose of sorts. I had never had any other. Except for the fiend, of course. To play with him, to mutate flesh, to court and use him. I began to see through everything. Then came the year 1871, summer and yellow fever, as it always struck, running rampant among the newest of the immigrants. Darcy and Catherine and their boys had lately been abroad. In fact, for 6 months they had been in Europe, and no sooner had the handsome Irishman set foot on shore than he came down with the fever. He'd lost his immunity to it in foreign lands, I suppose, or whatever. I don't honestly know, except that the Irish were always dying of this disease, and we were never affected by it. Catherine went mad. She sent letters to me in the Rue du Maine. "Please come and cure him." I said to Lasher, "Will he die?" Lasher appeared at the foot of my bed, collected, arms folded, dressed as I had been dressed the day before. All illusion, of course. "I think he will die," he said, "and perhaps it's time. Don't fret. There is nothing even a witch can do against this fever." I wasn't so sure. But when I called upon Marguerite, she began to cackle and dance. "Let the bastard die and all his spawn with him." This disgusted me. What had little Clay and Vincent done, those innocent children, except be born boys as I had been with my brother Rémi? I went back to the city, pondering what to do, consulting doctors and nurses, and of course the fever raged as it always did in hot weather, and the bodies piled high at the cemeteries. The city stank of death. Great fires were burned to drive away the evil effluvia. The rich cotton factors and merchandising giants, who had come south to make a buck after the war, went down to the Grim Reaper as easily as the Irish peasants off the ships. Then Darcy died. He died, and there was Catherine's coachman at my door. "He is dead, monsieur. Your sister begs you to come." What could I do? I had never set foot in that first street house since it had been completed. I did not even know poor little Clay or Vincent by sight. I had not seen my sister in a year, except to argue with her once in a public street. Suddenly all my riches and my pleasures seemed nothing to me. My sister was begging me to come. I had to go, and I had to forgive her. "Lasher, what do I do?"
"You will see,"
he said. "But there is no female to carry on the line. She will wither as a widow behind closed doors. You know it. I know it."
"You will see,"
he said again.
"Go to her."
The whole family held its breath. What will happen? I went to the first street house. It was a rainy night, very hot and simmering, and in the Irish slums only blocks away the bodies of fever victims were stacked in the gutters. A stench wafted on the breeze from the river. But there stood this house, as it always has, majestic among its oaks and magnolia trees, a narrow and high-flung castle complete with battlements and walls that appear indestructible. A deep, secretive house, full of graceful designs, yet somehow ominous. I saw the window of the master bedroom to the north. I saw a sight which many have seen since, and which you have seen, the flicker of candles against the shutters. I came into the house, forcing the door, with Lasher's help or my own strength, I do not know, only that it yielded to me, and the lock broke and was thereafter useless. I took off my rain-drenched coat and went up the stairs. The door to the master bedroom lay open. Of course, I expected to see the dead Irish architect lying there putrefying on summer schedule. But I soon realized he had been taken away on account of the contagion. The superstitious Irish maids came to tell me this, that Darcy, poor soul, was already buried, and with the bells of St. Alphonsus tolling night and day, there had been no time for a requiem. Within the room all had been scrubbed down and cleaned, and it was Catherine who lay on the bed, a giant four-poster with black carved lions' heads in its posts, crying softly into the embroidered pillow. She looked so small and so frail. She looked like my little sister. Indeed, I called her that. I sat by her and comforted her. She sobbed on my shoulder. Her long black hair was still thick and soft, and her face held its beauty. All those babies lost had not taken away her charms or her innocence, or the radiant faith in her eyes when she looked at me. "Julian, take me home to Riverbend," she said. "Take me home. Make Mother forgive me. I cannot live here alone. Everywhere I look I see Darcy, only Darcy." "I will try, Catherine," I said. But there was no doubt in my mind I could not make a reconciliation with Mother. Mother was so crazy now, she might not even know who Catherine was, or where she'd been. Things were that out of hand there. Last I saw Mother, she and Lasher had been making flowers spring early from their seeds, and Lasher had told Mother secrets of plants which could make a brew to make her see visions. That was Mother's life of late. I might tell her Catherine had died and come back to Earth, and we had to be good to her, and who knows, she might have bought it. "Don't worry, my beautiful girl," I said. "I'll take you home if you want to go, and your little babies with you. All the family is there as always." She nodded her head and gestured in a helpless, graceful way as if to say it was in my hands. I kissed her and held her in my arms, and then laid her down to rest, assuring her that I would sit with her until morning. The door was closed. The nurse was gone. The little boys were quiet wherever they were. I went out of the room to have a smoke. I saw Lasher. He stood at the foot of the staircase, looking up at me. He said in his silent voice, "Study this house. Study its doors, its rooms, its patterns. Riverbend will perish, as did the citadel we built in far-off Saint-Domingue, but this house will last to serve its purpose." A dreamy feeling came over me. I went down the stairs and began to do what you have done, Michael, 1,000 times. Walk about this house slowly, in and around, laying my hands upon its door frames and its brass knobs, and musing at the paintings in the dining room and the lovely plaster ornament that everywhere decorated its ceilings. Yes, a beautiful house, I thought. Poor Darcy. No wonder his designs had been so much the fashion, but he had had no witch's blood, I supposed. I suspected my nephews Clay and Vincent were as innocent as my brother Remy. I went out into the gardens. I perceived what had been done, a great octagon of a lawn, with an octagon carved in the stone posts that ended the limestone balustrades, and everywhere flagstones at angles, so that one was beset in the moonlight with lines and designs and patterns.
"Behold the roses in the iron,"
said Lasher to me. By this he meant the cast-iron railings, and I saw what he pointed out, lines at angles, echoing the angles of the flags, as well as the roses. He walked with his arm around me now, and I felt a thrill in this closeness with him. I had half a mind to invite him into the trees and give myself over to him. I was addicted, as I said, but I had to remember my beloved sister. She might wake and cry and think that I had left her.
"Remember all these things,"
he said again,
"for this house will last."
As I came into the hallway, I saw him in the high dining-room door with his hands on the frame. How it soared above him with its tapered keyhole shape, more narrow above, and thereby looking higher. I turned to note that the front door through which I'd just come, which I had left wide open, was of the same design, and there he stood, as if he had never been in the other place at all, a man like me with his hands on the frame, peering back at me.
"Would you live after death, Julia? Of all my witches you ask me so little about that final darkness."
"You don't know anything about it, Lasher," I commented. "You said so yourself."
"Don't be cruel with me, Julia. Not tonight of all nights. I am glad to be here. Would you live after death? Would you hover and stay? That is what I am asking you."
"I don't know. If the devil was trying to take me into hell, I might hover and stay, if that's what you mean. A purgatorial soul wandering about, appearing to voodoo queens and spiritualists. I suppose I could do it." I crushed out my cigar in the ashtray on the marble table, which is there right now this very day in the lower hallway. "Is that what you've done, Lasher? Are you some vile human being become a ghost, hovering forever and seeking to wrap yourself in an undeserved mystery?" I saw something in the face of the fiend change. One moment he was my twin, and then he had smiled. Indeed, he was imitating my very smile, and to perfection. I had not seen him do this trick before very often, and as he slumped against the door frame, he folded his arms as I might, and he made a little sound of cloth brushing the wood, to let me know how strong he was.
"Julia,"
he said, actually shaping his mouth with the words, he was so strong.
"Maybe all mysteries are nothing at the core. Maybe the world is made from waste."
"And you were there when it happened?"
"I don't know,"
he said, imitating my own sarcastic tone exactly. He raised his eyebrows as I raised mine. I had never seen him so strong. "Shut the door, Lasher," I said, "if you are so very mighty." And to my astonishment, he reached for the knob and stepped aside and made the door close exactly as if he were a man doing it. That was the limit for him, for it had been an astonishing feat. He was gone. The air held the heat as it always did.
"Admirable," I whispered.
Remember this place if you would linger or come back. Remember its patterns. In the dim world beyond, they will shine in your eyes. They will guide you home. This is a house for centuries to come. This is a house worthy of the spirits of the dead. This is a house in which you may safely remain. War or revolution or fire or the river's current will not trouble you.
I was held once by two patterns, two simple patterns, a circle and stones in the form of a cross. Two patterns.
I memorized this. More proof that he was not the great devil himself. I went up the stairs. I had gotten just a little more out of him than I usually did, but nothing much, really. And then there was Catherine. This time I found her awake and standing by the window. "Where did you go?" she asked me breathlessly, and then she threw her arms around me again and leant against me. It seemed I felt Lasher stirring near us. I told him through the mind, "Do not come here now, you'll scare her." I lifted her chin as men do to women, though how the little thing stand it I don't know, and I kissed her. At that very second, something caught me by surprise. It was the pressure of her breasts against me. She wore nothing but a soft white dressing gown, and I felt her nipples, her heat, and then a stream of heat, it seemed, from her lips. But when I drew back and looked at her, I saw only innocence. I also saw a woman, a beautiful woman, a woman whom I had loved, who had risen up against me and cast me aside for another, a body loved by me as a brother should love his sister, with nothing about it unfamiliar to me from all our childhood romps and swims, and yet it was a woman's body, and it was in my arms, and in a moment of daring I kissed her again, and then even once more, and I felt her begin to burn against me. I was repelled. This was my baby sister, Catherine. I took her to the bed and laid her down. She seemed confused, looking at me. Dare I say spellbound? Did she think it was Darcy come back? "No," she whispered. "I know it is you. I have always loved you. I'm sorry. You must forgive my little sins, but when I was a little girl, I used to dream we would marry. We would walk down the aisle. It was only when Darcy came that I gave up that silly incestuous dream. God forgive me." She made the sign of the cross and drew up her knees and reached for the covers. I don't know what came over me. Fury? I looked down at this little feminine thing, this creature with her outstretched hand and ragged veil of black hair and pale shivering face, and I saw her make the sign of the cross, and I became enraged. "How dare you play with me in this way?" I said, and I threw her back on the bed. Her dressing gown opened, and there were her breasts, a luscious enticement. Within seconds, I was ripping open my own clothes. She had begun to scream. She was terrified. "No, no, Julien, don't," she cried. But I was on top of her and spreading her legs and ripping what cloth was left out of my way. "Oh, Julien, please, please don't," she cried in the most heartbreaking voice. "It's me, it's Catherine." But it was done. I had raped her, and I took my time in finishing it, and then climbed off the bed and went to the window. I thought my heart would burst, and I could not believe what I had done. Meantime, she had gone from a little curl of a sobbing woman in the bed to rushing to me, and suddenly flinging her arms around me and crying again my name, "Julien, Julien!" What did this mean? That she wanted me to protect her from myself? "Oh, darling child," I said, and I broke down utterly, kissing her. And then we did it again, and again, and again. And Mary Beth was born to us 9 months after. By then we had been at Riverbend all that time, and I could scarcely stand the sight of Catherine. I had not dared to trouble her under our own roof, and I doubt she would have received me anyway. She had blotted the truth from her mind. She thought the thing in her belly was Darcy's baby. She said her rosary all the time for Darcy's unborn child. And everyone knew what I had done to her. Julien, the evil one. Julien had got his sister with child. The cousins stared at me as if I were anathema. Out of Fontenay, Augustin's son Tobias came especially to curse me and tell me I was the devil. Far and wide people knew who did not dare to show their displeasure. And then there were all my gambling, whoring friends who thought it strange and unmanly, but when I did not falter a step in my usual dance, they merely gave a shrug and accepted it. That's one thing I found out. You can carry off most any sin if you just do nothing. Ah, but the baby was coming. Once again the whole family held its breath. And Lasher? When I saw him at all, he was as impassive as he had ever been. He hovered near Catherine all the time, unseen by her. "It was his doing," my mother said. "He pushed you into her arms. Stop fretting. She has to have more babies, everyone knows. She has to have a daughter. Why not you for the father, a powerful witch? I think it's a fine idea." I didn't bother to talk about it again with her. And I didn't know if it had been his doing. I don't know now. All I knew was it was the most expensive pleasure I'd ever bought, this rape, and that I, Julian, who could kill men at any time without a qualm, felt filthy and acquainted with cruelty and with evil. Catherine really lost her mind before Mary Beth was born, but nobody knew it. From the time of the rape, really, she was never anything any more than a mumbling woman saying her beads, and talking about angels and saints, good for playing with little children. But then came the night of Mary Beth's birth. Catherine was huge with the child and screaming in agony. I was in the room, with the black midwives and the white doctor, and with Marguerite and all those who were to attend and help. You never saw such a committee assembled. And finally, with her last and most wrenching scream, Catherine pushed Mary Beth forth into the world, and here it came, this beautiful and perfect child, resembling more a small female than an infant. By that I mean that though its head was a baby's head, it had rich black curls already, and one shining tooth flashed beneath the baby's upper lip, and its arms and legs were exquisite. It writhed with life and gave forth the most soft and beautiful and lustful cries. They put it into my arms. "Eh bien, monsieur, this is your niece," said the old doctor with great ceremony. And I looked down at this daughter of mine, and then in the corner of my eye I saw the devil come in vapor form, my Lasher, not in the solid way so that others in this room might see, but merely an apparition, soft as silk, brushing my shoulder. And the child's eyes had seen it too. The child was making its tiny precocious mouth into a smile for it. Her cries grew quiet. Her tiny hands opened and closed. I planted my kiss on her forehead. A witch through and through. The scent of power rose from her like perfume. And then came the most ominous words I had ever heard, confidential from the fiend to me. "Well done, Julian. You have served your purpose." I was thunderstruck. Every silent and deafening syllable sank in slowly. I let my right hand slip up and around the baby's throat, beneath its covers of white linen and lace, and closed my thumb and my forefinger tightly against the pale flesh, though no one in the room took notice. "Julian, no," came his whisper in my head. "Oh, come now," I asked in my secret voice. "You need me to protect it for a little while longer, don't you? Look around you, spirit. Look with a human's cunning for once, and not the addled brains of an angel. What do you see? An old hag and a mumbling madwoman, and a baby girl. Who will teach it what it needs to know? Who will be there to protect it when it begins to show its gifts?" "Julian, I never meant that I would harm you." I laughed, and everyone thought I was laughing at the wriggling child, which did certainly seem to have its little eyes focused tight upon something which no one else could now see, just over my shoulder. And now I gave it over to the nurses, and they bathed it again to make it ready for its mother. I withdrew from the room. I was steaming with rage. You have served your purpose. Indeed, had that been it from the very first? More than likely. And all the rest was games, and I knew it. But I knew this, too. Around me in all directions, there thrived an immense and prosperous family, a family of people I love, who had once loved me before this abominable act, and stood to love me still if I could earn their forgiveness. And in that room behind me was a darling child who touched my heart, as all children always have. And this child was mine, my firstborn. All the good things, I thought, the good things which are life itself, and damn this demon to hell that I cannot get rid of it. But what right had I to complain? What right had I to regret? What right had I to be ashamed? I'd let the thing enslave me from my earliest years, when I knew it was treacherous and fanciful and pompous and selfish. I'd known. I'd played into its hands, as all the witches had, as the whole family had. And now, if it was to let me live, I had to be of some clear use to it. I had to think of something. Teaching Mary Beth wouldn't be enough. No, not nearly enough. After all, the thing itself was a damned good teacher. No, I had to think of something quick, and it was going to take all my witch's gifts to do it. Even as I brooded, the family gathered. Cousins came running, shouting and waving and clapping their hands. "It's a girl! It's a girl! At last, Catherine has given birth to a girl." And suddenly I was surrounded by loving hands and loving kisses. It was perfectly fine that I'd raped my sister, or I'd done penance enough, whatever, I didn't know. But Riverbend was filled with cheering voices. Champagne corks popped. Musicians played. The baby was held aloft from the gallery. Ships on the river began to blow their whistles to honor our visible and obvious festivity. Oh, God in heaven, what will you do now, I thought, you evil, evil man? What will you do merely to keep yourself alive and to save that tiny baby from utter destruction? 15. The world shook with Father's song and Father's laughter. Father said in his fast, high-pitched voice, "Emmaleth, be strong. Take what you must. Mother may try to harm you. Fight, Emmaleth. Fight to be with me. Think of the glen and the sunshine and all of our children." Emmaleth saw children, thousands and thousands of people like Father, and like Emmaleth herself, for she did see herself now, her own long fingers and long limbs, and hair swimming in the water of the world that was Mother, the world that was already too small for her. How Father laughed. She saw him dance as Mother saw him. His song to her was long and beautiful. Flowers were in the room, lots and lots of flowers. The scent was everywhere mingled with the scent of Father. Mother cried, and Father tied her hands to the bed. Mother kicked him, and Father cursed, and there was thunder in heaven. "Father, please, please, be kind to Mother." "I will. I'm going now, child." He gave her the secret message. "And I'll come back with food for your mother, food that will make you grow strong. And when the time comes, Emmaleth, fight to be born. Fight anything which tries to oppose you." It made her sad to think of fighting. Whom was she to fight? Surely not Mother. Emmaleth was Mother. Emmaleth's heart was tied to Mother's heart. When Mother felt pain, Emmaleth felt it, as if someone had pushed her through the wall of the world that was Mother. Only a moment ago, Emmaleth could have sworn that Mother knew she was there, that for one instant Mother understood that she had Emmaleth inside her, but then the quarreling had come again between Father and Mother. And now, as the door shut and Father's scent was gone away, and the flowers shifted and nodded and pulsed in the twilight room, Emmaleth heard Mother crying. "Don't cry, Mother, please. You make me sad when you cry. All the world is nothing but sadness." "Can you really hear me, my darling?" Mother did know she was there. Emmaleth turned and twisted in her tiny constricted world and pushed at the roof and heard Mother sigh. "Yes, Mother, say my name as Father says it. Emmaleth. Call my name. Emmaleth." Then Mother began to talk to her in earnest. "Listen to me, baby girl, I'm in trouble. I am weak and sick. I'm starved. You are inside of me, and thank God you take what you must have from my teeth, from my bones, from my blood. But I'm weak. He's tied me up again. You must begin to help me. What am I to do to save both of us?" "Mother, he loves us. He loves you and he loves me. He wants to fill the world with our children." Mother moaned in the silence. "Emmaleth, be still," she said. "I am sick." And Mother twisted in pain on the bed, her ankles bound apart, her wrists bound apart, the scent of the flowers sickening her. Emmaleth wept. The sadness of Mother was too terrible for her to bear. She saw Mother as Father had seen her, so wan and worn with the dark circles around her eyes, like an owl in the bed, an owl. And Emmaleth saw in the deep dark woods an owl.
Darling, listen to me. You will not be inside me forever. Soon you'll be born, and at that time, Emmaleth, I may die. It may be at the very moment of my death that you come. No, Mother.
That was too terrible to think of, Mother dead. Emmaleth knew dead. She could smell dead. She saw the owl shot with an arrow and falling to the floor of the forest. Leaves stirred. She knew death as she knew up and down and all around, and water, and her own skin, and her hair, which she caught in her fingers, and rubbed it to her own lips. Dead was not alive, and the long stories of Father drifted through her head, of the glen, and how they must come together and grow strong.
Remember, Father had said to her once, they show no mercy to those who are not their kind, and you must be just as merciless. You, my daughter, my wife, my little mother.
Don't die, Mother. You cannot do this. Do not die. I'm trying, my darling, but listen to me. Father is mad. He dreams dreams which are bad, and when you are born you must get away from here. You must get clear of me and of him, and you must seek those who can help you.
Then Mother began to cry again, woebegone and crushed and shaking her head. Father was coming back, the key in the lock, the smell of Father and food.
Here, precious darling, he said, I have orange juice for you, and milk and good things.
He sank down beside Mother on the bed.
Ah, it won't be long, he said. See how she struggles, and your breasts, they are filling with milk again.
Mother screamed. He covered Mother's mouth with his hand, and she tried to bite his fingers. Emmaleth wept. This was terrible, terrible, this darkness and clangor over the entire horizon. What was the world when one suffered so? It was nothing. She wanted to put things in their mouths to stop their mouths, so they could not speak hate to each other. She pushed at the roof of the world. She saw herself a woman born running from one to the other, and stuffing their mouths with leaves from the forest floor, so they could not say hurtful words to each other.
You will drink the orange juice. You will drink the milk,
said Father in fury.
Only if you untie me again and let me up. Then I'll eat. If I can sit on the side of the bed, I'll eat. Please, Father, be kind to Mother. Mother's heart is full of sorrow. Mother must have the food. Mother has been starved. Mother is weak.
Very well, my darling dear.
Father was afraid. He could not again leave Mother without food and water. He cut loose the tape that was tied around Mother's arms and around her legs. At once Mother drew all her limbs together and turned her feet to the side, and they were walking, she and Mother, back and forth and back and forth. Into the bathroom they went, full of bright light and shining things and the smell of water and the chemicals of water. Mother closed the door and lifted a large slab of white porcelain from the back of the toilet. These things Emmaleth understood because Mother understood, but not entirely. Porcelain was hard and heavy. Mother was afraid. Mother held the porcelain slab up high. It was like a tombstone. Father pushed open the door, and Mother turned and brought down the big slab of porcelain on Father's head, and Father cried out. Anguish for Emmaleth.
Mother, don't do it.
But Father sank down silent in peace, with no complaint, on the floor, and dreamed, and again Mother struck him with the porcelain slab. The blood ran out of his ears onto the floor. He shut his eyes. He dreamed. Mother drew back, sobbing, and dropped the porcelain slab. But Mother was filled with excitement, filled with hope. Mother almost fell down too, but she climbed over Father and ran out into the room and snatched her clothes and purse from the closet floor. Her purse, yes, her purse. She had to have her purse. And off she ran down the hallway in her bare feet, Emmaleth tossed and thrown and reaching out for the world to make it steady. They were in the tiny elevator going down, down, down. It felt so good to Emmaleth. They were in the world outside the room. Mother lay against the back of the elevator, putting on her clothes, mumbling aloud to herself, crying, wiping at her face. She pulled the red sweater over her head, pulled on the skirt, but she could not button it. She pulled the sweater down over it. Where were they going? Mother, what happened to Father? Where are we going? Father wants us to go. We have to go. Be quiet and be patient. Mother wasn't telling the truth. Far off, Emmaleth heard Father whisper her name. Mother stopped in the elevator door. The pain was too much for her. More and more there was pain. Emmaleth sighed and tried to make herself very small. No pain for Mother. But the world grew tight and small, and then Mother gasped and put her hand over her eyes and leaned to the side. Mother, don't fall. Then Mother fitted her shoes to her feet and began to run, her purse dangling from her shoulder, banging the glass doors as she ran out. But she could not run far. She was too heavy. With her arms around Emmaleth, she stopped, hugging Emmaleth and steadying her. Mother, I love you. I love you too, my dear, I do. But I must get to Michael. Mother thought of Michael, pictured him, the man with the dark hair and the smile, burly and kind, and not at all like Father. Angel, Mother said, to save us. Mother was calm for a moment, and her hope and her joy flooded through Emmaleth. Emmaleth felt joy. Emmaleth felt for the first time in all her life Mother's happiness. Michael. But in the midst of this lovely calm, when Emmaleth laid her head against Mother and Mother's hands held Emmaleth's world, Emmaleth heard Father calling. Mother, Father has waked up. I can hear him. He's calling. Mother stepped into the street. The cars and trucks roared by. Mother rushed towards a big noisy truck that rose up before her like a wall of shining steel, looking just like a big face with a mean mouth and nose above her. Yes, darling dear, that about covers it. With all her might, Mother managed to make the high step and pull open the door. Please, sir, take me with you wherever you are going. I have to go. Mother slammed the door of the truck. Drive, for the love of God. I'm only a woman alone. I can't hurt you.
Emmaleth, where are you?
Lady, you need to get to a hospital. You're sick, said the man, but he obeyed. The big truck took off, the motor filling the world with noise. Mother was sick with the rattle and bounce of the truck, with pain. Circular pain. Mother's head fell back on the seat.
Emmaleth, your mother has hurt me.
Mother, he is calling to us. Darling, if you love me, don't answer him.
Lady, I'm taking you to Houston General. Mother wanted to say, no, please don't do this. Take me away. She could not catch her breath. She tasted of sickness, even of blood. She was in pain. The pain hurt Emmaleth, too. Father's voice was very far away, making no words, only cries. New Orleans, she said. That's my home. I have to get back there. I have to get to the Mayfair house on First and Chestnut. Emmaleth knew what Mother knew. That is where Michael was. She wished she could speak to the truck driver. She wished she could. Mother was so sick. Mother would soon vomit, and that smell would come. Be calm, Mother. I don't hear Father any more. Michael Curry in New Orleans. I have to reach him there. He'll pay you. He'll pay you plenty. I will pay you. Call him. Look. We'll stop at a phone later, when we're out of town. But look. And now from her purse she brought out the money, lots and lots of money, and the man stared at Mother with his round human eyes, very amazed, but wanting to make her not sick, wanting to help her, wanting to do as she said, thinking she was soft and young and pretty. Are we headed south? Mother asked, sick again, almost unable to speak. The pain wrapped around her and wrapped around Emmaleth, too. Oh! This was the worst Emmaleth had ever felt. She kicked at the world, but she did not mean to kick at Mother. Father's voice had long ago died out in the rumble of cars, in the glare of lights. The world was huge all around them. We are going south now, lady, he said. We're going south now, all right. but I wish you'd let me take you to a hospital."
Mother closed her eyes. The light went out of her mind. Her head fell to the side. She slept. She dreamed. The money lay on her lap, on the floor of the truck, all over the pedals. The man reached down and picked up one bill at a time, trying not to take his eyes off the cars that zoomed along the road in front of him. Cars, road, signs, freeway, New Orleans, south. "Michael," Mother said. "Michael Curry, New Orleans. But you know, when I think about it, I think the phone is listed under Mayfair. Mayfair and Mayfair. Call Mayfair and Mayfair."
16. They figured that Alicia C.C. Mayfair had miscarried at about 4 p.m. She'd been dead for over 3 hours when Mona came to see her. They had checked on her, of course. They had shown the light on her, and the nurse said that she hadn't wanted to wake her up. And Anne-Marie had been in and out, both before and after the time of death. Nobody had seen anyone else go to that room. It was strictly private. Leslie Ann Mayfair was making calls to all the women in the family. Ryan was making calls from downtown. His secretary Carla was making calls. Mona, when she finally got free of their hugs and kisses, bolted the door of her room against them. Then she tore off the white dress and the ribbon in a fury. Of course, she couldn't call Michael and tell him, ask him to come. The phone was all tied up, naturally. In her slip and bra, she pirouetted through the closet for better clothes. There were none. She unlocked the door and crossed the hall to Mom's room. No one even noticed her. All the conversation came up the stairwell like a roar. Car doors were slamming outside. Ancient Evelyn was crying somewhere, loudly and terribly. Cece's closet. Cece had been only 5'1", and Mona was almost that now. She pirouetted through the dresses and coats and suits until she found a little skirt. Too short, Mom had said. Well, that's just fine. And then one of those frilly blouses Cece wore between about 9 and 11 each morning before drinking lunch and putting on her nightgown to watch the afternoon soaps in the living room. Well, Cece wasn't going to do that anymore, was she? Mona's head was spinning. These clothes smelled like Mother. She thought of that smell in the hospital. No, it wasn't here, nowhere here, or she would have caught it. She looked in the mirror. She looked like a little woman now. Well, sort of. She picked up Cece's brush and caught up her hair and back, the way Cece used to do, and put a barrette in it. And just for an instant, no more than that, like the blink of an eye, she thought she saw Mother. She groaned. She wanted so badly for it to be true, but there was no one in the mirror but Mona, with her hair clipped back, looking very grown-up. There was Cece's lipstick, the soft pink kind, 'cause she wasn't sober enough anymore to do anything fancy with bright red unless she wanted to look like a clown, she said. Mona put it on. Okay, now back across the hall, slam the door, and boot the computer. The WordStar dictionary came up, big and bright and green and full of the classic menu. Mona punched R for run a program, and commanded the program to make subdirectory \WS, \MONA, \HELP. At once, she changed to that new directory and hit D to make a file named Help, and then she was in it. This is Mona Mayfair writing on March 3rd, and this is for those who come after me and may never understand what happened. Something is preying upon the women in our family. They are being warned, but they think it is a disease. It is not. It is something worse, something that will deceive everyone. I am going to help warn the women. She hit the KD for save, and the file vanished into the machine, silently. She was left in the dark room before the computer as before the glow of a fire, and the noise from the avenue slowly overcame the stolid silence. A traffic jam outside, someone knocking on her door. She went to the door and slid back the bolt. Paint flaked off, settling on her fingers. She opened the door.
I was looking for Mona. Oh, Mona, I didn't recognize you. It was Aunt Bee. Good God, child, you found your mother? Yeah, I'm fine, said Mona. But you have to call everyone. We're doing that, darling. Come down with me. Let me hold you. No one can be alone, not even the way I was just alone. No one. Mona walked past her, down the hall to the head of the stairs. No one can be alone, Mona cried. Mayfair's packed the long lower hall. Cigarette smoke rose in layers below the light. Crying, sobbing, the smell of coffee. Mona, honey, are there any cookies I can put out? Mona, did you find her? It's Mona. Mona, honey. Well, they were almost like twins, Cece and Gifford. No, I tell you, it wasn't like that. It's not an illness, Mona said. Bee was puzzled and sad, holding Mona's shoulder. Well, I know that's what Aaron said. They are even calling the women in New York and California. Yes, everywhere. Oh, God, said Bee. Carlotta was right. We should have burnt that house. We should have. It came out of that house, didn't it? It ain't over yet, Beatrice, dear, said Mona. She went down the stairs. When she got into the lower bathroom alone, and once again locked the door against the world, she began to cry. God damn it, Mom! God damn it, God damn it, God damn it! But this didn't last long. There wasn't time. There had been another death. She could hear it, the pitch of the voices rising, a door slamming. Someone actually gave a little scream. Had to be another death. Ryan had come and was calling Mona's name. She could hear their muffled voices through the heavy cypress door. Lindsay Mayfair had been found dead in Houston, Texas at noon today. The family had only just contacted them. Mona came out into the hallway. Someone put a glass of water in her hand, and for a moment she merely stared at it, not even knowing what it could be. Then she drank it. Thank you, she said. Pierce was there, red-eyed and staring at her. You heard about Lindsay? Listen to me, she said. It's not a disease. It's just a person who killed them all. This is what they must do. In every city, they must all gather in one house and keep company and stay together. No one must leave that house. And this will not last long because we will stop it. We are very strong, all of us. She stopped. The relatives had fallen silent around her. The silence was spreading through the hall. It's just a lone thing, she said quietly. Only Aunt Evelyn still cried, softly and far away, My darlings, my darlings, my darlings. And then Bee began to cry, and so did Mona. And Pierce said, Get a hold of yourself. I need you. And the others went on crying, but Mona quietly stopped. 17. Julien's story continues. The days after Mary Beth's birth were the darkest of my life. If I ever possessed a moral vision, it was in those moments. The cause of it precisely I am not certain, and as it isn't the subject of the narrative, I shall try to pass over it quickly. Let me just say that as a precocious child, I had become accustomed to murder, to witchcraft, to evil in general before I had time to evaluate it. The war, the loss of my sister, her subsequent rape, all these had further illuminated for me what I'd already come to suspect, that I required something deep and of value to make me happy. Wealth wasn't enough. The flesh wasn't enough. If my family could not prosper, I could not draw breath. And I wanted to draw breath. I was no more ready to let go of life, of health, of pleasure, of prosperity, than a newborn baby screaming as loudly as Mary Beth had screamed. Also, I wanted to know and love my daughter. Above all else, I wanted this, and I knew for the first time why so many legends and so many fairy tales have at their core the simple treasure, a child, an heir, a little infant in one's arm, made up of oneself and another.
Enough. You get the picture. My life hung by a thread, and I knew I didn't want to lose it. What could I do? The answer came within days. I saw the fiend perpetually hovering by Mary Beth's cradle. Everyone else saw it, too. The man gave his blessings to Mary Beth. Mary Beth's little baby eyes could make him solid and strong. He guarded the child. He fawned upon her already. And the thing appeared as me. He wore my styles. He affected my manners. He exuded, if you will, my charm. Calling the band together to play, a din I had begun to resent as much as an aching tooth that would never be pulled, I tried to speak with Marguerite about Lasher, and what he was, and what everyone had ever known of him. She made little sense, speaking only of her power to make plants grow, wounds to heal, and to make potions that might give her longevity. The fiend will someday be flesh, and if it can come through, so can we. The dead can come back through the same doorway. That's a perfectly dreadful idea, I said. You think so because you're not dead. Just wait. Mother, do you want the earth peopled with the dead? Where are we going to put them? In a fit of rage, she said, Why do you ask all these questions? You put yourself in danger. You think Lasher can't do away with you? Of course he can. Be quiet and do what you were born to do. You have life all around you. What more do you want? I went into the city, to my flat in the Rue du Maine. It was again raining as it had been on the night I went to the First Street house, and the rain has always soothed my nerves and made me happy. I opened the doors to the porch. I let the rain splash in, noisy and beautiful, drenching the iron railings and splattering on the silk curtains. What did I care? I could have hung the windows with gold, if I'd wanted. I lay on the bed, hands cradled beneath my head, one boot against the footboard, and I listed my various sins in my head. Not sins of passion, for I counted them not at all, but sins of viciousness and cruelty. Well, I thought, you have given this damned fiend your soul. What more can you give him? You can promise to protect and strengthen the babe, but again, the babe sees him already. He can teach the babe. He must know that. Then as the rain died away and the moon came out, flooding down into the Rue du Maine, I saw the answer. I would give him my human form. He already had my soul. Why not give him the form he was always imitating? I would offer him my body for possession. Of course, he might try to mutate me and kill me, but it seemed that in all past ventures he had required the help of me and my mother to mutate flesh, even to mutate plants or make them spring open. If he had been good at that by himself, he would never have needed any of us. So it was a safe enough risk, as I would let him live in me and walk about and dance and see, but not mutate me. Now, not knowing whether he would or could hear me over the miles, I called to him. Within seconds I saw him materialize near the oval mirror which stood in the corner, and I saw his reflection in the mirror. That I had never spied before. How strange that I had not even thought of it. He vanished soon enough, but he had smiled and showed me he was dressed in fine clothes, such as I wore. "You want to be in the flesh?" I asked. "You want to see with my eyes? Why don't you come in to me? Why don't I welcome you and lie quiet while you are inside, and let you make of me what you will for as long as you have the power to do it?" "You would do this?" "Well, surely my ancestors gave you this invitation. Surely Deborah invited you in, or Charlotte." "Do not mock me, Julian," he said in a cold, secret, soundless voice. "You know I would not go into the body of a woman." "A body is a body," I said. "I am no woman." "Well, now you have a male witch to command. I make the offer. Perhaps it was my destiny. Come in to me, I invite you. I lay myself open to you. You have certainly been close enough to me." "Don't mock me," he said again. "When I make love to you, it is men with men, as always." I smiled. I didn't say anything, but I was powerfully amused by this show of male pride, and it fitted with my entire picture of the childish nature of the thing. I thought to myself how I hated it, and how I had to bury that thought in my soul. So I dreamed of it soothing me with kisses and caresses. "You can reward me after, as you always have," I said.
"This will be hard for you to bear."
"For you, I'll do it. You've done much for me."
"Aye, and now you fear me."
"Yes, somewhat. I want to live. I want to educate Mary Beth. She is my child." Silence.
"Come into you,"
it said. "Yes, do it."
"And you will not roust me with all your power."
"I'll do my best to behave like a perfect gentleman."
"Oh, you are so different from a woman."
"Really? How so?" asked I.
"You never really love me as they do."
"I could digress on all this," I said, "but be assured that you and I can further each other's aims. If women are too squeamish to say such things, then let us trust they have other ways of gaining their ends."
Laughter.
"You can laugh when you're in me. You know you can." The room grew perfectly still. The curtains seemed to die on their rods. The rain was gone. The gallery shone in the light of the moon. It seemed I felt an emptiness. The hair tingled all over my body. I sat up, struggling to prepare myself, though for what I couldn't imagine, and then whoom! The thing had descended upon me, surrounding me and enclosing me, and I felt a great drunken swoon, and all sounds outside were melted in one single roar. I was standing, I was walking, but I was falling. It was shadowy and vague and nightmarish, the stairs appearing before me, the shining street, and people even waving their hands, and through a great rolling ocean of water, voices echoing, "Eh bien, Julien." I knew I was walking because I had to be, but I could feel no ground beneath my feet, no balance, no up, no down, and I began to sicken with terror. I held back. I did not fight. I tried with all my might to relax into this thing, to fall into it, even as it seemed I was losing consciousness. What followed was an eternity of such confusion. It was 2 of the clock when next I had a coherent thought. I was sitting in the Rue du Maine, still, but in a café, at a small marble-topped table. I was smoking a cigarette, and my body was exhausted and full of aches, and I realized I was staring at the bartender, who stooped over me to ask again, perhaps for the 6th time, "Monsieur, another before we close. Absinthe." My own voice came in a hoarse whisper out of my throat. There was no part of me that didn't hurt. "You damned son of a bitch," I said in my secret voice. "What the hell have you been doing with me?" But there came no answer. It was too damned exhausted to answer. It had possessed me for hours and run about in my form. Good God, there was mud on my clothes. Look at my shoes. And my pants had been taken off and put back on, and badly fastened. Oh, so we'd had some woman or man, had we? And what else did we catch, I'd like to know? I took the fresh glass of absinthe and drank it down, and stood up and nearly fell over. My ankle was sore. I had blood on my knuckles. "We've been fighting?" I managed to make it to my rooms in the Rue du Maine. My servant, Christian, was there, a man of color, a Mayfair by blood, very well paid, very smart, and often very sarcastic. I asked if my bed was ready, and he said in his usual way, "What do you think?" I fell into it. I let him pull off my clothes and take them away. I asked for a bottle of wine. "You've had enough. Get me the wine," I said, "or I will climb up off this bed and strangle you till you die." He got the wine. "Get out," I said. He did. I lay in the dark drinking and trying to remember what I had done. The street, the drunken, woozy feeling, voices coming at me through water. And then clear memories began to emerge. Oh, yes, of course, with only the familiarity that one's own memories can have, that I had gone down into the glen and drawn all the people together, and then the entire procession had come into the cathedral. The cathedral was more beautiful than I had ever beheld it in my life. hung with boughs for the season, greenery everywhere, and I held the Christ child. The singing was euphoric, and the tears were sliding down my face. I am home. I am here. I looked up at the great stained window of the saint. Yes, in the hands of God and the saint, I thought. I woke with a start. What memory was this? I knew that the place was Scotland. I knew it was Dunelaith, and I knew that it had to be centuries ago, and yet the memory had been mine, fresh and clear, and immediate as only memory can be. I rushed to my desk and scribbled it all down. Up came the fiend, weak and vague and without a form, his voice only a suggestion. "What are you doing, Julia?" "I might ask you the same thing," I said. "Did you enjoy your romp?" "Yes, Julia. I want to do it again, Julia. Now. But I am too weak." "Small wonder. Go off and make like smoke. I'm exhausted too. We'll do it
as soon as we can."
All right, you devil." I shoved the pages into the desk. I lay in a dead sleep, and when I woke it was sunlight, and I knew I'd been again in the cathedral. I remembered the rose window. I remembered the carving of the saint on top of its tomb, and the people singing. What could this mean, I thought. This demon is in fact a saint? No. A bad angel fallen into hell. What? I don't know. Or did he serve some saint, venerate him, and then... What? But the point is there could be no doubt these were mortal memories. The thing remembered being flesh. It had those memories in itself, and they had been left with me, who was perhaps the only one who could examine them. No doubt the fiend knew the memory of its fleshly self was there, but the fiend couldn't really think. The fiend used us to think. The fiend would only know what it had been if I told it. The idea was born in my mind. Each time, remember more. Be the fiend and know the fiend, and ultimately you will possess the truth about it. If the truth can't help, what can? You tawdry evil ghost, I thought. You are only someone who wants to be reborn. You have no right, you greedy, greedy fiend. You have been alive. You are no wise or eternal thing. Go to hell and be gone. I slept again the livelong day. I was so tired. That night I rode to Riverbend. I called up the band, told them to play Dixie for the love of God, and then I sat with Mother. I told her. She would have none of it. First of all, he is all-powerful, and from time immemorial. The hell? And next, he will know it if you pit your soul against his. He'll kill you. Likely. I never confided in her again. I don't believe I ever really spoke to her again. I don't think she much noticed. I went into the nursery. The fiend was hanging about the cradle. I saw him in a flash, dressed as me, all full of mud, the way he'd been before. Idiot thing. I smiled. You want to come into me now?
Time to be with her, my baby,
he said.
See how beautiful she is. Your witch's gifts are in her, yours and those from her mother's mother and her mother's mother. And to think I might have wasted you.
You never know, do you? What do you learn when you are in me? He didn't answer for a long while. Then he appeared in an even more brilliant flash, my spitting image, as they say, and he glared at me and smiled, and then he tried to laugh, but nothing came from his mouth, and he vanished. But what I'd caught was his improved mimicry, his greater love for my form. I walked out. I now saw what I had to do. Study the problem when the thing was occupied with the baby, and keep it coming into me when it would, for as long as I could endure it. The months passed. Mary Beth's first birthday party was a great fete. The city was booming again. The shadows of the war were gone. Money was to be had everywhere. Mansions were rising uptown. The fiend took possession of me on the average once a week. That is all either of us could take of it. It lasted some 4 or 5 hours, then whoom, I was back. I might be anywhere when it left me. sometimes in bed, and even with a man. So it had tastes as broad as my own, when we came right down to it. But this was the twist. It wasn't Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. No, by no means. The fiend inside me was unfailingly charming to people, almost angelic. "My darling, last night you were so sweet," said my mistress, "to give me those pearls." "What?" That sort of thing. It was also clear that people thought me staggering drunk when he was inside. My reputation became even more lurid and controversial. I wasn't much of a drunk on the natch. I hated to be befuddled, but it couldn't do any better than that in me, and so I lived with the recriminations and the smiles and the teasing. "Boy, were you in your cups last night?" "No kidding? I don't remember." Meantime, night and day, the vision of the cathedral haunted me. I saw the grassy hills. Sometimes I saw a castle as if I were looking through a clear piece of a stained glass window. I saw the glen and the mist, and some vast and unsupportable horror would overtake the memory. It would blot out all sense, and I could get no further with it. Pain. I knew pain when I tried. I knew pain unthinkable. I did not attempt to discuss this with the villain, and as for what he learnt while he was I, this seemed a matter of pure sensuality. He guzzled, he danced, he laid waste, he fought. But there were times when he despaired afterwards. "I must be flesh myself," he would lament. There is also some evidence that when he walked in my shoes, he accumulated information. But as always, he did not seem to be able to do anything with this information. But this information would come out of him in great enthusiastic volleys. We spoke of the changing times, for instance, of the railroads and how they had eroded the river trade. We spoke of changing fashions. We spoke of photography, with which the villain had a strong fascination. He went often to have himself photographed when he was in my body. Though drunk and clumsy as he was, he had difficulty holding still for the camera. He often left these pictures in my pockets. But this whole endeavor proved a great task for him. He would have flesh of his own, not lumber about in mine, and his adoration for Mary Beth knew no bounds. Indeed, sometimes weeks went by when he did not have the fortitude to come into me, just as well as it took me 2 days to recover. And as Mary Beth grew, Lasher used Mary Beth very often as his excuse. Fine with me, I thought. My reputation's bad enough, and I'm growing older. Also, as Mary Beth gained in beauty with every passing day, my soul became more and more troubled. I detested the charade that she was my niece and not my daughter. I wanted my own children, indeed. I wanted sons. My values came down to such a pitiful and powerful few that I was appalled by the simplicity of it. But my life ran on an even keel. I remained sane in spite of the demon's assaults. I never even approached true madness. I made money in all the new post-war enterprises, building, merchandising, cotton factoring, whatever opportunity there was, and I perceived also that to keep my family rich, I had to extend its interests far beyond New Orleans. New Orleans went through waves of boom and bust, but as a port, we were losing our preeminence. I made my first trips to New York in the post-war years. With the fiend happily occupied at home, I lived as a free man in Manhattan. I began in earnest the real building of an enduring fortune. My brother Amy went to live in the First Street house. I visited often, and in time, convincing myself that there was no reason I could not have everything a good man should have, I fell in love with my young cousin Suzette, who reminded me of Catherine in her innocence. I prepared to occupy the First Street house as master, with my brother and his family living there agreeably as part of the household. Now, something else was coming across to me, in bright flashes, about the villain and his memories. As I continued to recall the cathedral and the glen, the town of Dunelaith, images became more vivid to me. I did not move back and forth in time very much, but I saw more detail. and I came to realize that the euphoria I felt in my dream of the cathedral was the love of God. I learnt this for sure one weekday morning. I was outside the Saint Louis Cathedral on Jackson Square, and I heard a lovely singing. I went inside. Little quadroon girls, very beautiful all, colored children, as we would have called them, were making their first communion. They were dressed in gorgeous white, and the ceremony was breathtaking, like so many child brides of Christ filing up the aisle, each with her rosary and white prayer book. The love of God. That is what I felt in the Saint Louis Cathedral, right in my own little city, and I knew it was what I knew in the glen in the ancient cathedral. I was stricken. I wandered about all day, evoking the feeling and then doing my best to dispel it. In flashes I saw Dunelaith. I saw its stone houses. I saw its little square. I saw the cathedral itself in the distance. Oh, great, great Gothic church. Olden times. I sank down finally in a cafe, as always, drank a cold glass of beer, and rolled my head on the wall behind me. The demon was there, invisible.
"What are you thinking?"
Cautiously and deliberately I told him. He was silent and confused. Then in a timid voice he said,
"I will be flesh."
"Yes, I'm sure you will," I said, "and Mary Beth and I have vowed to help you."
"Good, for I can show you then how to remain and come back yourself. It can be done, and others have done it."
"Why has it taken so long for you?"
"There is no time where I am," he said. "It is an idea. It will be realized. Only when I am in your body is there a sort of time measured by noise and movement. But I am out of time. I wait. I see far. I see myself come again, and then everyone will suffer."
"Everyone?"
"Everyone but our clan, yours and mine. The clan of Dunelaith, for you are of that clan, and so am I."
"Is that so? Are you telling me, then, that all our cousins, all our ilk, all our descendants—"
"Yes, all blessed, the most powerful in the earth. Blessed. Look what I have done in your time. I can do more, much more, and when I am come into the flesh again, for true, I will be one of you."
"Promise me this," I said. "Vow it."
"You shall all be upheld, all of you."
I closed my eyes. I saw the glen, the cathedral, the candles, the villagers in procession, the Christ-child. The fiend screamed in pain. Not a sound anywhere, only the dull street, the cafe, the door open, the breeze, for the demon was shrieking in pain, and only I, Julien Mayfair, could hear it. Could the child Mary Beth hear it? The fiend was gone. All around me the flat natural world lay undisturbed any more and beautifully ordinary. I got up, put on my hat, picked up my stick, walked across Canal Street into the American district and on to a nearby rectory. I don't even know the church. It was some new church, a neighborhood filled with Irish and German immigrants. Out came an Irish priest, for Irish priests were everywhere in those days. We were a missionary country for the Irish, who were out to convert the world as surely then as they had been in the time of St. Brendan. "Listen to me," I said. "If I wanted to exorcise a devil, would it help to know exactly who he was? To know his name if he had one?" "Yes," said he. "But you should trust such things to priests. Knowing his name could be a great, great advantage." "I thought so," said I. I looked up. We stood at the rectory door at the curb of the street, but to the right lay a walled garden, and now I saw the trees begin to thrash and move and throw down their leaves. Indeed, so strong came the wind that it stirred the little bell in the small church steeple. "I'll learn its name," I said. The more the trees thrashed, the more the leaves were whipped into a storm. The more distinctly I repeated it. "I'll learn its name." "To be sure," said the priest. "Do that. For there are many, many demons, the fallen angels, all of them, and the old gods of the pagans who became demons when Christ was born. And the little people even are from hell, you know." The old gods of the pagans? Asked I, for I had never come across this wrinkle in theology. I thought the old gods were false gods and didn't exist, that our God was the one true God. Oh, the gods existed, but they were demons. They are the spooks and spirits that trouble us by night, deposed, vicious, vengeful. Same with the fairy people, the little people. I have seen the little people. I saw them in Ireland, and I saw them here. Right, I said. May I walk in your garden? I gave him a handful of American dollars. He was pleased. He went round inside to open the gate in the brick wall. Seems it's going to storm, he said. That tree is going to break. His cassock was blowing every which way. You go inside, I said. I like the storm, and I'll close the gate behind me. I stood alone among the trees in the crowded little place where the morning glory grew wild, and there were a few scattered vibrant pink lilies. A little untended garden by and large, and in a grotto, covered over with green moss, the Virgin standing. The trees were now whipped to a fury. The lilies were torn and trampled as if the wind had big boots. I had to place my hand on the trunk of the tree to steady myself. I was smiling. Well, what can you do to me? I asked. Shower me with leaves? Make it rain if you will. I shall change my clothes when I go home. Do your damnedest. I waited. The trees grew still. A few vagrant raindrops fell on the brick path. I reached down and picked up one of the lilies, crushed and broken. I heard the great, faint and undeniable sound of weeping. Not audible, you understand, not through the ear, only through my soul, a heartbroken weeping. There was more than sorrow in it. There was a dignity. There was a great depth, more terrible than any smile or expression of face it had ever made to fright me. And the sorrow mingled in my soul with that remembered euphoria. Latin words came to my mind, but I didn't really know them. They sprang from me as if I were a priest and I were saying a litany. I heard the sound of pipes. I heard the bells ring. It's the devil's knell, someone said. All Christmas Eve the bells will ring to drive the devils from the glen, to fright the little people. And then the sky was quiet. I was alone. The garden was still. It was simply New Orleans again, and the warm southern sun was shining down upon me. The priest peeped out from the door. Merci, mon père, I said, tipped my hat and left. The streets were soft with sunshine and breeze. I walked home through the garden district to the first street house, and there was my beautiful Mary Beth sitting on the steps, and he was with her, a shadow, a thing of air, and both seemed glad to see me. 18. The bright fluorescent lights of the station made an island in the dark swampland. The little phone booth was no more than a fold of plastic around a single chrome phone. The tiny square numbers were now a blur. She could no longer make them out, no matter what she did. Again came the busy signal. Please, try to cut in again, she asked the operator. I have to reach Mayfair and Mayfair. There is more than one line. Please try for me. Say it is an emergency call from Rowan Mayfair. Ma'am, they will not accept the interrupt. They are getting requests for interrupts from all over. The driver had climbed back up in his cab. She heard the engine start. She made a motion for him to wait, and hastily gave the operator the house number. This is my home. Punch it in for me, please. I can't read the numbers. The pain came again, the tight wire of wraparound pain, so like a menstrual cramp, yet far worse than any she'd ever experienced. Michael, please answer. Michael, please. On and on it rang. Ma'am, we've rung 20 times. Listen, I have to reach somebody. Do this for me. Keep calling. Tell them. Some official objection was coming back, but the huge jarring noise of the truck's diesel engines obliterated everything. Smoke came out of the little pipe at the front of the cab. When she turned around, the receiver slipped out of her fingers and banged against the plastic enclosure. The driver appeared to be beckoning for her to come.
Mother, help me. Where is Father? We are all right, Emmaleth. Be still, be quiet, be patient with me.
She stepped forward, one moment sure of the ground and the distance and all points of reference, and the next minute plunging to the asphalt. Her knees struck with a fierce pain, and she felt herself going over.
Mother, I am frightened. Hang on, baby girl, she said. Hang on.
She had her hands out on the ground to steady herself. Only her knees had been hurt. 2 men were running towards her from the office of the filling station, and the truck driver had come down and around to help her. "Are you okay, lady?" he said.
"Yes, let's go,"
she said. She looked up in the man's face.
"We have to hurry."
The truth was, if they hadn't been pulling her up, she couldn't have risen. She leant on the truck driver's arm. The sky beyond the swamps was purple. "Couldn't get them?"
"No," she said, "but we have to push on."
"Lady, I have to make my stop in St. Martinville. No way around it. I have to pick up—"
"I understand. I'll call from there again. Just drive, please. Go. Take us away from here."
Here. The isolated gas station on the swamp's edge. The sky purple overhead, the stars peeping through, and a great bright moon rising. He lifted her with considerable ease and set her down on the seat, then came around, released the emergency brake, and let the big truck creak and wheeze before he slammed the door and pressed on the accelerator. They were turning back to the marginless road.
"We still in Texas?"
"No, ma'am, Louisiana. I sure wish you'd let me take you to the doctor."
"I'll be all right."
Just as she said it, the pain again clamped tight and made her nearly cry out. She felt the sharp jab from within.
"Emmaleth, for the love of God and Mother." "But, Mother, it gets smaller and smaller. Mother, I'm frightened. Where is Father? Can I be born into the world without Father?" "Not yet, Emmaleth."
She sighed. She turned her head to the road. The big truck was racing along now at 90 on the narrow road, with its battered shoulders and ditches, and the purple sky darkened above as the trees closed in and grew higher. The headlamps made a bright path ahead. The driver whistled to himself. "Mind if I play the radio, ma'am?"
"Please do,"
she said. There came another jab. The smooth, dark voices of the Judds came out of the little grill. She smiled. Devil's music. Another jab, and she pitched forward, steadying herself on the dashboard. Then she realized she had never put on the seat belt. Terrible, and she a mother carrying a child.
"Mother, I'm here, Emmaleth. The time is coming." "That can't be yet. Stay quiet. Wait until we are both certain."
But another circle of pain wrapped tight around her middle. It pressed white-hot against the small of her back, and there came another jab and a soundless sense of something breaking. Fluid leaked between her legs. She felt the wetness, and at the same time the blood seemed to drain from her face. That awful light-headed feeling. You're going to pass out.
"Stop the truck now, here,"
she said. At first he didn't understand. "You need help, lady?"
"No. Stop the truck. See those lights? Stop there. That's where I'm going. Stop the truck."
She flashed her eyes on him. She saw the intimidation, the fear, yet he eased into the stop. "Do you know who lives back up in there?"
"Course I do."
She opened the door and got out, stumbling over the step. Her dress was soaked. No doubt the seat behind her was wet, and now in the glare of oncoming lights he could see it. Poor man. How disgusting it must all seem to him. That she had lost control of her bladder, when that wasn't it at all.
"Go on now. Thanks."
She slammed the cab door. But she heard him hollering from inside. "Ma'am, your purse, here." "Oh, no, that's okay. You already give me plenty money." The truck wouldn't move on. She cut across the ditch hurriedly and climbed up into the high grass on the other side and passed into the dense bank of trees, into the soft, relentless chorus of the tree frogs. Up ahead she saw light, and she moved towards it, at last hearing the sound of the truck drive away and vanish within seconds in the silence.
I'm finding a place, Emmaleth. A soft, dry place. Be quiet and be patient. Mother, I cannot. I must come out.
She had come through the trees into a clearing. The light she'd seen lay way far away to the right. She did not care about them. It was the great grassy place that lay ahead, and a beautiful oak, immense in size and leaning tragically on its long arms as if reaching out to the woods beyond in a futile effort to join with it. The oak broke her heart suddenly, its giant knuckled branches, its great sweeps of dark moss, and in the soft glowing starry night the sky was so bright behind it.
It's beautiful. Please, Emmaleth. Emmaleth, if I die, go to Michael.
Once again she registered the vision of Michael's face, the numbers of the house, numbers of the phone, data for the tiny mind inside her which knew what she knew.
Mother, I cannot be born if you die. Mother, I need you. I need Father.
The tree was so distinct, massive, and graceful. Some lovely vision came to her of the forests of olden times, when trees like this must have been the temples. She saw a green field, hills covered with forest.
Dunolaith, Mother. Father said I was to go to Dunolaith, that we were to meet there.
No, darling, she said aloud, reaching out for the trunk of the tree, and then falling against its dark, good-smelling rough surface. Like stone it felt, no hint that it was alive, not here at the craggy base where the roots were like rocks, only up and out there where the small branches moved in the wind.
Go to Michael, Emmaleth. Tell him everything. Go to Michael. It hurts, Mother. It hurts. Remember, Emmaleth. Go to Michael. Mother, do not die. You must help me be born. You must give me your eyes and the milk, lest I be small and useless.
She wandered out from the trunk to where the grass was soft and silken under her feet, between a pair of the great sprawling elbow branches. Dark and sweet here.
I'm going to die, darling. No, Mother, I'm coming now. Help me.
It was dark and sweet here, with heaps of leaves and moss like a bower. She lay on her back, her body pulsing with one shock of pain after another. Moss above, soft moss hanging down, and the moon snagged up there and so beautiful. She felt the fluid gush warm against her thighs, and then the worst of the pain, and something soft and wet stroking her. She lifted her own hand, unable to coordinate, unable to reach down. Dear God, was the child reaching out from the womb? Was the child's hand against her thigh? The darkness above closed in, as if the branches had closed, and then the moon shone bright again, making the moss gray for an instant. She let her head roll to the side, stars falling down in the purple sky. This is heaven. I made an error, a terrible, terrible error, she said. The sin was vanity. Tell Michael this. The pain widened. She knew the causes of this. The mouth of the womb wrenched open. She screamed. She couldn't help it, and she felt nothing but the pain grow worse and worse, and then suddenly it stopped. Slipping back into ache and sickness, she struggled to see the branches again, struggled to lift her hands to help Emmaleth, but she could not do it. A great warm heaviness lay on her thighs. It lay on her belly. She felt the warm, wet touch on her breast.
Mother, help me.
In the vague, sweet darkness, she saw the small head rising above her, like the head of Nun, its long, wet hair so sleek, like a nun's veil, the head rising and rising.
Mother, see me. Help me, lest I be small and useless.
The face loomed above hers, the great blue eyes peering down into her own, and the wet hand suddenly closing on her breast, making the milk squirt from the nipple.
Are you my baby girl? She cried. Ah, the scent of Father. Are you my baby girl?"
There was the burning smell, the smell of the night he was born, the smell of something heated and dangerous and chemical, but nothing glowed in the dark. She felt the arms encircling her, the wet hair on her stomach, the mouth on her breast, and then that delicious suckling, that wondrous suckling, sending the pleasure all through her. The pain was gone, so beautifully and wholly gone. The darkness of the night seemed to enfold her and lock her down to the fallen leaves, to the bed of moss beneath the delicious weight of the woman who lay on top of her.
"Emmaleth." "Yes, Mother. The milk is good. The milk is fine. I am born, Mother. I want to die. I want you to die. Both of us now. Die."
But there was no longer much to worry about. She was floating, and Emmaleth drank the milk in deep, hearty gulps, and there wasn't anything now that she could do. She could not even feel her own arms and legs. She could feel nothing but this suckling, and then when she tried to say, it was gone. Whatever it had been. "I want to open my eyes. I want to see the stars again."
"They are so beautiful, Mother. They could guide me to Dunelaith if the great sea didn't lie between us."
She wanted to say no, not Dunelaith, and to say Michael's name again, but then she couldn't quite follow it, couldn't quite remember who Michael was or why she had wanted to say that.
"Mother, don't leave me."
Her eyes opened for one precious second, yes. See? And there was the purple sky and the tall willowy figure standing over her. It could not have been her child. No, not this. Not this woman, rising out of the dark like some grotesque growth from the warm, verdant earth, something monstrous and...
"No, Mother. No. I am beautiful. Mother, please, please, don't leave me."
19. The position wasn't embarrassing. It was flat-out crazy. He had been on the phone for 45 minutes to the Keplinger people. "Look," said the young doctor on the other end, "it says you came yourself, you took the files, you said that it was top secret. Damn it, I'm in New Orleans, Louisiana, you fool. I was here all day yesterday. I'm at the Pontchartrain Hotel. I'm with the Mayfair and Mayfair people now. I didn't pick up anything. What you're saying is the material is gone." "Absolutely, Dr. Larkin, gone. Unless there's a copy somewhere filed in such a way that I can't access it, and I don't think there is. I can keep about Mitch. How is he?" "Oh, he's not going to make it, Dr. Larkin. If you could see him, you wouldn't want him to. Don't pray for that now. Look, his wife's on the other line. I'll call you back." "No, you won't. You'll run for cover. You know what's happened. Somebody's walked out of there with all the material Rowan Mayfair entrusted to me. Everything Flanagan was working on. You guys slipped up, and Flanagan is critically hurt and unable to communicate." There was a pause on the other end of the line, then the same young, brittle voice again. "Correction! Dr. Flanagan's dead. Died 20 minutes ago. I'll have to call you back, Doctor. You better find the records. You better find the complete and entire computer record of every experiment made by Mitch Flanagan on behalf of Dr. Samuel Larkin for Dr. Rowan Mayfair. You have a record of sending us these things? I brought them. And that was you, the real you, who brought the stuff, not somebody apparently pretending to be you? Like this doctor yesterday who wasn't you, but said that he was? Oh, yeah, okay. Now I'm looking at a videotape of this man. Yesterday, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. He's tall, dark-haired, smiling, and he's holding up to the camera his identification, a California driver's license. Dr. Samuel Larkin. And you say you are Samuel Larkin, and that you're in New Orleans? Lark was speechless. He cleared his throat. He realized he was staring at Ryan Mayfair, who had been watching from the shadows of the office for some time now. The others still waited in the conference room, a distant and solemn ring of faces around the mahogany table. "Okay, Dr. Barry, whoever you are," Lark said. "I'm going to have my lawyer send you a full description of me and copies of my passport, driver's license, and ID card from university. You'll see I'm not this man on your tape. Please, hold on to the tape. Don't surrender it to somebody who comes in and smiles and tells you he is the reincarnation of J. Edgar Hoover. And, indeed, yes, I am Samuel Larkin. And when you speak to Martha Flanagan, please convey my sympathies to her. Don't bother to call the San Francisco police about this. I will call. You're wasting your time, Doctor. If there's been a misunderstanding, there is no way we could know that this man was not who he said he was. Just forget about the police, because you know as well as I do. Better find those records, Doctor. There have to be copies. He hung up before the young jerk could answer. He was steaming, but he was also stunned. Flanagan was dead. Flanagan struck by a car crossing California Street. He couldn't remember if he'd ever heard of anybody being killed downtown on that corner, unless it was an out-of-state driver on a rainy day who tried to race a cable car. He looked at Ryan, but he volunteered nothing for the moment. Then he punched in the 415 area code again, and a number he knew by heart. "Darlene," he said, "this is Samuel Larkin. I need you to send flowers to Martha Flanagan." Right. Nearly instantaneous. Not quite. That would be fine. Just sign it Lark. Thank you. Ryan moved out of the shadows, turned his back on Larkin, and walked into the conference room. Lark waited for a moment. His face was wet, and he was tired, and he could not think what he meant to do. There were so many conflicting thoughts in his head, so much outrage, so much impatience, so much pure astonishment. He and Mitch had made that dash together so many times, heading up to Grand Avenue to find their favorite little Gooey Louie's for egg rolls and cheap fried rice, the kind they'd loved since the New York days in med school. He stood up. He didn't know what he was going to say. He didn't know how to explain all this. He heard the door behind him open, and he saw with relief that it was Leitner, and Leitner had a manila folder in his hand. He looked drawn and tired, about as out of sorts as he'd been in the car this afternoon, on the way down here. That seemed like centuries ago. Flanagan had died in the interim. They went into the conference room together. How calm these people looked. How incredibly calm, both men and women red-eyed from crying, and all in their lawyerly tropical wool and Oxford cloth. "Well, this is very disturbing news," Lark said. He could feel the blood rushing to his face now. He laid his hands on the back of the leather chair. He didn't want to sit down. He caught a disconcerting reflection of himself in the distant windows. The lights of the city were a smear beyond. What he saw was mainly all this: the floor lamps, the ring of high-backed leather chairs, the figure of Ryan standing in the corner. "All the material is gone," said Ryan, quietly and without recrimination. "I'm afraid so. Dr. Flanagan is dead, and they can't find the records. Also someone, but I can't for the life of me." "We understand," said Ryan. "The same thing happened in New York yesterday afternoon. All the genetic records were removed. Same thing at the Genetic Institute in Paris." "Well, then I am in a very, very embarrassing position," said Lark. "You have only my word that this creature exists, that the blood and tissues sampled revealed this mysterious genome." "We understand," said Ryan. "I wouldn't blame you if you told me to get the hell out of this office and never come south of the Mason-Dixon line again," said Lark. "I wouldn't blame you if—" "We understand," said Ryan, and for the first time he forced an icy smile. He gestured for calm. "The superficial and immediate autopsy results on Edith Mayfair and Alicia Mayfair indicate they miscarried. The tissue is abnormal. There is every indication, even at this early stage, that it corroborates what you've told us about the material you received. I thank you for all your help." Lark was flabbergasted. "That's it? We will, of course, pay you for your time and all your expenses. No, I mean, wait a minute. What are you going to do? Well, what would you suggest we do? Ryan asked. Should we call a news conference and tell the national media that there is a genetic mutant, male, with 92 chromosomes preying on the women in our family, attempting to impregnate them and apparently killing them? I won't let this go, said Lark. I don't like people impersonating me. I'm going to find out who this was, who— You won't find out, said Aaron. You mean it was one of your people? If it was, you will never prove it. And we all know that it had to be one of my people, didn't it? No one else knew this work was being carried on at Keplinger. No one but you and the deceased Dr. Flanagan, and Mayfair, after you told them. There isn't much more to it. I think we need to see you back safely to your hotel. I think I have to help the family now. This is really a family matter. You're out of your mind. No, I am not, Dr. Larkin, said Leitner, and I want you to stay at the hotel with Gerald and Carl Mayfair. They're outside waiting to take you back. Don't leave the hotel, please. Just stay in the suite until you hear from me. Are you implying that someone is going to try to harm me? Ryan made a quiet, polite little gesture for attention. He was still standing in the corner of the room. Dr. Larkin, we have a lot of work to do. This is a big family. Just reaching everyone is quite a chore. And since 5 o'clock, we've had another death in the Houston area. Who was this? Asked Aaron. Clytie Mayfair, said Ryan. She didn't live that far from Lindsay. She died at nearly the same time, as a matter of fact. We suspect that she opened her front door to a visitor probably an hour or so after Lindsay had done the same thing in Sherman Oaks. At least that seems to be the picture. Please, Dr. Larkin, go back to the hotel. In other words, you believe everything I've told you. You believe this creature is— We know it is, said Ryan. Now please do go. Settle in at the Pontchartrain and make yourself comfortable, and don't go out. Gerald and Carl will be with you. Aaron had taken Lark's arm before he could answer. Aaron escorted Lark into the outer office and then into the corridor of the building. Lark saw the two young men, more cookie-cutter Mayfairs in pale wool suits with lemon or pink silk ties. Look, I have to sit down a minute, he said. At the hotel, said Leitner. Your people did this? Your people went into Keplinger and took that information? That's my guess, said Leitner. Obviously the man was miserable. Then that means they ran down Flanagan. They killed him? No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. No, I can't say that it means that. I don't believe it means that. I believe that they took advantage of a sudden opportunity. I can't believe anything else at this moment. But until I can reach the elders in Amsterdam, until I can find out who sent whom where, I have no real answers. I see, said Lark. Go back to the hotel and rest. But the women, everyone's being contacted. There are calls being made to every Mayfair connection known to the family. I'll call you as soon as I have word. Try to get your mind off it. Get my mind off it. What else can you do, Dr. Larkin? Lark was about to speak, but there were no words. Nothing came out. He looked up and saw that the young man named Gerald held the door open for him, and that the other man was eager to go, and in the act of turning. This meant something, meant he had to move. He didn't consciously decide. Suddenly he was in the corridor, and they were moving towards the elevator together. There were two uniformed policemen by the elevator. The young men passed them without a word. Once they were inside and on the way down, the younger one spoke. It's all my fault, he said. This was the one they called Gerald. He couldn't have been more than 25. The other, older, thinner, and a little tougher-looking all around, asked, Why? I should have burnt the house the way Carlotta wanted. What house? Demanded Lark. Neither man answered him. He asked the question again, but he realized they were not even listening to him. He said nothing more. The lobby of the building was lined with uniformed security officers, policemen, other seemingly official personnel, some of whom looked at them impassively. Lark saw the big limo hovering out there in the putrid glare of the mercury lights. "What about Rowan?" he said. "Is anybody still looking for Rowan?" He stopped in his tracks, but again neither man answered. Neither man seemed even to hear. There was nothing to be done but get into the leather-lined car. Icebox pie. The Pontchartrain had just about the best icebox pie he had ever tasted. He didn't think he wanted anything else, just coffee and chicory and icebox pie. "That's what I want when we get back, icebox pie and coffee." "Sure thing," said Gerald, as if this were the first time Lark had said anything that made sense. Lark just laughed to himself. He wondered if Martha had family around to go with her to Flanagan's funeral. 20. Julien's story continues. Let me pass quickly to the point. I did not lay eyes upon the bleak, dreamy landscape of Dunolaith until the year 1888. My memories continued much in the same vein, though there was increasingly confusing material mixed up with them. By that time, Mary Beth had grown into a powerful witch, more quick-witted, cunning, and philosophically interesting than Catherine, Marguerite, and even Marie Claudette, insofar as I could judge such things. But then Mary Beth was of a new age, post-war, post-crinoline, as they said. She worked by my side in my three endeavors: care of family, pursuit of pleasure, making money. She became my confidant and my only friend. I had many lovers during these years, men and women. I was married. My darling wife, Suzette, whom I loved very much in my own selfish way, gave me 4 children. I wish I could tell you the story of all this, because in a way, everything a man does is part of the moral fabric of who he is and what he is. And this was never more true than with me. But there isn't time. So let me only explain that no matter how close I was to wife, lovers, and children, it was Mary Beth who was my friend, who shared the secret of the knowledge of Lasher and all its burdens and dangers. New Orleans was, throughout that period, vice-ridden, and a great place for whoring, gambling, and merely watching the spectacle of life in all its seediness and violence. I adored it, felt fearless in its midst, and pursued my passions. And Mary Beth, disguised as a boy, went with me everywhere. While I protected my sons somewhat, sending them off to Eastern schools and preparing them for the world at large, I nurtured Mary Beth with much stronger ingredients. Mary Beth was the single most intelligent human being I have ever known. There was nothing in business or politics or any realm which she could not grasp. She was cool, relentless, logical, but above all, imaginatively brilliant. She saw the larger scheme of things, and she perceived early on that the demon did not. Let me give an example. There came to New Orleans in the early 1880s a musician called Blind Henry. Blind Henry was an idiot savant. There was nothing he could not play on the piano. He played Mozart, Beethoven, Gottschalk, but Blind Henry was otherwise just what the title implies, an utter idiot. When Mary Beth and I attended this concert, she wrote on her program a note to me, right under the nose of the demon, so to speak, who was totally taken by the music. Blind Henry and Lasher, same form of intellect. This was exactly right. It is a far more mysterious question than we can examine here, and today you know more in the modern world about idiot savants, autistic children, and the like. But in her simple way, she was trying to communicate to me, Lasher cannot put either learning or perception into any real context. We, the living, have a context for what we know and feel. This dead thing does not. And, having understood this from an early age, Mary Beth did not mythologize the spirit. When I suggested it was a vengeful ghost, she shrugged and considered the possibility. But, and this is the key, She didn't despise Lasher as I did, either. On the contrary, she bore him love, and he forged with her a close emotional link, drawing from her a sympathy which I did not feel for the being. And, as I saw this happening, as I saw her nodding to my ironic statements and carefully veiled warnings, as I saw her understanding me perfectly, yet nevertheless loving him, I understood better why he had always preferred women to men, for I think he played to a part of women which is more dormant in men. They were more likely to fall in love with, to feel pity for, to be enamored of, that which gives them erotic pleasure. Of course, this is a bias on my part. A bias. I presented it to her, and she sneered. "It's like the old argument from the witch judges," she said, "that women are more susceptible to the devil's blandishments because they are more stupid. Shame on you, Julien. Maybe the simple fact is I am more capable of love than you are." We argued about this all of our lives. All of our lives. I once suggested in rapid debate that most women were morally flawed and could be led to anything. She quietly pointed out to me that she felt a deep honor-bound responsibility to Lasher, which I, the pragmatist and diplomat, did not feel. I was the one morally flawed, she said. And perhaps she was right. Whatever the case, I always felt an abhorrence for the thing, and she didn't feel it. "When you are gone some day," she said, "there will be only I and that thing. It will be my love, my solace, my witness. I do not really care what it is or whence it comes. I do not care what I am or whence I come. The idea that I can think of myself in those terms is an illusion." She was then 15, tall, black-haired, very sturdy of build, and very pretty in a dark, strong way which some men would not have found appealing. Her manner was quiet and highly persuasive. All admired her, and anyone not afraid of her unflinching gaze and mannish poise usually was smitten by her. I was impressed, of course. All the more because after saying such a thing, she could smile and do this trick which never failed to delight me. To take the thick braid of her black hair and untangle it so that the whole veil spilled over her shoulders in sharp little waves, and then shake it out and laugh, as if transforming herself at once in that gesture from my intellectual companion to a budding woman. But understand, I was the only male ever to have power with Lasher, and I still maintain that I had a male's immunity to the thing's blandishments. And mark, I've been frank with you about my male amours. I am not prejudiced against that love that dares not say its name and so forth. Love to me is love. In my heart of hearts, I loathed the creature. I loathed its reckless mistakes. I loathed its sense of humor. Alors, sharing my ambition in every regard, Mary Beth became familiar with our business dealings from early childhood. By the time she was 12, she had participated with me in decisions which so diversified and extended our fortune that an unstoppable money-making machine had been created from the Mayfair capital. We were as active in Boston and New York and London as in the South. Money was in place where it could only make more money, and that money automatically made more money, and so forth and so on, and so it has been, really, since those days. Mary Beth was a genius at it, and she learnt to use the spirit very skillfully as her spy, her informant, her observer, her idiot savant adviser. It was quite startling to watch her at work with the being. Meantime, we had made the first street house ours. My brother, Rémi, was quiet, retiring, his children sweet and good-natured. My boys were off at school. My poor daughter Jeanette, feeble-minded as Catherine had been, died young. That is another tale, all that. My sweet Jeanette, my beloved wife Suzette. I cannot tell it. After the death of those two, which came much later on, and the death of my mother Marguerite, Mary Beth and I were quite isolated from all the world in our shared knowledge and passion. and our relentless pursuit of pleasure. But this isolation had already begun. We were also mad for the modern world. We journeyed to New York frequently, merely to be in the thriving capital. We adored the railroads. We kept abreast of new inventions. Indeed, we invested in progress per se. We had a passion for change, while many in our family and in our home had nothing of the sort. Rather, they clung to a sleepy, glamorous old-world past, receding behind closed shutters. Not so with us. We had, as they say in your time, we had our hands into everything. And let me note that until we went to Europe in the year 1887, Mary Beth had maintained her status as a virgin warrior, so to speak, never allowing any man in any sort of way to really touch her. That is, she had fun in 1,000 ways, but she ran no risk of mothering a witch until such a time as she could pick the father. That is why she preferred the boy disguise when we went cavorting on the town. Beautiful, dark-eyed boy that she was, she never let anyone too close to her. Finally, the time came when we could break away for a long European trip, a grand tour, an exercise of our wealth on a large scale, a marvelous and long overdue education. Overdue for me, that is, and perhaps even for her. If I have one regret, it is that I did not travel more in life, and that I did not encourage others in my family to travel. But that is of small import now. The spirit was very loath for us to go. Over and over he warned against the dangers of wandering. He told us we possessed paradise where we were, but we would not be deterred. Mary Beth was desperate to see the world, and the spirit would keep her happy. And within an hour of our departure it was clear that he was journeying with us. Throughout our tour, he could be summoned with a silent wish, and frequently when I saw Mary Beth at a distance, I saw him beside her. In the city of Rome, he went into me for many hours, but the effort exhausted him. Indeed, it seemed to madden him. He begged to go home, that we cross the sea, that we return to the house he so loved. He said that he detested this place. Indeed, he could not endure it. I told him we had to take this trip, that it was folly to think the Mayfairs would never journey afar, and to be quiet. There was nothing to be done for it. When we journeyed north of Rome towards Florence, he became disconsolate and turbulent, and actually left us. Mary Beth was afraid. She could not summon him, no matter what she did. So, we are on our own in the mortal world, I said with a shrug. What can happen to us? She was leery and sad, and wandered the streets of Siena and Assisi by herself, scarce speaking to me. She missed the demon. She said that we had caused it pain. I was indifferent, but oh, to my regret. When we reached Venice and lodged in a gorgeous palazzo on the Grand Canal, the monster came to me. It was one of his most vicious and contrived and strong gestures. I had left at home in New Orleans my beloved secretary and young quadroon lover, Victor Grégoire, who was running my office for me in my absence, as no one else could have ever done, I suppose. When I reached Venice, I expected the usual communications from Victor to be waiting for me. Some letters, contracts to be notarized, signed, that sort of thing. But mainly I anticipated his written assurance that all was well in New Orleans. What greeted me was this. As I sat at my desk above the canal, in a great, vast, drearily painted room in the Italian style, hung with velvet and very damp, with a cold marble floor, in walked Victor, or so it seemed. For I knew in an instant this was not my Victor, but someone who made himself look identical to him. He stood before me, smiling almost coyly, the young man I knew, with pale golden skin, blue eyes, black hair, and a tall, powerful body dressed to perfection. And then vanished. Of course, it had been the monster pretending to be Victor, making this vision to torment me. But why? I knew. I laid my head down on the desk and wept. Within an hour, Mary Beth came in with the news from America. Victor had been killed 2 weeks ago in an accident. He had stepped off the curb at Britannia and Philip and been run down, right outside the apothecary. 2 days later he had died, calling for me.
"We had better go home," she said.
"I will not," I declared. "Lasher has done this."
"He would not."
"Oh, hell yes he would, and he did." I was in a rage. I locked myself in my bedroom on the 3rd floor of the palazzo. I had only a view of the narrow calle below. I paced in a fury. "Come to me," I said. "Come." And finally he did, once again tricked out as a brittle, shiny, smiling cutout of my Victor.
Laughter, Julian. I would go home now.
I turned my back on the vision. He made the draperies blow, the floors rattle. It seemed he made the deep stone walls rumble. At last I opened my eyes.
"I would not be here," he declared. "I would be home."
"Ah, and to walk the streets of Venice means nothing to you?"
"I loathe this place. I do not want to hear hymns. I hate you. I hate Italy."
"Ah, but what of Dunolith? What of that? Were we to go north to Scotland?" For that had been one of my most important goals on this trip, to see the town for myself where Suzanne had called up the thing. He passed into a tantrum. Papers flew from my table, the bed covers were snatched up and twirled into a great shape, which knocked me flat on my back before I realized what was happening. Never had I seen the thing so strong. All my life its strength had been increasing, and now it had struck me. I shot up from the floor, snatched the fabric, and cast it down and cursed the thing. "Begone from me, devil! Feast no more on my soul, devil! My family shall cast you out, devil!" And I tried with all my might and main to see it, spirit that it was, and I did, a great dark collecting force in the room, and with my entire will and a great roar, I drove it out of the windows, out over the calle, and above the rooftops, where it seemed to unfurl like a monstrous fabric without end. Mary Beth came rushing to me. Back it came to the window. Again I shot it my most heated and venomous curses.
"I shall return to Eden," it roared. "I shall slay all who bear the name Mayfair."
"Ah," said Mary Beth, opening her arms, "and then you will never be flesh, and we will never return, and all our dreams shall be laid waste, and those who love you and know you best will be gone. You will be alone again." I got out of the way. I saw what was coming. She reached out to it again, and in the softest voice wooed it. "You have built this family. You have made the Eden in which it lives. Grant us this little time. All the good that has come to us has been through you. Will you begrudge us this little journey, you who have always given us our way, and what would make us happy?" The spirit was weeping. I could hear that peculiar soundless sound. It was a wonder it didn't plunk down the syllables. Weeping, the way it plunked down the syllables, laughter. But it did not. It took the more eloquent and heart-rending path. Mary Beth stood at the window. Like many an Italian girl, she had matured young in our own southern heat. She was a luscious flower in her red dress, the small-waisted, big-skirted fashion of the times, making her full breasts and hips all the more gorgeous. I saw her bow her head and rest her lips on her hands, and then give this kiss in offering to the being. It wrapped itself slowly around her, lifting and caressing her hair and twisting it, and letting it fall again. She let her head turn on her shoulders. She gave herself to it. I turned my back. I brooded and waited in silence. At last it came to me.
"I love you, Julian."
Would you be flesh? Would you continue to shower all blessings upon us, your children, your helpers, your witches?
"Yes, Julian."
"Let us go to Dunolith," I said, choosing my words carefully. "Let me see the glen where our family was born. Let me lay a wreath of flowers on the glen floor where our Suzanne was burnt alive. Let me do this. This was the most shameful lying. I no more wanted to do that than to go play the bagpipes and wear the tartan. But I was determined to see Dunalaith, to know it, to penetrate to the core of this mystery.
Very well,
Lasher said, buying the lie, for after all, who could lie to him better than I could by this time? Take my hand when we are there, I said. Tell me what I should know.
I will,
he said in a resigned voice.
Only leave this accursed popish country. Leave these Italians in their crumbling church. Get away from here. Go north, yes, and I go with you, your servant, your lover, Lasher.
Very well, Spirit, I said. And then, trying to mean it with all my heart, and finding some meaning in it, I said, I love you, Spirit, as well as you love me. And then the tears sprang to my eyes.
We will know each other in the darkness some day, Julian,
he said.
We will know each other as ghosts when we roam the halls of First Street. I must be flesh. The witches must prosper.
I found this thought so terrifying that I said nothing. But be assured, Michael, it hasn't been so. I am in no realm that is shared by any other soul. These things cannot be explained. Even now my understanding is too dim for words. I know only that you and I are here, that I see you and you see me. Maybe that is all creatures are ever meant to know in any realm. But I didn't know that then. Any more than any other living being, I couldn't grasp the immense loneliness of earthbound spirits. I was in the flesh as you are now. I knew nothing else. Nothing unbounded and purgatorial is what I have since suffered. Mine was the naivete of the living. Now it is the confusion and longing of the dead. Pray when I am finished this tale I will go on to something greater. Punishment even would have its shape, its purpose, some conviction of meaning. I cannot imagine eternal flames, but I can imagine eternal meaning. We left Italy immediately, as the demon had asked us to do. We journeyed north, stopping again in Paris for only 2 days, before we made the crossing and drove north to Edinburgh. The demon seemed quiet. When I tried to engage it in conversation, it would say only, "I remember, Suzanne," and there was something utterly without hope in its manner. Now in Edinburgh, a remarkable thing happened. Mary Beth, in my presence, begged that the demon come with her and protect her. She, who had gone out with me disguised, would now wander on her own, with only her familiar to protect her. In sum, she lured Lasher away, whistling to herself as she went out, walking in a man's tweed coat and breeches, her hair swept up beneath a small shapeless cap, her steps big and easy as any boy's steps might be. And I, alone, went at once to the University of Edinburgh, on the trail of the finest professor of history in those parts, and soon cornered the man, and, plying him with drink and money, was soon closeted away with him in his study. His was a charming house in the old town, which many of the rich had long deserted, but which he still preferred, for he knew the whole history of the building. The rooms were filled with books, even to the narrow hallways and the stairway landing. He was an ingratiating, volatile little creature, with a shiny bald head, silver spectacles, and rather showy, flaring white whiskers, which were then the style, who spoke with a thick Scots accent to his English, and he was passionately in love with the folklore of his country. His rooms were crammed with dreary pictures of Robert Burns, and Mary Queen of Scots, and Robert the Bruce, and even Bonnie Prince Charlie. I thought it all rather amusing, but I was too excited to keep still when he admitted that indeed he was, as his students had told me, an expert on the ancient folklore of the Highlands. "Dunalaith," says I may have the spelling wrong. Here. But this is the word. "No, you've got it right," he said. "But wherever did you hear of it?" The only folks who go up there now are the students interested in the old stones, and the fishermen and the hunters. That glen is a haunted place, very beautiful, of course, and well worth the trek, but only if you have some purpose. There are terrible legends in those parts, as terrible as the legends of Loch Ness or Glamis Castle. I have a purpose. Tell me about it, everything that you know, said I, frightened that any moment I would feel the spirit's presence. I wondered if Mary Beth had gone into some dangerous pub where women are in the main not allowed, just to keep Lasher on his toes. Well, it all goes back to the Romans, said the professor. Pagan worship in those parts, but the name Dunalaith refers to an ancient clan stronghold. The clan Dunalaith were Irish and Scots, descendants of the missionaries who went up there from Ireland to spread the word of God in the time of St. Brendan. And of course the Picts were up there before the Romans. Rumor was they built their castle in Dunalaith because it was a place blessed by the pagan spirits. We are talking now of the Picts when we speak of pagans. That was their part of Scotland up there, and the Dunalaith clan probably descended from them as well. You know how it went. Pagans and Catholics. Catholics built upon pagan shrines to appease and include the local superstitions. Exactly, said he. And even the Roman documents mention terrible things about that glen, the things that lurked in it. They mentioned a sinister childlike breed, which could overrun the world if ever allowed to stray from the valley, and a particularly vicious species of the little people. Of course you are familiar with the little people. Don't laugh at them, I warn you. Yet he smiled as he said this. But you can't find the original material on any of that anymore. Whatever, even before the Venerable Bede, those tribes up there had become the clan of Dunalaith, and Bede even mentions a cult center, a Christian church there. What was its name, I asked. Don't know, says he. The Venerable Bede never said, at least not that I remember, but it had to do with a great saint who was, as you can probably guess, a converted pagan. You know, one of those legendary kings of great potency who suddenly fell upon his knees and allowed himself to be baptized, and then worked a score of miracles. Just the sort of things the Celts and the Picts of those times required of their god if they were going to go over to him. The Romans never really tamed the Highlands, you know, and neither really did the Irish missionaries. The Romans actually forbade their soldiers from going into the glen or to the nearby islands, something to do with the licentiousness of the women. The Highlanders were Catholic later on, yes, fiercely so, ready to fight to the death, but they were Catholic in their own strange way, and that was their downfall. Explain, said I, pouring him another glass of port and peering over the parchment map which he spread out before us. This was a facsimile, he explained, that he'd made himself from the real thing under glass in the British Museum. The town reached its height in the 1400s. There is some evidence it was a market town. The loch was a true port in those times. Rumor was, the cathedral was magnificent. Not the church Bede mentions, you understand, but a cathedral which had taken centuries to build, and all the time under the wing of the clan of Dunalaith, who were devoted to this saint, and regarded him as the guardian of all Scots, and the one some day to save the nation. You have to go to travel accounts for descriptions of the shrine, and there isn't very much there, and nobody has ever bothered to compile it. I'll compile it, I said. If you have a century to stay here, you might, said he. But you ought to go up to the glen and see how little remains of all that. A castle, a pagan circle of stones, the foundations of the town, now totally overgrown, and then those terrible ruins of the cathedral. But what did happen to it? What did you mean its Catholicism was its ruin? Those Highland Catholics would yield to no one, he said, not to Henry VIII when he tried to convert them to his new church in the name of Anne Boleyn, and not to the great reformer John Knox either. But it was John Knox, or his followers, who destroyed them. I closed my eyes. I was seeing the cathedral. I was seeing the flames and the stained glass exploding in all directions. I opened my eyes with a shudder. "You're a strange man," he said. "You've got the Irish blood, don't you?" I nodded. Told him my father's name. He was flabbergasted. Of course he remembered Tyrone McNamara, the great singer. But he didn't think anyone else did. "And you are his son?" I said. "But go on. How did the followers of Knox destroy Dunolaith? Oh, and the stained glass. There was stained glass, wasn't there? Where would that have come from?" "Made right there," said he, "all through the 1200s and 1300s, by the Franciscan monks from Italy." "Franciscans from Italy? You mean the Order of St. Francis of Assisi was there?" "Most definitely so. The Order of St. Francis was popular right up to the time of Anne Boleyn," he said. "The observant friars were the refuge of Queen Catherine, when Henry divorced her, of course. But I don't think observant friars built or maintained the cathedral at Dunolaith. It was far too elaborate, too rich, too full of ritual for simple Franciscans. No, it was probably the conventuals. They were the Franciscans who kept the property, I believe. Whatever the case, when King Henry broke with the Pope and went to looting the monasteries all around, the clan of Dunolaith drove out his soldiers without a moment's hesitation. Terrible, terrible bloody battles in the glen, and even the bravest British soldiers were loath to go up there." "The name of the saint?" "I don't know. I told you. Probably some meaningless Gaelic collection of syllables, and when we break it down, we'll find it's descriptive like Veronica or Christopher." I sighed. "And John Knox? Well, Henry died, as you know, and his Catholic daughter Mary took the throne, and another bloodbath ensued, and this time it was Protestants who were burnt or hanged or whatever. But next we had Elizabeth I, the great queen, and once again Great Britain was Protestant. The Highlands were prepared to ignore the whole thing, but then came John Knox, the great reformer, and preached his famous sermon against the idolatry of the Papists at Perth in 1559, and it was war in the glen as the Presbyterians descended upon the cathedral. Burnt it, smashed the glass to pieces, laid ruin the cathedral school, burnt the books, all of it gone. Horrible, horrible story. Of course they claimed the people were witches in the glen, that they worshipped a devil who looked like a man, that they had it all mixed up with the saints, but it was Protestant against Catholic finally. The town never recovered. It hung on till the late 1600s, when the last of the clan was killed in a fire in the castle. Then there was no more Dunolaith. Just nothing. And no more saint. Oh, the saint was gone in 1559, whoever he was, God bless him. His cult disappeared with the cathedral. You have only a little Presbyterian town after that, with the abominable pagan circle of stones outside it. What do we know about the pagan legends in particular, I asked. Only that there are those who still believe them. Now and then, someone will come from as far away as Italy. They will ask about the stones. They seek the road to Dunolaith. They even ask about the cathedral. Yes, I'm telling you the truth. They'll come asking for the glen of Dunolaith, and they'll journey up there to look about in search of something. And then you are here, asking the very same questions, really, in your own way. The last person was a scholar from Amsterdam. Amsterdam? Yes. There is an order of scholars there. Indeed, they have a mother house in London also. They are organized like religious, but they have no beliefs. Over my lifetime they have come some 6 times to explore the glen. They have a very strange name. Luckier than the saint, I suppose. Their name is unforgettable. What is it? Asked I. Talamasca, he said. They are really very well-educated men, with a great respect for books. Here, see this little book of the hours? It's a gem. They gave it to me. They always bring me something. See this? This is one of the first King James Bibles ever printed. They brought that last time they visited. They go camp in that glen. Really, they do. They stay for weeks, and then they go away, invariably disappointed. I was overcome with excitement. All I could think of for a moment was Marie Claudette's strange tale to me when I was only 3, of how a scholar from Amsterdam had come to Scotland and rescued poor Deborah, daughter of Suzanne. For a moment all manner of images came back to me from the demon's memories, and I almost lost consciousness. But time was too precious to indulge in any trances now. I had this kindly little doctor of history, and had to get everything I could from him. "Witchcraft," I said. "Witchcraft up there. The burnings in the 17th century. What do you know of them?" "Oh, ghastly tale. Suzanne, the milkmaid of Dunolaith. On that I happen to have an invaluable piece of material, one of the original pamphlets circulated in those days by the witch judges." He went to his press and took out of it a small, crumbling quarto of pages. I could see a coarse engraving of a woman surrounded by flames that resembled more huge leaves or tongues of fire. And in thick English letters was written, "The Tale of the Witch of Dunolaith." "I will buy this from you," I said. "Not on your life," says he, "but I'll have it copied in detail for you." "Good enough." I took out my wallet and laid down a wad of American dollars. "That will do, that will do. Don't get carried away. What a passionate fellow you are. Must be the Irish blood. The French are by nature so much more reticent. It's my granddaughter who does the copying, and it won't take her that long. She'll give you a lovely transcript in facsimile form on parchment." "Good. Now tell me what it says." "Oh, same old foolishness. These pamphlets were circulated all over Europe. This one was printed in Edinburgh in 1670. Tells how Suzanne, the cunning woman, came under the sway of Satan, and gave him her soul, and how she was tried and burnt, but her daughter, the Mary Begot, was spared, for the child had been conceived on the 1st of May, and was sacred to God, and no one dared touch her. The daughter was at last entrusted to the care of a Calvinist minister, who took her to Switzerland, I believe, for the salvation of her soul. Name, Pater Fanable." "Pater Fanable. You are certain of that name? It says it there?" I could scarcely contain myself. This was the only written word I had ever beheld to confirm the tale which Marie Claudette had told me. I did not dare say this was my ancestor as well. Having Tyrone McNamara seemed gauche enough. I merely fell silent, overwhelmed, and even contemplated stealing the pamphlet. "Yes, indeed, Pater Fanable right here," said he. "All written by a minister here in Edinburgh, and printed here too and sold for quite a profit. These things were popular, you know, just like the magazines of today. Imagine people sitting around the fire and looking at this horrid picture of the poor girl burning. You know, they were burning witches right here in Edinburgh, at the Witches' Well on the Esplanade, right up till the 1700s. I made some murmur of total sympathy, but I was too stunned by this little confirmation to think clearly. Again, I might have yielded to a load of Lasher's memories if I had allowed myself to do so. Hurriedly, I put my questions. "But by the time of the witch, the cathedral was long burnt," said I, trying to get my bearings. "Yes, everything was pretty much gone. Only sheep herders up there. But do understand, some historians do believe that the witchcraft persecutions were a last bit of Protestant-Catholic feuding. There may be some truth to it. What they say specifically is this: life became very dull under John Knox, what with stained glass and statues gone, and all the old Latin hymns banned, and colorful Highland customs abandoned. The people went back to some of their pagan ceremonies just to put some fancy in their lives, you know, some color." "Do you think that was the case in Dunolaith?" "No. It was a typical trial. The Earl of Dunolaith was a poor man, living in a dreary castle. We hear nothing of him in that century, except that he later died in the fire that killed his son and grandson. The witch was a poor cunning woman from the village, called to account for bewitching some other humble person. We hear of no sabbats. But God knows they were held in other places up there, and this woman had been known to go to the pagan circle of stones, and that was used against her." "The stones themselves, what do you know of them?" big controversy. Some say they are as old as Stonehenge, maybe older. I think they have something to do with the Picts, that at one time there were carvings on them. They are very rough, those stones, and all of different sizes. They are remnants of what was once there, and I think at one time they were deliberately defaced, all the inscriptions chipped off or worn off, and then the rest of the work was done by the weather. He opened a small book of drawings. "This is the art of the Picts," he said. I felt a terrible moment of disorientation. I don't know what it meant. I shall never forget it. I looked at these warriors, rows and rows of crude little profile figures with shields and swords. I didn't know what to make of it. I think the stones were their worshipping place. To hell with Stonehenge. But who will ever know? Perhaps the stones belonged to one of these strange tribes, or even the little people. "Who owns this valley?" said I. The man wasn't sure. All the land had been cleared up there by the government, the last starving settlers, driven out for their own good. Pitiful. Just pitiful. Many had gone to America. Did I know of the Highland clearances? "I've told you all I know," he said. "I wish I knew more." "You will," I said. "I will leave you the means to make a study." Then I begged him to join me on my trek to Dunelaith, but he swore he wasn't up to it. "I love that glen," he said. "I did go there many years ago with a man from the Amsterdam order. Alexander Cunningham was his name, a brilliant fellow. He paid for everything, and what a picnic we took with us. We stayed in the glen for a full week. I tell you I was glad to get back to civilization. But he said the strangest thing when he left me here, after our final dinner. 'You didn't really find what you wanted up there, did you?' I asked him. 'No, indeed I didn't, and thank God for that, if there is one.' He went out of the house, and then he came back. 'Let me tell you something, old friend. Never make light of the legends of those glens,' he said, 'and never laugh at the story of Castle Glamis. The little people are still to be found, and they'd bring the witches to the Sabbat, if they could, for the old purpose.' 'Naturally,' I said to the man. 'What purpose?' But he wouldn't answer on that, and seemed to be sincere in his silence. 'But what is the Glamis Castle story?' asked I. 'Oh, that there is some curse in that family, you see, and when they tell the new heir he never smiles again. Many have written of that. I've been to Glamis Castle. Who knows? But this man from the Talamasca, he was a studious and passionate sort. We had a splendid time up there, in the glen, looking at the moon.' 'But you didn't see the little people?' He fell silent. Then, 'I did see something, but it wasn't fairies, I don't think. It was just a smallish man and woman, rather misshapen, same unfortunates you see begging in the streets. I did see those two once very early in the morning, and when I told my Talamasca friend, he was in a perfect fury that he himself had not seen them. They didn't come again.' 'With your own eyes you saw them. Were they frightening?' 'Oh, they gave me the shivers.' He shook his head. 'I don't like to tell that tale,' he said. 'Remember, to us, my friend, fairies aren't merely humorous little beings. They are demons of the wild. They are powerful and dangerous, and can be vengeful. I'll tell you this, there are fairy lights in that glen. Fairy lights, those flames that rise up in the night on the distant horizon without explanation. I wish you luck in going there. I really wish I could go. We'll begin collecting these research materials for you immediately.' I went home to our fine lodgings in Newtown. Mary Beth had still not come back. I sat alone in our suite, a comfortable pair of bedrooms and a sitting room in between, and I drank my sherry and wrote down all that I could remember of what the man had told me. It was cold in these rooms. It would be cold in the glen, but I had to go there. The saint, the fairies, it's all mixed up, I thought. Then, in the silence, a feeling stole over me. Lasher was near. Lasher was in the room, and he knew my thoughts, and was close to me. "Are you there, beloved?" I asked casually as I jotted down the last few words.
"So they gave you his name,"
he said in his secret voice. "Pater van Abel, yes, but not the name of the saint."
"Aye, Pater,"
he said softly.
"I remember Pater van Abel. Pater van Abel saw Lasher."
His entire demeanor seemed tame and thoughtful. His secret voice was at its most resonant and beautiful. "Tell me," I coaxed.
"In the great circle,"
he said.
"We will go there. I have always been there. I mean that you will go there."
"Can you be there and with us at the same time?"
"Yes,"
he said with a sigh. But there seemed some doubt in his mind. It was again the limits of his thinking. "Be clever, spirit. Who are you?" I asked.
"Lasher, called by Suzanne in the glen,"
said he.
"You know me. I have done so well for you, Julian."
"Tell me where my daughter Mary Beth is, then, spirit. I hope you did not leave her somewhere in this dark city to her own devices."
"Her devices are very good, Julian, allow me to remind you.
But I left her
To her own vices rather than devices."
"Which means what?"
"She found a Scot who would be the father of her witch."
I shot out of the chair in a protective rage. "Where is Mary Beth?" But even then I heard her singing as she came down the corridor. She opened the door. She was very red-cheeked and beautiful from the cold, indeed sort of glistening, and her hair was loose. "Well, I have done it at last," she said. She danced into the room and then put a kiss on my cheek. "Don't look so stricken." "But who is the man?" "Don't give it another of your precious thoughts, Julian," she said. "I shall never again lay eyes on him. Lord Mayfair is a good name, don't you think?" And so that was the lie that was written home, just as soon as we knew she had conceived. Lord Mayfair of Dunelaith had fathered her child. Indeed, her marriage had been held in that town, though of course there was no town at all. But I jump ahead of my story. I had the keen feeling at that moment that she had mated with success, and as she described this man to me, pure Scots and black-haired and wicked and charming and very rich, I thought, well, perhaps this is as good a way to choose a father for one's child as any. Any pain I felt, jealousy, shame, fear, whatever, I buried it inside me. We were committed libertines, she and I. I would not have her laughing at me. Besides, I was too eager to go to Dunelaith. As I told her what I knew, our beloved spirit did nothing to come between us. Indeed, he was quiet that night. We were all quiet. Though down the street there was quite a bit of talk. Seems one of the local lords had been murdered. I didn't learn till later who it was, and even then the name didn't mean anything. But I think I know now that it was the father of Mary Beth's baby. Let's go on to Dunelaith now, and let me tell you what I discovered there. We set out the very next day, with 2 big carriages, one for ourselves and our luggage, the other for several servants needed to assist us. We went north to Darkirk, to the inn there, and from Darkirk on together on horseback, with 2 pack animals, and 2 of the local Scotsmen also on horseback to guide us. We were both great lovers of horses, you understand, and riding in this treacherous hilly terrain was rather a treat for us. We had fine horses for the trip and provisions to stay the night, though not long after we set out, I became aware of my age, and aware of many aches and pains that I had been able to ignore before this time. Our guides were young. Mary Beth was young. I was pretty much on my own, bringing up the rear, but the beauty of the surrounding hills, of the rich forests, and the sky itself drugged me and made me very happy. There was a chilly-haunted glory to all this, however. Scotland. But I had to go all the way to the glen. When I felt the urge to turn round, I kept my counsel and went on. We had a hasty lunch, then rode until almost sunset. It was just then that we came to the glen, or rather a slope descending upon it. And from a high promontory, just out of the deep forest of Scots pine and alder and oak, we saw the distant castle across the gulf, a hollow, overgrown, monstrous thing above the beautiful, glowing waters. And in the valley itself, the high, straggled arches of the cathedral, and the circle of stones, remote and austere, but plainly visible. Darkness or no darkness, we decided to press on. We lighted our lanterns and went down through the scattered groves of trees and into the grassy glen, and did not pitch camp till we had reached the remnants of the town, or, more visibly, the village which had lingered on after it. Mary Beth was for pitching camp in the pagan stones, but the two Scotsmen refused. Indeed, they seemed outraged. "That's a fairy circle, madam," said one of them. "You wouldn't dare do such a thing as camp there. The little people would take it very ill, believe me." "These Scots are as crazy as the Irish," said Mary Beth. "Why didn't we go on to Dublin if we wanted to hear about leprechauns?" Her words gave me a little thrill of fear. We were now deep in the broad glen. The village did not include one single stone left standing. Our tents, our lanterns, must have been visible for miles around, and suddenly I felt strangely naked and undefended. We should have gone up to the ruins of the castle, I thought, and then I realized it. We had not heard from our spirit all day. We had not felt his touch, his nudge, his breath. The thrill of fear deepened. "Lasher, come to me," I whispered. I feared suddenly that he had gone off to do some terrible thing to those we loved, that he was angry. But he was quick to respond. As I walked out alone with my unlighted lantern in the tall grass, each step an ordeal since I was so sore from the ride, he came with a great cooling breeze and made the grass bow to me in a huge circle. "I am not angry with you, Julian," he said, but his voice was thick with suffering. "We are in our land, the land of Unabridged. I see what you see, and I weep for what I see, for I remember what there was once in this valley." "Tell me, Spirit," I said. "Ah, the great church which you know, and the processions of the penitent and the ill come for miles through the hills and down to worship at the shrine, and the thriving town full of shops and tradesmen selling images." Images of what?" asked I. "What is it to me? I would be born again and never waste my flesh this next time as I did in those years. I am not the slave of history, but rather the slave of ambition." "Do you understand the difference, Julian?" "Enlighten me," I said. "There are few times when you make me genuinely curious." "You are too frank, Julian," it said. "What I mean to say is this. There is no past. Absolutely none. There is only the future. And the more we learn, the more we know. Reverence for the past is simply superstition. You do what you must do to make the clan strong. So do I. I dream of the witch who will see me and make me flesh. You dream of wealth and power for your children." "I do," said I. "There is nothing else. And you have brought me back to this place, which I have never left, that I might know it." I was standing there idle under the darkling sky, the valley huge, the ruins of the cathedral just ahead of me. These words sank into my soul. I memorized them. "Who taught you these things?" I asked. "You did," Lasher said. "It was you and your kind who taught me to want, to aim, to reach, rather than to lament. And now I remind you, for the past calls to you under false pretenses." "You think so?" I said. "Yes," he said. "These stones, what are they? They are nothing." "May I see the church, Spirit?" "Oh, yes," said he. "Light your lantern if you will, but you will never see it as I saw it." "You're wrong, Spirit. When you come into me, you leave something of yourself behind. I have seen it. I have seen it with the faithful crowded to the doors, and the candles and the Christmas green." "Silence!" he declared, and I felt him like the wind wrapping me so roughly suddenly he might knock me over. I went down on my knees. The wind ceased. "Thank you, Spirit," said I. I struck a match, shielding it carefully, and lighted the wick of the lantern. "Won't you tell me of those times?"
"I'd tell you what I see from here. I see my children."
"Do you speak of us now?" That was all he would say, though he followed me as I made a path through the high grass, over rocky and uneven ground, and came at last to the ruins themselves and stood in the giant nave looking at the broken arches. Dear God, what a grand cathedral it must have been! I had seen its like all over Europe. It was not in the Roman style, with rounded arches and paintings galore. No doubt it was cold stone, and lofty and graceful as the Cathedral of Chartres or Canterbury. "But the glass! Does anything remain of the glorious glass?" I whispered. And in mournful answer the wind swept broadly and serenely across the entire darkening glen, and passed through the nave, once again, making the wild grass bend to and fro, and ruffling around me as if to embrace me. The moon had risen a bit, and the stars were shining through. And suddenly, beyond the very end of the nave, where the rose window had once been, where the arch stood at its height, I saw the Spirit himself, immense, and huge and dark and translucent, spread across the sky like a great storm rolling in, only silent, and collecting and recollecting, and then in one sudden burst dispersing into nothingness. Clear sky, the moon, the distant mountain, the wood. All that was plain and still, and the air felt cold and empty. My lantern burnt on bright. I stood alone. The cathedral seemed to grow taller around me, and I to be dwarfed and vain and petty and desperate. I sank down to the ground. I drew up my knee and rested my hand and my chin upon it. I peered through the dark. I wished for Lasher's memories to come to me. But nothing came but my loneliness, and my sense of the absolute wonder of my life, and how much I loved my family, and how they flourished beneath the wing of this terrible evil. Maybe it was so with all families, I thought. At the heart a curse, a devil's bargain, a terrible sin. For how else can one attain such riches and freedom? But I didn't really believe this. I believed, on the contrary, in virtue. I saw my definition of virtue: to be good, to love, to father, to mother, to nurture, to heal. I saw it in its shining simplicity. What can you do, you fool, I asked of myself, except keep your family safe, give them the means to live on their own, strong and healthy and good, give them conscience and protect them from evil? Then a solemn thought came to me. I was sitting there still, with the warm light of the lantern about me, and the high church on both sides, and the grass flattened like a bed before me. I looked up again, and saw that the moon had moved right into the great circle of the rose window. The glass, of course, was all gone. I knew it had been a rose window, because I knew what they were, and I knew the meaning as well, the great hierarchy of all things which had prevailed in the Catholic Church, and how the rose was the highest of flowers, and therefore the symbol of the highest of women, the Virgin Mary. I thought on that, and on nothing, and I prayed. Not to the Virgin. No, just to the air of this place, just to time, perhaps to the earth. I said, God, as if all this had that name, can we make this bargain? I will go to hell if you will save my family. Mary Beth will go to hell, perhaps, and each witch after her. But save my family, keep them strong, keep them happy, keep them blessed. No answer came to my prayers. I sat there a long time. The moon was veiled by clouds, then free again and brilliant and beautiful. Of course, I did not expect to hear any answer to my prayers, but my bargain gave me hope. We, the witches, shall suffer the evil, and the others shall prosper. That was my vow. I climbed to my feet, I lifted the lantern, and I started to walk back. Mary Beth had already gone to sleep in her tent. The two guides were smoking their pipes, and invited me to join them. I told them I was weary. I'd sleep and wake early. "You weren't praying up there, were you, sir?" asked one of the men. "'Tis a dangerous thing to pray in the ruins of that church." "Oh? And why is that?" asked I. "'Tis St. Ashler's church, and St. Ashler is likely to answer your prayer, and who knows what will happen." Both men roared with laughter, slapping their thighs and nodding to one another. "St. Ashler," I said. "You said Ashler." "Yes, sir," said the other, who had not spoken till now. "Was his shrine in olden times the most powerful saint of Scotland, and the Presbyterians made it a sin to speak his name. A sin! But the witches always knew it." Time and space were not. In the quiet, haunted night of the glen, I was remembering. A boy of 3, the old witch, the plantation, her tales to me in French. "Called up by accident in the glen," I whispered to myself. "Come now, my Lasher. Come now, my Ashler. Come now, my Lasher. Come now, my Ashler." I began to murmur it, and then to say it aloud, and the two men not understanding at all, of course. And then, out of the heart of the glen came the roaring wind, so fierce and huge it wailed against the mountains. The tents flapped and whipped in the wind. The men ran to steady them. The lanterns went out. The wind became a gale, and as Mary Beth crept to my side and held tight to my arm, a storm came down on Dunelaith, a storm of rain and thunder so fierce that we were all cowering before it. All save I. I righted myself soon enough, realizing it was pointless to cower, and I stared back into it. I stared up into the heavens as the rain pelted and stung my face. "Damn you, St. Ashler! That's who you are? Go to hell with you!" I cried. "A saint, a deposed saint, a saint knocked from his throne. Go back to hell with you. You are no saint. You are a demon." One tent was torn loose and carried away. The guides ran to stop the other. Mary Beth tried to quiet me. The wind and the rain gave their full breath, strong perhaps as a hurricane. To a peak of anger it came, so we saw a ghastly funnel of black cloud rising suddenly from the grass, and spinning and darkening the whole sky, and suddenly, as swiftly as it had come, it vanished. I stood stock still. I was dripping wet. My shirt was half torn from my shoulder. Mary Beth uncovered her hair and walked round in the damp, staring upwards bravely and curiously. One of the guides came back to me. "God damn it, man," said he. "I told you not to pray to him. Whatever in hell did you pray for?" I laughed softly to myself. "Oh, God, help me," I sighed. "Is that the proof, Almighty God, that you are not there, that your saints could be such petty demons?" The air was warming slightly. The men had the lanterns lighted. The water had vanished from the earth as if it had never come at all. We were still battered and wet, but the moon was clear again, and flooding the glen with light. We went to right the tents, to dry the bedding. I lay awake the whole night. As the sun came up, I went to the guides. "I have to know the story of this saint," said I. "Well, don't say his name for God's sakes," said the other. "I wish I hadn't said it last night, I'll tell you. And I don't know his story, and you won't hear it from anyone else I know either. It's an old legend, man, perhaps a joke," he said. "Though we'll be talking about that storm last night for many a night to come, I can tell you." "Tell me all," I said. "I don't know. My grandmother said his name when she wished for an impossible thing, and said always to take care and never wish for something from him unless you really wanted it. I've heard his name once or twice up there in the hills. There's an old song they sing, but that's all I know of it. I'm no Catholic. I don't know saints. No one hereabouts knows saints." The other man nodded. "I myself did not know that much. I've heard my daughter call on him, though, to make the young men turn their heads to notice her. I pounded them with questions. They gave me nothing more. It was time for us to survey the ruins proper, the circle, the castle. The spirit lay back. I neither heard his voice nor saw any evidence of him. Only once did fear come on me when searching the castle. It was treacherous there, but he played no tricks. We took our time. It was sunset before we made camp again. I had seen all that I had the strength to see. Many feet of dirt covered the original cathedral floor, and who knew what lay below it? What tombs? What caches of books or documents? Or perhaps nothing. And where had my precious Suzanne died, I wondered? No trace was left of roads or marketplaces. I could not tell. I did not dare to challenge Lasher or say any words to make him angry. I remembered everything. In Darkirk, a small, clean Presbyterian town of white buildings, I could find no one who knew a thing of Catholic saints. They would talk of the circle, the witches, the old days, Sabbats in the glen, and the evil little people who sometimes stole babies. But it was all remote to them. They were more interested in taking the train to Edinburgh or Glasgow. They had no love of the woods or the glen. They wanted an iron smelting factory to come. Cut down the trees. It was all bread and butter. I was a week in Edinburgh with the bankers, buying the land, but at last I had title to all of it, and I had set up a trust for its study with my little professor of history, who welcomed me back from my journey with a fine dinner of roast duck and claret. Mary Beth went off on her own, another escapade, and took with her the demon. He and I had not exchanged one silent or audible word since that terrible night, but he had hovered close to her and spoken with her. And I had told her nothing of what I had done or learnt or said, and she had asked me nothing. I was afraid to utter the name Ashler. That was the truth. I was afraid. I kept seeing that storm around me, and those frightened men, and Mary Beth peering so curiously into the rainy darkness. I was frightened, though why, I wasn't sure. I had won, had I not? I had the thing's name. Was I ready to wager my life in a battle with it? At last I sat down with my little bald-headed, bespectacled teacher in Edinburgh and said, I've been through all the lives of the saints in the library, all the histories of Scotland, and I can find no mention of St. Ashler. He gave me a cheerful laugh as he poured the wine. He was in great form tonight, as I had just laid upon him thousands and thousands of American dollars to do nothing but study Dunolly, and his security was assured and that of his children. By St. Ashler, said he. That's an expression the school-children use. Saint of the impossible, I believe, rather like Jude in other parts. But there is no tale to it, none I know. But remember, this is a Presbyterian land now. The Catholics are very few, and the past is wrapped in mystery. Nevertheless, he promised we would search through his books when the meal was over. And in the meantime, we discussed the trust for the excavation and preservation of Dunolly. The ruins would be fully explored, mapped, described, and then made an object of ongoing study. Finally, we retired to the library together, and he sought among his books some old Catholic texts dating back to the days before King Henry. One, in particular, a secret history of the Highland clans, which carried no author's name on it. It was a very old book, of black leather, and rather large, and many of the leaves had come unbound, so it was more like a folio of damaged pages. When he laid it down in the light, I saw they were covered with writing. There was a family tree of sorts described, and he followed it down with his finger. Ah, here. Can you read this? Well, of course you can't. It's Gaelic. But it's Ashler, son of Olaf and husband of Janet, founders of the clan of Drummond and Dunolaith. Yes, there it is. The word Dunolaith. And to think all these years I had never spotted it here. Though Ashler I have seen in countless places. Yes, St. Ashler. He paged through the sloppy, fragile text, until he came to another page. Ashler, he said, reading the crabbed hand. Yes, King of Drummond. Ashler. He carefully read the text, translating it for me, and jotting notes on a pad with his pencil. King Ashler of the Pagans, beloved by his people, husband of Queen Janet, rulers of High Dearmach, far north of the great glen in the Highland forests. Converted in the year 566 by St. Columba of Ireland. Yes, here it is, the legend of St. Ashler. Died at Drummond, where a great cathedral was raised in his name. Drummond later became Dunelaith, you see. Relics, cures. But his wife, Janet, refused to give up the pagan faith and was burnt at the stake for her stubborn pride. And when the great saint mourned her loss, a spring gushed forth from the burnt ground, in which thousands were baptized. The image virtually paralyzed me. Janet burnt at the stake. The saint, the magic spring. I was too overcome to speak. The scholar was tantalized. He quickly promised me that all this would be copied out and sent to me. And now to his other books he went, finding in the history of the Picts the same Ashler and Janet, and the dreadful story of how Janet refused to accept the faith of Christ, and indeed offered to die by fire, cursing her kinsman and husband, and preferring to be delivered by fire to the gods than live with cowardly Christians. Now, this is all legend, you understand. Nobody really knows about the Picts, you see. And it's confusing. Doesn't even really say for sure that they were Picts. Here, see these words in Gaelic. This means tall men and women of the glen. And this here, it can be roughly translated to mean the big children. Here, King Ashler defeated the Danes in the year 567, waving the fiery cross before their fleeing armies. Janet, daughter of Ranald, burnt at the stake by Ashler's clan in 567, though the saint himself was innocent, and begged his newly converted followers to show mercy. He took down yet another book, Legends of the Highlands. Here we are. St. Ashler, still venerated in some parts of Scotland as late as the 1600s, principally by young girls who would have their most secret wishes granted. Not a true canonical saint. He closed the book. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Not a true canonical saint. All of this is too early for us to call it history. That means he was never canonized by Rome, you understand. We're dealing with another St. Christopher. I know, said I, but I was mainly quiet, swept up again in the memories. I saw the cathedral so distinctly. For the first time I truly saw its windows, narrow, high, with bits of colored glass, not pictures, but mostly glass mosaics of gold, red, and blue. And the rose window. The rose window. Suddenly I saw the flames. I saw the glass shattering. I heard the cries of the mob. I felt myself so much in the midst of it that I knew for an instant my height as I faced the oncoming crowd. I saw my own hands outstretched against them. I shook it off. The old professor was peering curiously at me. You do have a great passion for these things, don't you? Almost an unholy passion, I said. A cathedral of the 1200s. That's not too early to be called history. No, indeed not, he said. And now he went to another shelf, to a whole series of books on the churches and ruins of Scotland. So much has been lost, you see, so much. Why, if it weren't for the present scholarly interest in all these things, every trace of those Catholic edifices would have been here, Highland cathedrals. Dunelaith Cathedral, under the patronage of the clan of Dunelaith, greatly expanded and enhanced from 1205 to 1266 by their chieftains. A special Christmas devotion fostered by the Franciscan friars drew thousands from the surrounding area. No records remain today, but the principal patrons were always members of the Dunelaith clan. Some records believed to be in Italy. I gave a long sigh. I didn't want to be dislodged from the present by the memories again. What had the memories taught me? He turned several pages. Ah, see here, a crude family tree of the Dunalaith clan. King Ashler, then look here, the great-grandson, Ashler the Venerable, and here another descendant, Ashler the Blessed, married to the Norman Queen Mora. My, but there are any number of Ashlers. I see, and here an Ashler, and an Ashler, but you can trace the progress of the name, that is, if you believe all these chieftains existed. You know, these clans reveled so in all this, and their moss-backed descendants write up these fanciful accounts. I don't know. It's quite enough to satisfy my lust for the moment, I said. Ah, lust, yes. That's the word, isn't it? He shut the book. There must be more. I'll find it for you. But to tell you the truth, it's going to be pretty much like this, in these old privately published texts, and the best you can say of it is its folklore. But the 1500s, the time of John Knox, surely there were records of that time? There must have been. Up in smoke, said the old man. We're talking about an ecclesiastical revolution. You cannot imagine the number of monasteries destroyed by Henry VIII. Statues and paintings were sold off, burnt, sacred books lost forever. And when they finally broke the defenses of Dunalaith, everything was reduced to cinders. He sat down and began to pile these books in a semblance of order. I'll find everything for you, he said. If there is any indication anywhere of records from Dunalaith being taken somewhere else, I'll find it, but I can tell you my guess. It's lost. A land of monasteries and cathedrals lost its treasures then. And Henry, the scoundrel, it was all for money. All for money, and that he would marry Anne Boleyn. Oh, despair, that one man should so turn the tide. Ah, here, look. St. Ashler, the special saint of young girls who would have their secret wishes granted. I know I'll find a dozen more mentions such as this. At last I left the man in peace. I had what I wanted. I knew now the thing had once lived. It was full of vengeance. It was a ghost. And I felt I had the proof of it in all this, and all that I had ever known, and as I walked home, alone, up the hill from the old man's house, I kept repeating these details to myself and thinking, what does it mean that this devil has attached himself to us? That he would be flesh? What does it mean? But above all, how can I use this name to destroy him? When I came into my rooms, Mary Beth was already home and asleep on the couch there, and Lasher was standing beside her. He was in his very old garb of rawhide clothing, hair longish, which I had not seen in years, and he was smiling at me. For one moment I was so struck by his vivid quality and his beauty that I did nothing but stare at him, and this he loved. It was as if I were giving him water to drink, you see, and he grew brighter and more distinct. You think you know, but you know nothing, he said, moving his lips, and I remind you again that the future is everything. You are no great spirit, I said. You are no great mystery. That is what I must teach my family. Then you teach them a lie. Their future is in my hands, and my future is theirs. That is your strongest suit. Be quick-witted for once, with all your learning. I didn't answer. I was amazed that the thing would hold a visible form so long. A saint turned against God, I asked. Don't mock me with that foolish folklore, that nonsense. Do you think I was ever one of you? You are mad to suppose it. When I come again, And he broke off, clearly on the verge of threats. Then he said with childish quickness, Juliet, I need you. The child in Mary Beth's womb, it is no witch, but a feeble-minded girl, suffering the same defect as Catherine, your sister, and even Marguerite, your mother. You must make the witch with your daughter. So I have that to bargain with, I said with a sigh, and you want me to couple with my own daughter. But he had exhausted himself. He was fading. Mary Beth lay sleeping, lush and quiet on the couch, covered in blankets, her dark hair sleek and glowing in the light of the little fire. "Will she give birth to this child?"
"Yes, bide your time and wait. You shall make a great witch with her."
"And she herself?"
"The greatest of all," he said with an audible voice and sigh, "unless one counts Julian."
Michael, that was my greatest triumph. I learnt what I have told you now, its name, its history, that it was of our blood, but more than that I never discovered. Ashler, it was all connected with that name. But was the demon Ashler? And if so, which of the Ashlers in the pages of the old man's books? The first, or one who came after? The following morning I left Edinburgh, leaving only a note for Mary Beth, and I travelled north to Dunelaith, going from Darkirk again on horseback. I was too old to make this journey on my own, but I was crazed with my discoveries. Once again I searched the cathedral, under the cool Highland sun coming down in beautiful rays through the clouds, and then I walked out to the circle of stones and stood there. I called upon it. I cursed it. I said, "I want you to go back to hell, St. Ashler. That is your name. That is who you are, a two-legged man who would have been worshipped, and in pride you have survived an evil demon to torment us." My voice rang out in the glen, but I was alone. It had not even deigned to answer me. But then, as I stood in the circle, I suddenly felt that awful woozy feeling, as if I'd been dealt a blow, which meant the thing was coming into me. "No, back into hell!" I screamed, but I was falling to the grass. The world had become the wind itself, roaring in my ears, and carrying all distinct shapes and points of reference away with it. It was night when I awoke. I was bruised. My clothes were torn. The thing had run rampant in me, and here of all places. I was for a moment in fear for my life, sitting there in the dark, not knowing what had become of my horse, or which way to walk to leave this awful haunted glen. Finally I staggered to my feet and realized a man held me by the shoulders. It was he, strong again, material again, guiding me, his face very near to mine, in the dark. We were walking towards the castle. He was so real I could smell the leather of his jerkin, and I could smell the grass clinging to him, and the fragrance of the woods hanging about him. He vanished, and I staggered on alone, only to have him reappear again and help me. At last we entered a broken doorway to the floor of the great hall, and there I fell down to sleep, too exhausted to go further. He was sitting there in the dark, a vapor, and now and then solid, and sometimes merely there, wrapped around me. In my sheer exhaustion and despair I said, "Lasher, what do I do? What is it you will do finally?"
"To live, Julian. That is all I want. To live, to come back out into the light. I am not what you think. I am not what you imagine. Look at your memories. The saint is in the glass, is he not? How could I be the saint if I could see him in the window? I never knew the saint. The saint was my downfall."
I had never seen the saint in the window. I had seen only the colors, but now as I lay on the ground I remembered the church again. I was there in a former time, and I was intimately recalling how I had in that time gone into the transept and entered the chapel of the saint, and yes, there he was, emblazoned in the gorgeous glass, with the sun pouring through his image, the warrior priest, long-haired, bearded, St. Ashler crushing the monsters beneath his foot. St. Ashler. I found myself saying, in this former time, desperately from my soul, "St. Ashler, how can I be this thing? Help me. God, help me." They were taking me away. What choice had I been given? Such longing, such pain. I blacked out. All consciousness left me. I was never to know the fiend again so vividly as I had in that moment, when I stood in its flesh in the cathedral. St. Ashler. I even heard his voice, my voice, echoing beneath the lofty stone roof. How can I be this thing, St. Ashler? And the brittle shining glass gave no reply. It did what pictures always do, remain constant, remain dominant. Blackness. When I awoke that morning in the ruins of the castle, guides from Darkirk had come to find me. They brought food and drink and blankets and a fresh horse. They had feared for me. My mount had gone all the way home without me. In the splendor of the morning, the valley looked innocent, lovely. I wanted to lie down and sleep, but alas, I could not until I was in the inn at Darkirk, and there I slept on and off for 2 days, suffering a bit of fever, but in general merely resting. When I returned to Edinburgh, Mary Beth was in a panic. She had thought me gone forever. She had accused Lasher of doing me harm. He had wept. I told her to come and sit by the fire, and I told her everything. I told her the history and what it meant. I told her again the memories. You must be stronger than this thing to the last of your days, I said. You must never let it get the better of you. It can kill. It can dominate. It can destroy. It wants to be alive, yes, and it is a bitter thing, a thing not of transcendent wisdom but under God, you see, something of blackness and utter despair, something that has been defeated. I suffered, she said. That's the word. But, Julian, you are past all patience. You cannot go on with this opposition to it. You must from now on leave this thing entirely to me. She rose to her feet and began to declaim in her calm voice, with a few gestures, as was her manner. I shall use this thing to make our family richer than your wildest imaginings. I shall build a clan so great that no revolution, no war, no uprising could ever destroy it. I shall unite our cousins when I can, encourage marriage within the clan, and see to it that the family name is borne by all who would be part of us. I shall triumph in the family, Julia, and this it understands. This it knows. This is what it wants. There is no battle between us. Is that so? I asked. Has it told you what I would do for it next? That I should father a witch by you? I was trembling with apprehension and rage. She smiled at me in a soft, appeasing, and calm way, and then, stroking my face, said, Now, really, when the time comes, will that be so very hard, my darling? That night I dreamed of witches in the glen. I dreamed of orgies. I dreamed of all manner of things I would forget, but never did. From Edinburgh we went to London. There we remained until Mary Beth gave birth to Belle in 1888. And from the beginning we knew the radiant child was not normal only because Lasher had told us. In London I procured a large book with a leather cover and fine quality parchment paper, and I wrote down everything I knew of Lasher in it. I wrote down everything I knew of our family. I had much such writing at home. Other books started, stopped, forgotten. But now, from memory, I collected everything. I recorded any and all details about Riverbend, Dunolay, the legends, the saint. All of it. I wrote fast and in a fury, for I didn't know but that, at any moment, the monster might stop me. But the monster did nothing. Letters came to me daily from the old scholar, but mostly they were stories of St. Ashler, that St. Ashler would grant a miracle to a young girl, for he was their special protector. And the rest was repetitive of what we had discovered. Some excavations were begun at Dunolay, but that work would take a century. And what would we find that I did not now know? Yet I wrote enthusiastically to my professor and his friends, increased the endowments, and gave in to their wishes in any project to further the study of Dunolay and its complex of ruins. Each letter I copied out into my book. Then I took up another book and began to write my own life story in it. This book, too, was chosen for its strong binding and good paper. I never dreamt that both books would perish before I did. Lasher, meantime, did not trouble me while I did this, but spent his time with Mary Beth, who almost up to the hour of giving birth went traipsing all about London and down to Canterbury, and off to Stonehenge. She was ever in the company of young men. I believe there were 2 of them with her, Oxford scholars both, deeply in love, when she gave birth to baby Belle in the hospital. I have never felt so separate from her as during this time. She was in love with the city and all the ancient sights and the newfangled things, rushing to see factories and theaters and all sorts of new inventions. She went to the Tower of London, of course, and the Wax Museum, which was all the rage. Her pregnancy was nothing to her. She was so tall, so strong, so hearty. The impersonation of a man was more than natural to her. And yet she was a woman, through and through, beautiful and eager for the child, though she had been told by now that it would not be the witch. "It is mine," she would say. "It is mine. Its name is Mayfair, as is my name. That is what matters." I was locked up in my rooms with the past, desperate to make a record which might invite a later interpretation, and the more I was left alone to it, and the more I realized I had written everything I knew, the more helpless and hopeless I felt. Finally, Lasher appeared. He was as he had been that day we walked to the castle, a friend to me, a comfort. I let him stroke my brow. I let him soothe me with kisses. But secretly I lamented. I had found the thing I needed to know, and it would not help me. I could do no more. Mary Beth loved him, and did not see his power any more than any other witch who had ever dabbled with him, or commanded him, or been kissed by him. Finally, I asked him politely and kindly to go away, to go back to the witch and see to her. He consented. Mary Beth, who had only the day before given birth, was still with the blessed baby girl in the hospital, resting comfortably, surrounded by nurses. I went walking by myself through London. I came to an old church, perhaps from those times, I don't know. I don't even know what it was, only I went into it, and sat in a rear pew, and bowed my head, and gave myself over to almost praying. "God help me," I said. "I have never in my life really prayed to you, except when I felt I was in the memory of that creature in the old cathedral, standing in his flesh before the window of St. Ashler. I have learnt how to pray from that one single moment of possession, when I was in him and he prayed. Now I am trying. I am praying now. What do I do? If I destroy this thing, do I destroy my family?" I was deep in this prayer when someone tapped me on the shoulder. I looked up to see a young man standing there, dressed neatly in black, with a black silk tie, and looking a little too well dressed and well bred to be ordinary. He had beautifully groomed dark hair and startling eyes, small but very gray and bright. "Come with me," he said. "Why, are you the answer to my prayer?" "No, but I would know what you know. I am from the Talamasca. Do you know who we are?" Of course I knew these were the Amsterdam scholars. These were the men the old professor had described to me. My ancestor, Pater van Abel, had more than likely been one of these. "Ah, that is true, Julian. You know more than I thought," said the man. "Now come, I would talk with you." "I'm not so certain," said I. "Why should I?" At once I felt the air around me stir, grow warm, and suddenly a gust of wind swept through the church, banging the doors and startling this man so that he looked about him frightened. "I thought you wanted to know what I know," said I. "You seem afraid now." "Julian Mayfair, you don't know what you do," he said. "But you know, I am to suppose." The wind grew stronger and banged the doors open, letting in a flood of ugly daylight among the dusty statues and carved wood, the sanctified shadows of the place. The man backed away. He stared at the faraway altar. I felt the air collecting itself. I felt the wind growing strong and rolling towards this man. I knew it would strike him one fine blow, and then it did. He went sprawling on the marble floor, scrambling quickly to his feet and backing away from me. Blood ran from his nose, down his lips and his chin, and with a fancy handkerchief he went to blot it. But the wind wasn't finished. The church was now giving off a low rumble as if the earth beneath it were moving. The man rushed from the church. He was gone. The wind died down. The air was still, as if nothing had ever happened here. The shadows closed upon the nave. The dusty sun came only through the windows. I sat down again and peered once more at the altar. "Well, Spirit," I said. Lasher's secret voice spoke to me out of the emptiness and the silence. "I would not have those scholars near you. I would not have them near my witches." "But they know you, do they not? They have been to the glen. They know you. My ancestor, Pater Fanabel—"
Yes, and yes. I have told you the past is nothing.
"There is no power in knowing it? Then why did you drive the scholar away? Spirit, I must tell you, all this is most suspicious to me."
For the future, Julian. For the future.
"Ah, and this means that what I have learnt may stop what you see in the future."
You are old, Julian. You have served me well. You will serve me again. I love you. But I would not have you speak to the men of the Talamasca ever, at any time. Nor would I have them trouble Mary Beth or any of my witches.
"But what do they want? What is their interest? The old professor in Edinburgh told me they were antiquarians."
They are liars. They tell you they are scholars, and scholars only. But they harbor a horrid secret, and I know what it is. I would not have them come close to you.
"You know them, then, as they know you?"
Yes. They feel an irresistible attraction to mysteries, but they lie. They would use their knowledge for their own ends. Tell them nothing. Remember what I say. They lie. Protect the clan from them.
I nodded. I went out. I went up to my rooms and opened my big book, the book of the clan and of Lasher. "Spirit, I know not whether you can read these words, whether you are here or not, or whether you have gone to protect your witch. I know none of these things, but this I wonder. If you really feared those scholars, as you say, if you would really shut them out, why, in the name of God, did you make such a show of power for them? Why did you show your undeniable presence and force to that man, as you have seldom ever shown it to others? And he, a scholar who was gone to the glen of Dunelaith, who knows something of you? Oh, vain, childish spirit, I would be rid of you." I closed the book. Later in the week, as Mary Beth came back to our rooms in triumphant motherhood, and commenced to buy out every baby shop in London for its lace and trinkets and trash, I went to make my own historical study of this mysterious order. The Talamasca. Indeed, this was no easy task. Mentions were fewer than of St. Ashler, and inquiries among the professors at Cambridge gave me only vague suggestions: antiquarians, collectors, historians. I knew this could not be the entire picture. I remembered too vividly that gray-eyed young man and his manner. I remembered too vividly his fear when the wind knocked him down. At last I discovered the mother-house of the place, but it was impossible for me to draw close to it. I came to the entrance to the park. I saw the high windows and chimneys, but the demon stood between me and it and said,
"Julian, go back. These men are evil. These men will destroy your family. Julian, go back. Julian, you must make a witch with Mary Beth. You have your purpose. I see far, and I see ever more clearly."
The battle was simply too much for me. I realized Lasher had let me acquire what little knowledge of the Talamasca I had acquired because it was meaningless. Anything further he would prevent. All this I wrote in my book, but I was highly suspicious now of this order. And now let me conclude my tale. Let me tell you briefly of those last years, and of one last small bit of knowledge I acquired with which you must be armed now. It is nothing much, only what I think you have come to suspect, that you must trust in no one, No one but your own self to destroy this being, and destroy Lasher you must. Now it is in the flesh. It can be killed. It can be driven out. And where it shall then go, and whence return, who knows but God? But you can put an end to its tyranny here, an end to its horror. After I returned home, I urged Mary Beth into marriage with Daniel McIntyre, one of my own lovers and a man of great charm, of whom she was fond. Yet Lasher egged me on to couple with her. The first child by Daniel became a willful and grim young girl, Carlotta by name, who was of a strict Catholic mind from the beginning. It was as if the angels claimed Carlotta at birth. I wished they'd taken her straight to heaven. Lasher was ever at me to father a new daughter. But we were in a new age, the modern age. You cannot imagine the impact of the changes around us, and Mary Beth had been so powerful in her resolve, and so successful, that the great concrete reality of the family seemed everything. The knowledge of Lasher she kept to herself, and ordered me not to show my books to anyone. Lasher she would make a ghost and legend, and thereby insignificant even among our own, who were shut out now, far and wide, from all secrets. At last, when she had given birth by Daniel to 2 children, neither of whom could serve her purposes, for the second, Lionel, was a boy and more unsuitable even than Carlotta, I did what she wanted me to do, and what Lasher wanted me to do, and from that union, of an old man and his daughter, was born my beautiful Stella. Stella was the witch. She saw Lasher. Her gifts were great, yes, but from early girlhood she had a love of fun which outstripped any other passion. She was carefree, wanton, gay, loving to sing and dance. And there were times in my old age when I wondered how in the world she would ever bear the burden of the secrets at all, and whether or not she had been created merely to give me happiness. Stella. My beautiful Stella. She wore the secrets as if they were light veils she could tear off at will. But she showed no signs of madness, and that was enough for Mary Beth. This was her heiress. This was Lasher's link to the witch who would some day bring him into the world again. I was so old by the turn of the century. I still rode my horse up the neutral ground of St. Charles Avenue. At Audubon Park I would dismount, and I would walk with my horse along the lagoon there, and I would look back at the great facades of the universities. All changed, all changed. The whole world changed. No more the pastoral paradise of Riverbend, no more those who would work sorcery with evil spells and candles and chants. No more. Only a great and rich family, a family that could be challenged by none, in which the history had been relegated to fireside tales to tantalize the children. Of course, I enjoyed these years. I did. No one in this long line of Mayfairs has ever prospered any more than I did. I never worked as hard as Mary Beth. I never personally cared for so many. I did found the firm of Mayfair and Mayfair with my sons, Cortland, Barclay, and Garland. Mary Beth and I worked together on this, as the legacy took even greater and greater legal form. But I reveled in pleasure. When not chatting happily with my sons and their wives, or playing with my grandchildren, or laughing at Stella, I was off to Storyville, the remarkable red-light district of those times, to sleep with the best of women. And though Mary Beth, now the dutiful mother of 3, would not go with me on my romps any more, I took my young lovers with me, and had the double pleasure of the women and my young men with them. Ah, Storyville. That is another wondrous tale, an experiment gone awry, so to speak, a part of our great history. But we must pass over that, too. I lied to my sons in those years. I lied to them about my sins, my debauchery, my powers, about Mary Beth and about her Stella. I tried to turn their eyes to the world, to the practical, to truths in nature and in books, which I had learnt when I was so little. I did not dare to pass my secrets to them, and also, as they grew to manhood, I knew that none of them was a proper recipient of this knowledge. They were all so solid, my boys, so good, so keen on the making of money and the fostering of the family. I had made 3 engines of my good self in them. I dared not trust them with the bad self. And every time I tried to tell Stella anything, she either fell asleep or started laughing. "You needn't scare me with all that," she said once. "Mother's told me your fantasies and dreams. Lasher is my dearest spirit and will do as I say. That's all that matters. You know, Julien, it's quite a thing to have one's own family ghost." I was stupefied. This was a girl of modern times. She didn't know what she was saying. To have lived so long to see the truth come down to this. Carlotta the elder, a vicious, clerical-minded monster. And this sparkling child, who thought the whole thing quaint, though she could see the spirit with her own eyes. I am going mad, I thought. Even as I lived on in comfort and luxury, even as I spent my days tasting the pleasures of the new age, driving my automobile and listening to my Victrola, even as I read, I dreaded the future. I knew the demon was evil. I knew it lied. I knew it was a lethal mystery. And I feared those scholars in Amsterdam. I feared that man who had spoken to me so briefly in the church. And when my professor wrote to me from Edinburgh, saying that the Talamasca had pestered him to see his letters to me, I at once admonished him that he was to reveal nothing. I doubled his income on that account. He gave me his assurances, and I never doubted him. It did not make sense, you see, the conduct of those scholars, or the conduct of the spirit in front of them. Why had the man been so sinister with me, and why had the spirit deliberately made such a show of itself? I sensed something politic in all this, and wondered if the spirit did not enjoy teasing those men. But was it just childishness? Finally, in my last years, I retired to the attic room and took with me one of the most splendid of all the new inventions, the portable wind-up Victrola. I can't tell you what a delight these things were to us, to be able to listen to music from those old records, to go out onto the lawn with the thing and play a song from an opera. I adored it. And, of course, when the music played, Lasher could not come into my head, though he did this less and less anyhow. He had both Mary Beth and little Stella to content him, and both of them he adored in different ways, drawing strength from each and passing back and forth between the 2 of them. Indeed, his happiest moments were when he had mother and daughter together. I had no need of Lasher by this time, no need at all. I wrote in my books, storing them under my bed. I had my lover Richard Llewellyn, a charming young man, who worshipped the ground I walked on and was ever congenial company to me, and in whom I never dared to confide for his own safety's sake. My life was rich in other ways. My nephew Clay lived with us then, Remy's daughter Millie, and my sons were growing hale and fine, and steps were being taken to strengthen the law firm of Mayfair and Mayfair, or the beginnings of it in any event, which would control our family enterprises. At last, when Carlotta was 12, I sought to confide in her. I tried to tell her the whole story. I showed her the books. I tried to warn her. I told her that Stella would inherit the emerald, and she would be the darling of the demon, and how tricky the demon was, and that it was a ghost. It had lived before, and that to live again was its only objective. I shall never forget her reaction, the names she heaped upon me, the curses. Devil, witch, sorcerer. Always I have known this evil lived in the shadows here. Now you give it a name in history. She would turn to the Catholic Church to destroy the thing, she said, to the power of Christ and his Holy Mother and the saints. We fought a terrible battle of words. I cried out, "Don't you see that that is nothing but another form of witchcraft? And what do you teach me, you evil old man, that I must have intercourse with devils? To defeat it, I must know it? I shall stamp it out. I shall stamp out the line itself," she cried. "You wait and you shall see. I shall leave the legacy without an heir. I shall see an end to it." I was in despair. I begged her to listen, to refine her concepts, to accept counsel and not to believe such a thing was possible. We were now an immense family, but she had taken all these mysteries, put them under her Catholic foot, and relied upon her rosary and her masses to save her. Later, Mary Beth told me to put no store in her words whatsoever. "She is a sad child," she said. "I do not love her. I tried to love her, but I do not. I love Stella, and Carlotta knows this, and knows she will not inherit the emerald. She has always known, and she is shaped in hate and jealousy." "But she is the cunning one, don't you see? Not Stella. I love Stella too, but Carlotta's the one with the head." "It's all done. It was done many a year ago," said Mary Beth. "Carlotta's soul is closed to me. It's closed to him, and he will not abide her here except as something to serve the family case in the shadows." "Ah, but you see how he controls things now. How can Carlotta serve the family case? How do those scholars in Amsterdam serve it? There is something I have to unravel. This thing can kill those it would not suffer to live." "You are simply thinking too much for an old man," she said. "You don't sleep enough. Scholars in Amsterdam, what is all that? Who cares about people who tell tales of us, and that we are witches? We are. That is our strength. You try to put it all in some kind of order. There is no order." "You're wrong," I said. "You are miscalculating." Every time I looked into Stella's innocent eyes, I realized I could not tell her the full burden of what I knew, and to see her play with the emerald necklace made me shudder. I showed her where I had hidden my books beneath my bed. I told her some day she must read all of it. I told her the mystery of the Talamasca, the scholars of Amsterdam who knew of the thing, but these men could be very dangerous to us. They were nothing to play with, these men. I told her how to distract the fiend. I described its vanity. I told her what I could, but not the whole story. That was the horror. Mary Beth alone knew the whole story, and Mary Beth had changed with the times. Mary Beth was a woman of the 20th century, yet Mary Beth taught Stella what Mary Beth felt she should know. Mary Beth gave her the dolls of the witches to play with. Mary Beth gave her a doll made from my mother's skin and nails and bone, and another of Catherine. One day I came down the stairs, and I saw Stella perched on the side of her bed, pink legs crossed, holding these two dolls and making a conversation between them. "That's rotten stupidity," I declared, but Mary Beth took me away. "Come on, Julien. She must know what she is. It's an old custom." "It means nothing." But I was talking to the air. Mary Beth was in her prime. I was dying. That night I lay in bed, unable to shake the vision of the little girl with those worthless dolls, thinking how to separate the real from the unreal and give Stella some warning of how it might go wrong with this devil. What worked against me as well was the dour nature of Carlotta. Carlotta warned, and so did I, and Stella listened to neither of us. Finally I slept, deep and sound, and during the night dreamed again of Dunelaith and the cathedral. When I awoke, it was to a dreadful discovery, but I did not make it immediately. I sat up in bed, drank my chocolate, read for a while, some Shakespeare, I think, for one of my boys had pointed out to me not long before that I had never read one of the plays. Ah, yes, The Tempest. In any account, I read some of it and loved it and found it deep as the tragedies were deep, only with a different rhythm and rules to it. Then came time to write. I climbed from bed, dropped down to my knees, and reached for my books. They were gone. The space there was empty. In a hideous instant, I knew they were gone from me forever. No one in this house troubled my things. Only one person would have dared in the night to come into my rooms and take those books, Mary Beth. And if Mary Beth had taken them, they were no more. I rushed down the stairs, nearly falling. Indeed, I was so out of breath by the time I came to the garden windows of the house that I was sick with a pain in my side and in my head, and had to call for the servants to help me. Then Lasher himself came to wrap himself round me and steady me.
"Be calm, Julia," he said in his soft voice. "I have always been good to you."
But I had already seen through the side windows a raging fire in the far corner of the yard, away from the street, and the figure of Mary Beth hurling one object into it after another. "Stop her," I whispered. I could scarce breathe at all. The thing was invisible, yet all around me, sustaining me.
"Julien, I beg you, do not push this further."
I stood there, trying not to pass out from weakness, and I saw the stacks of books on the grass, the old pictures, paintings from Saint-Domingue, old portraits of ancestors back to the beginning. I saw the account books and ledgers and sheaves of paper from my mother's old study, the foolishness she'd written, and the letters from Edinburgh, all tied and in bundles. And my books, aye, one was left, and this one she threw into the fire as I called out to her. I reached out with all my power to stop it. She swung round as if caught by a hook, the book still in her fingers, and as she stared at me, dazzled and confused by the power that had stayed her hand, the wind rose and caught the book and sent it flip-flopping and whirling into the flames. I gasped for breath. My curses had no syllables, the worst kind of curses. All went black. When I awoke, I was in my room. I was in bed, and Richard, my dear young friend, was with me, and Stella, too, holding my hand. "Mama had to burn all those old things," she said. I said nothing. The fact was, I had suffered a very tiny stroke and could not for a while speak, though I myself did not know it. I thought my dreamy silence a choice. It was not until the following day, when Mary Beth came to me, that I realized my words were slurred, and I could not find the very ones I chose to use to tell her of my anger. It was late evening, and when she saw how it was with me, she was greatly distressed, and called at once for Richard to come, as if it were all his fault. He did come, and together they helped me down the stairs, as if to say, if I could get out of bed and walk, then I could not die that night. I sat on the living-room sofa. Ah, how I loved that long double parlor. Loved it as you love it, Michael. It was a comfort to me to be there, facing the windows that looked out on the lawn, with all remnants of that brutal fire gone now. For long hours Mary Beth spoke. Stella came and went. The gist was that my time and my ways were gone now. "We are coming into an age," Mary Beth said, "when science itself may know the name of this spirit, when science will tell us what it is." On and on she spoke of spiritualists and mediums and seances and guides, and the scientific study of the occult, and such things as ectoplasm. I was revolted. Ectoplasm, the thing from which mediums make their spirits material? I didn't even answer. I was sunk into despair. Stella cuddled beside me and held my hand, and said finally, "Mama, do shut up. He isn't listening to a word you say, and you are boring him." I gave no argument one way or the other. "I see far," said Mary Beth. "I see a future in which our thoughts and words do not matter. I see in our clan our immortality. It will not be in our lifetime, any of us, that Lasher will have his final victory. But it will come, and no one will prosper from it as greatly as we will. We shall be the mothers of this prosperity." "All hope and optimism," I sighed. "What of the glen? What of the vengeful spirit? What of the wounds dealt in the olden times, from which its conscience has never healed? This thing was good. I felt it's good. But now it is evil." And then I was ill again, very ill. They brought my pillows and covers to me there. I could not climb the stairs again until the next day, and I had not quite decided to do it, when something turned my head one last time, with hope, and that was to a final and helpless confidant. It came about this way. As I lay on the couch in the heat of the day, feeling the river breeze through the side windows and trying not to smell any taint of that fire in which so much had been burnt. I heard Carlotta arguing, her low, sour voice growing ever more fierce as she denounced her mother. At last she came into the room and glared down at me. She was a thin, tall girl of 15 then, I think, though her actual birthday escapes me. I remember that she was not so terribly unattractive then, having rather soft hair and what one calls intelligent eyes. I said nothing, as it was not my policy to be unkind to children, no matter how unkind those children were to me. I took no notice of her. "And you fuss over that fire," said she in a cold, righteous way, "and you let them do what they have done to that child, and you know it is in fear of Mother, of you and of Mother." "What are you talking about? What child?" said I. But she was gone, angry and despairing, and stalking away. But soon Stella appeared, and I told her all these words. "Stella, what does all this mean? What is she talking about?" "She dared to say that to you? She knew you were ill. She knew you and Mother had quarreled." Tears sprang to Stella's eyes. "It's nothing to us. It's just those Fonfron Mayfairs, and all their own madness. You know, the Amelia Street gang. Those zombies." Of course I knew whom she meant, the Fonfron Mayfairs being the descendants of my cousin Augustin, whose life I had taken when I was only 15 with a pistol shot. His wife and children had founded that line at Fonfron, as I told you, their own palatial plantation in the bayou country miles from us, and only now and then at the largest of family get-togethers deigned to pay us a call. We visited their sick, we helped them bury their dead. They did the same with us, but over the years there had been little softening. Some of them, old Tobias and his son Walker, I believe, had built a fine house on St. Charles Avenue at Amelia Street, only about 15 blocks away, and I had watched it being built with interest. A whole pack of them lodged there, old women and old men, all of whom personally despised me. Tobias Mayfair was a feeble old fool, who had lived too long just as I had, and as vicious a man as I have ever known, who blamed me his whole life for everything. The others were not so bad. They were, of course, rich, sharing in the family enterprises with us, though they had no need of us directly. And Mary Beth, with her large family fates, had been inviting them into the fold, especially the younger ones. There'd always been a few star-crossed cousins marrying cousins across the dividing line, or whatever it was. Tobias, in his hatred, called the nuptials wedding dances on Augustin's grave, and now it was known that Mary Beth wished all cousins to return to the fold, and Tobias was supposedly uttering curses. I could tell you many amusing stories about him and all his various attempts to kill me, but it's no matter now. I wanted to know what Stella was talking about, what Carlotta meant. What was all this venom? "So what have Augustin's children done now?" I asked, for that was all I ever called them, the whole crazy lot of them. "Rapunzel, Rapunzel," said Stella. "That is what it is all about. Let down your long hair, or waste away in the attic forever." She positively sang out these words in her merry fashion. "It's Cousin Evelyn, I mean, my darling dear, and everybody's saying she's Cortland's daughter." "I beg your pardon? You are referring to my son Cortland? You are saying he has got one of their women with child? Those Mayfairs?" 13 years ago, Cortland snuck off to Fonfron, drunk, and got Barbara Ann with child, to be exact. You know, Walker's daughter. The child was Evelyn, you know. You remember? Barbara Ann died when Evelyn was born. Well, guess what, darling dear? Evelyn is a witch, as powerful a witch as ever there was, and she can see into the future. Says who? Everyone. She has the 6th finger. She's marked, my darling dear, and positively strange beyond imagining. And Tobias has locked her up for fear that Mother will kill her. Imagine, that you and Mother would harm her. Why, you are the girl's grandfather. Cortland admitted it to me, though he made me swear never to tell you. You know how Father hates the Fonfron crowd.
he said. And what good can I do that girl when everyone in the household loathes me?
Wait a minute, child. Slow down. Do you mean to tell me Cortland took advantage of that addle-brained Barbara Ann, who died giving birth, and he deserted that baby?
He never took advantage of her at all, said Stella. She was an attic case, too. Doubt she'd ever seen another human being before Cortland went up to meet the poor prisoner for himself. And I don't know what happened. I was barely born then, you know. But don't go getting angry at Cortland. Cortland, of all your boys, adores you, and he'll be angry at me, and round it will go. Forget about it.
Forget about it? I have a granddaughter locked in an attic, 15 blocks from here. The hell I will forget about it. Her name is Evelyn. She's the daughter of that poor idiot Barbara Ann. This is what you're telling me? And that monster Tobias has her locked away? No wonder Carlotta is beside herself. She's right. It's atrocious, the whole story. Stella leapt up from the chair, clapping her hands.
Mother, mother, she cried. Uncle Julien's all recovered. He has no more stroke. He is himself again. We're going to Amelia Street.
Of course, Mary Beth came rushing in.
Did Carlotta tell you about that girl? She said. Don't mix in it.
Don't mix in it. I was rabid.
Oh, Mother, really, you are worse than Queen Elizabeth, cried Stella, fearing the power of her poor cousin Mary Queen of Scots. That girl cannot harm us. She is no Mary Queen of Scots.
I didn't say that she was, Stella, said Mary Beth, unruffled and very calm as always.
I have no fear of the child, no matter how powerful she is. I have only pity for her.
She was towering over me. I sat on the couch, resolved to move, but still curious to know more before I did so.
Carlotta started it all, visiting up there. The girl hides in the attic. Does not? Is locked in. Stella, hush up. Be a witch, not a bitch, for the love of heaven. Mother, she's never been out of the house in her whole life. Same story as Barbara Ann. Same reason. There are plenty of witches' gifts in that family, Uncle Julien. Barbara Ann was sort of crazy, they say, but this girl has Cortland's blood, too, and she sees the future. No one really sees the future, Mary Beth declared, and no one should want to see it. Julien, the girl is peculiar. She is shy. She hears voices, sees ghosts. It's nothing new. She is more warped and isolated than most, having been brought up by old people.
Cortland, how dare he not tell me this, I said.
He didn't dare, said Mary Beth. He wouldn't hurt you.
He doesn't care, said I. Damn him, to leave a baby daughter with those cousins. And it was Carlotta who went there, to that house, to be under Tobias's roof, Tobias who has always called me a murderer.
Uncle Julien, you are a murderer, said Stella. Hush up once and for all, said Mary Beth.
Stella sulked, which meant at least a temporary victory.
Carlotta went there to ask the girl what she saw, to ask her to predict the most dangerous of games. I forbade it, but she went. She'd heard tell of how this girl had more power than anyone ever in our family.
That's such an easy claim to make, I said with a sigh. More power than anyone else. There was a time when I made it myself, in a long-ago world of horses and carriages and slaves and peaceful country. More power?
Ah, but you see, there's a wrinkle here. This girl has many, many Mayfair ancestors. When you mixed Cortland into it, the number became fantastic.
Ah, I see, I said. Barbara Ann was the daughter of Walker and Sarah, both Mayfairs. Yes, and Sarah was from Aaron and Melissa Mayfair.
Yes, and so on it goes back and back. It's hard to find any ancestor for this child who was not a Mayfair.
Now that is a thought, said I. And then I wanted my books. I wanted to write this down, to note it and ponder it. And when I remembered with a dull ache that my books were burnt, I felt such bitterness. I grew quiet and listened to them chatter over me.
"The girl doesn't see the future any more than anyone else,"
declared Mary Beth. She sat down beside me.
"Carlotta went there wishing to be upheld, but we were cursed. We were all doomed. It is her song and dance."
"She sees probabilities as we all do," said Stella with a melodramatic sigh. "She has strong presentiments." "And what happened?"
"Carlotta went up into the attic to visit Evelyn. She went more than once. She played to the girl, drew her out, and then the girl, who almost never speaks, or does not for years on end, declared some terrible prediction."
"Which was what?"
"That we should all perish from the earth,"
said Stella,
"afflicted by him who had raised us and upheld us."
I lifted my head. I looked at Mary Beth.
"Julia, there is nothing in it."
"Is this why you burned my books? Is that why you destroyed all the knowledge I had gathered?"
Julia, she said. "You are old and you dream. The girl said what would get her a gift, perhaps, or make Carlotta leave, for all we know. The girl's a mute almost. The girl sits in the window all day and watches the traffic on St. Charles Avenue. The girl sings sometimes, or speaks in rhymes. She cannot lace her own shoes or brush her hair." "And that wicked Tobias doesn't let her out," said Stella.
"Damn it all, I've heard enough. Have my car brought round to the front."
"You can't go driving," said Mary Beth. "You're too ill. Do you want to die on the front steps of Amelia Street? Have the courtesy to die in your bed with us."
"I'm not ready for dying yet, my darling daughter," I declared. "And you tell the boys to bring the car around now, or I'll walk up there. Richard, where is Richard? Richard, get me fresh clothes, everything. I will change in the library. I cannot walk upstairs. Hurry."
"Oh, you are really going to scare them out of their wits," cried Stella. "They'll think you've come to kill her."
"Why would I do that?" I demanded.
"Because she's stronger than us, don't you see? Uncle Julien, look to the legacy, as you were always instructing me. Isn't there a case for her claiming everything?"
"Certainly not," said I. "Not so long as Mary Beth has a daughter, and Stella, the daughter of Mary Beth, has a daughter of her own. Not much of a case."
"Well, they say there are provisions, having to do with power and such, and the witch's gifts and all, and they hide that girl so we won't kill her."
Richard had come with my clothes. I hastily dressed, and to the teeth, for this ceremonial visit. I sent him for my riding coat. My Stutz Bearcat was open and the roads were muddy then, for my goggles and for my gloves, and told him once more to hurry.
"You can't go up there," Mary Beth said. "You'll scare him to death, and her to death, too."
"If she's my granddaughter, I'm going to get her." I stormed to the front porch. I was feeling entirely myself, though I alone noticed one tiny deficit. I could not quite control the movement of my left foot. It would not arch and lift properly as I walked, so I had a little to drag it. But they didn't see it, damn them. They didn't know. Death had given a pinch. Death was coming. But I told myself I could live another score of years with this tiny infirmity. As I went down the front steps and had the boys help me up into the car, Stella clambered into my lap, nearly castrating and killing me simultaneously. And then, out of the shadows beneath the oaks, came Carlotta.
"Will you help her?"
"Of course I will," said I. "I will take her out of there. Horrible, horrible thing. Why didn't you come to me sooner?"
"I don't know,"
Carlotta said, and her face was stricken and her head was bowed.
"The things she said she saw were terrible."
"You don't listen to the right people. Now, Richard, drive." And off we went, with Richard steering wildly up St. Charles Avenue, splattering mud and gravel, and finally running right up on the curb in his careless, amateurish way on the corner of St. Charles and Amelia. "This I have to see for myself, this child in the attic," I mumbled. "I was in a rage, and I will throttle Cortland when next he dares to come into my presence." Stella helped me down from the car, and then started jumping up and down with excitement. This was one of her more endearing or irritating habits, all depending on how one felt at the moment. "Look, Julian, darling," she cried, "up there in the attic window." Now you have no doubt seen this house. It stands today as solid as First Street. And, of course, I had seen it too, as I have said, but I never set foot in it. I was not even sure how many Mayfairs lived there. It was, for my money, a pompous Italianate house, very proud yet very beautiful. It was all wood, yet designed to look as if it were stone, like our house. It had columns on the front, Doric down and Corinthian up, and a great alcoved door, and further back, octagonal wings jutting out on both sides, and throughout rounded Italian-style windows. It was massive and bulky, yet graceful. Not such a bad house, though not pure and old as ours was. And immediately I spied, as Stella pointed, the attic window. It was a double dormer in the very center over the porch, and I swear I could feel the pulse of the girl who peered through the glass at me. A wan bit of face up there, a streak of hair, and then nothing but the sun flashing in the glass. "Oh, there she is, poor darling Rapunzel," Stella cried, and waved vigorously, though the girl had disappeared. "Oh, Evie, we have come to save you." Then out upon the porch came storming Tobias and his son Oliver, the younger brother of Walker, and a blithering fool if ever there was one. It was almost impossible to tell on sight which was which, and which was more feeble. "Why have you locked that child in the attic?" said I. "And is this Cortland's girl, or is that some baseless lie you dreamed up to rattle and disconcert my family?" "You miserable scoundrel," Tobias declared, stepping forward and nearly losing his balance at the top of the steps. "Don't you come near my door. Get off my property, you spawn of Satan. Yes, it was Cortland who ruined my Barbara Ann. She died in my arms. And it was Cortland who did it. That child is a witch, such as you'll never see, and as long as I have breath in my body, she'll make no more witches out of herself and out of you and out of all that went before you." That was twice as much as I needed to hear. I went straight up the steps, and both old fools rushed at me. I stopped and raised my voice. "Come now, my Lasher," I cried. "Make the way for me." Both men fell back in terror. Stella gave a gasp of amazement. But the wind did come, as it always had, when I needed it most, when my wounded old soul and pride needed it most, and when I was most unsure of it. It came gusting over the garden and up the porch, forcing back the door with a powerful clatter. "Thank you, Spirit," I whispered, "that you have saved face for me."
"I love you, Julia, but it is my wish you leave this house and all those in it."
"That I cannot do," I said. I entered the house, a long, cool, dark hallway lying between rows of doors, with Stella scampering on the boards beside me. The old men came behind, screaming to rouse the women, and out of the long row of doors came numerous Mayfairs, a regular parliament of fowls, screeching and screaming. Behind me the wind lashed the oaks. A great scattering of leaves gusted down the hallway before me. Some of these faces I had seen. All I knew in one fashion or another. As the others peeped out, Tobias sought again to stop me. "Get out of my way," I said, and planted myself at the foot of the dark oak stairs, and then began to climb them. It was a huge staircase to one side of the hall, and turning midway with a broad landing and grim stained glass which made me pause for a moment. For as the light came through the glass, as it passed through the yellow and red panes, I thought of the cathedral and remembered it, as I had not in years, not since I'd left Scotland. I could feel the spirit collected around me. I pushed on, out of breath, till I reached the upper hall. "Where is the attic stairs?" "There, there," cried Stella, leading me through the double doors to the rear hall, and there was the lesser staircase in a narrow well, and the door at the top of it. "Evelyn, come down, my child," I cried. "Evelyn, come down. I cannot come up this long climb. Come down, my girl. I'm your grandfather come to get you." There was silence in the house. All the others crowded in the hallway door, staring, so many white oval faces, mouths agape, eyes large and hollow. "She will not listen to you," cried one of the women. "She has never listened to anyone." "She cannot hear," cried another, "or speak." "Look, Julia, the door is locked from this side," cried Stella, "and the key is in it." "Oh, you evil old fools," I shouted. And I closed my eyes and collected all my strength, and was about to command this door to open. I did not know if I could do such a thing, for something like that is never certain. And I could feel Lasher hovering near, and feel his distress and confusion. He did not like this house, these Mayfairs.
They are not mine, these."
But before I could answer Lasher or persuade him or make the door move, it opened. The key fell from the lock by some power other than mine, and the door sprang back, letting the sunlight fall into the dusty stairwell. I knew it was not my power, and so did Lasher, for he collected around me close as if he too were actually fearful. "Calm yourself now, spirit. You are most dangerous when you are afraid. Behave. It is all well and good. The girl herself opened the door. Be silent." But then he gave me to know the truth. It was the girl who frightened him. Of course. I assured him she was no menace to the likes of us, and please do my bidding. The sunlight brightened the swirling dust, and then there came a tall, thin shadow, a girl of great beauty, with full glossy hair and still eyes staring down at me. She seemed frightfully tall and thin, even starved, perhaps. "Come down to me, my child," said I. "You see yourself you need not be a prisoner of anyone." She understood my words, and as she came down, silently, step by step with her soft leather shoes, I saw her eyes move above me, and to the left and to the right of me, and over Stella, and again as she beheld the invisible thing clustered about us. She saw the man, as they say. She saw him invisible and made no secret. When she reached the foot of the stairs, she turned, beheld the others, and shrank trembling. I have never seen fear so expressed by one without a sound. I snatched up her hand. "Come with me, darling. You and you alone shall decide whether you wish to live in an attic." I pulled her to me. She gave no resistance, and no cooperation either. How strange she seemed, how pale, how accustomed to the darkness. Her neck was long and thin, and she had small ears with no lobes to them. And then I saw on her hand the mark of the witch. She had on her left hand the 6th finger, just as they had told me. I was amazed. But they had seen me see it. A great squabble broke out. The girl's uncles had come, Ragnar and Felix Mayfair, young men famous about the town and known to be suspicious of us. They started to block my way. But in an instant the wind had gathered. All could feel it stealing along the floor, icy and strong. It whipped those who blocked the way until they stepped back, and then I took the girl by the hand and led her back into the front hall and down the main staircase. Stella crept at my side. "Oh, Uncle Julien," Stella said as breathlessly as some village girl to a great prince. "I adore you." and with us walked this pale swan of a girl, with her shimmering hair and her sticks for arms and sticks for legs, and pitiful dress made from a flowered feed sack. I don't know if you have ever seen such clothing, poorest of the poor. Women used this cloth to line their everyday quilts, and she had it for a frock, this cheap flowered cotton. And her shoes, they were scarcely shoes at all, rather leather socks of some sort, laced like booties of a baby. I took her through the hall, the wind rattling and swinging the doors, and going before us, stirring the oaks outside and brushing the many cars and carriages and carts that passed on the avenue. No one moved to stop me, as I handed her up to Richard to be placed in the car. And then, sitting close beside her, with Stella again on my knee, I gave the order for Richard to go. And the girl turned round and stared at the house, and at the high window, and at the collection of people on the porch in astonishment. We had not gone 5 feet when they all began to scream, "Murderer! Murderer! He's taken Evelyn!" and to cry to one another to do something about it. Young Ragnar ran out and cried that he would proceed against me in a court of law. "By all means do," I cried back over the rumbling car. "Ruin yourself in the process. I am father to the finest law firm in the city. Sue! I cannot wait." The car made its way awkwardly and noisily up St. Charles, yet faster than any horse-drawn carriage. And the girl sat still between Richard and me, under Stella's curious eye, staring at everything as if she had never been out of doors before. Mary Beth waited on the step. "And what do you mean to do with her?" "Richard," I said, "I can't walk any farther." "I'll fetch the boys, Julian," he cried, and off he ran, calling and clapping. Stella and the girl climbed down, and Stella lifted both her hands to me. "I've got you, darling. I won't let you fall, my hero." The girl stood with her hands at her sides, staring at me, and then at Mary Beth, and then at the house, and at the servant boys who came running. "What do you mean to do with her?" Mary Beth demanded again. "Child, will you come into our house?" I said, looking at this lithe and lovely girl with pale, shell-pink, tender little mouth, protruding beautifully on account of her hollow cheeks, and eyes the color of the gray sky in a rainstorm. "Will you come into our house?" I said again, "and there, safe beneath our roof, decide if you want to spend your life a prisoner or not? Stella, if I die on the way upstairs, I charge you to save this girl, you hear me?" "You won't die," said Richard, my lover. "Come, I'll help you." But I could see the apprehension in his face. He was more worried about me than anyone. Stella led the way. The girl followed, and then Richard came, all but carrying me in his exuberantly manly way, with his arm around me, hoisting me step by step so that I might keep what dignity I had. At last we entered my room on the 3rd floor of the house. "Get the girl some food," I said. "She looks as if she has never had a square meal." I sent Stella off with Richard. I collapsed on the side of my bed, too exhausted to think for a moment. Then I looked up, and my soul was filled with despair. This beautiful, fresh creature on the brink of life, and I so old, very soon to end it. I was so tired, I might have said yes to death now, if this girl, if her case had not demanded my presence here. "Can you understand me?" I asked. "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, Julia," she said in plain English, effortlessly enough. "I know all about you. This is your attic, is it not?" she said in her little treble voice, and as she looked around at the beams, at the books, at the fireplace and the chair, at all my precious things, my Victrola and my piles of songs, she gave a soft, trusting smile to me. "Dear God," I whispered, "what shall I do with you?" 21. The people who lived in this bright little house were brown people. They had black hair and black eyes. Their skin gleamed in the light above the table. They were small, with highly visible bones, and they wore clothes in very bright red and blue and white, clothes that were tight around their plump arms. The woman, when she saw Emmaleth, got up and came to the transparent door. "Good heavens, child! Come inside here," she said, looking up into Emmaleth's eyes. "Jerome, look at this. This child's stark naked. Look at this girl. Oh, my Lord in heaven!" "I've washed in the water," said Emmaleth. "Mother is sick under the tree. Mother can't talk any more." Emmaleth held out her hands. They were wet. Her hair hung wet on her breasts. She was slightly cold, but the air of the room was warm and still. "Well, come in here," said the woman, tugging her hand. She reached for a piece of cloth on a hook and began to wipe Emmaleth's long, dripping hair. The water made a pool on the shiny floor. How clean things were here! How unnatural! How unlike the fragrant, beating night outside, full of wings and racing shadows. This was a shelter against the night, against the insects that stung, and the things that had cut Emmaleth's naked feet and scratched her naked arms. The man stood still, staring up at Emmaleth. "Get her a towel, Jerome. Don't stand there. Get this girl a towel. Get her some clothes. Child, what happened to your clothes? Where are your clothes? Did something bad happen to you?" Emmaleth had never heard voices quite like these of the brown people. They had a musical note in them that the other people's voices didn't have. They rose and fell in a distinctly different pattern. The whites of their eyes were not purely white, these people. They had a faint yellowish cast to them that went better with their beautiful brown skin. Even Father did not have this kind of soft, ringing quality to his words. Father had said, "You will be born knowing all you need to know. Do not let anything frighten you." "Be kind to me," said Emmaleth. "Jerome, get the clothes." The woman had taken a big wad of paper off a roll and was blotting Emmaleth's shoulders and arms with them. Emmaleth took the wad of paper and wiped her face. This paper felt rough, but it wasn't hurtfully rough, and it smelled good. Paper towels. Everything in the little kitchen smelled good. Bread, milk, cheese. Emmaleth smelt the milk and cheese. That was the cheese, wasn't it? Bright orange cheese in a block lying on the table. Emmaleth wanted this, but she had not been offered it. "We are by nature a gentle and polite people," Father had said. "This is why they have been so hateful to us in times past." "What clothes?" said the man named Jerome, who was taking off his shirt. "There's nothing in this house that's going to fit her." He held out the shirt. Emmaleth wanted to take it, but she also wanted to look at it. It was blue and white-colored, in little squares like the red and white squares on the table. "Bubby's pants will do it," said the woman. "Get a pair of Bubby's pants and give me that shirt." The little house was shining. The red and white squares on the table were shining. If she grabbed the edge of the red and white squares, she could have pulled them off. It was one sheet, that thing. Shiny white refrigerator with an engine on the back of it. She knew the handle would bend just so, just by looking at it, and inside would be cold milk. Emmaleth was hungry. She had drunk all of Mother's milk as Mother lay staring under the tree. She had cried, and then she had gone to bathe in the water. The water was greenish and not fresh-smelling, but there had been a fountain on the edge of the grass, a fountain with a handle. Emmaleth had washed better in that. The man came rushing back into the room with long pants such as Father wore and he wore. Emmaleth put these on, pulling them up over her long, thin legs, almost losing her balance. The zipper felt cold against her belly. The button felt cold. But they were all right. Newborn, she was still a little too soft all over. Father said, "You will walk, but it will be hard." These pants made a warm, heavy covering. "But remember, you can do everything that you need to do." She slipped her arms into the shirt as the woman held it for her. Now this cloth was nicer, more like the towel with which the woman kept patting her hair. Emmaleth's hair was golden yellow. It looked so bright on the woman's fingers, and the inside of the woman's hand was pink, not brown. Emmaleth looked down at the shirt buttons. The woman reached out with nimble fingers and buttoned one button. Very quick, like that. Emmaleth knew this. She buttoned the other buttons very fast. She laughed. Father said, "You will be born knowing, as birds know how to build their nests, as giraffes know how to walk, as turtles know to crawl from the land and swim in the open sea, though no one has ever shown them. Remember, human beings are not born with this instinctive knowledge. Human beings are born half-formed and helpless, but you will be able to run and talk. You will recognize everything." Well, not everything, Emmaleth thought. But she did know that was a clock on the wall, and that was a radio on the windowsill. If you turned it on, voices came out of it, or music. "Where's your mother, child?" asked the woman. "Where did you say she was sick?" "How old is this girl?" asked the man of his wife. He stood rigid, hands forming into fists. He had put on his cap, and he glowered at her. "Where is this woman?" "How should I know how old she is? She looks like a big, tall little girl." "Honey, how old are you? Where is your mother?" "I'm newborn," said Emmaleth. "That's why my mother is so sick. It wasn't her fault. She doesn't have any more milk. She is sick unto death, and she smells like death. But there was enough milk. I am not one of the little people. That is something I no longer need to fear." She turned and pointed. "Walk a long way, cross the bridge and under the tree. She's there where the branches touch the ground. But I don't think she'll ever talk any more. She will dream until she dies." Out the door he went, letting it bang loudly after him. With a very determined air, he walked across the grass, and then he started to run. The woman was staring at her. Emmaleth put her hands to her ears, but it was too late. The transparent door had banged so loud it made a ringing inside her ears, and nothing now would stop it. The ringing had to wear away. Transparent door. Not glass. She knew about glass. The bottle on the table was glass. She remembered glass windows and glass beads, lots of things of glass. Plastic. The transparent door was screen and plastic. "It's all encoded inside," said Father. She looked at the woman. She wanted to ask the woman for food, but it was more important now to leave here, to find Father or Dunalaith or Michael in New Orleans, whichever proved to be the easier thing to do. She had looked at the stars, but they hadn't told her. Father had said, "You will know from the stars." Now of that part she wasn't so sure. She turned and opened the door and stepped outside, careful not to let it bang, holding it for the woman. All the tree frogs sang. All the crickets sang. Things sang of which no one knew the name, not even Father. They rustled and rattled in the dark. All the night was alive. Look at the tiny insects swimming beneath the light bulb. She waved her hand at them. How they scattered, only to come back in a tight little cloud. She looked at the stars. She would always remember this pattern of the stars, surely enough, the way the stars dipped down to the far trees, and how black the sky seemed at one point, and how deep blue at another. Yes, and the moon. Behold the moon, the beautiful, radiant moon. "Father, at last I see it." Yes, but to get to Dunalaith, she had to know how the stars would look when she reached her destination. The woman took Emmaleth's hand. Then the woman looked at her hand and let her go. "You're so soft," she said. "You're as soft and pink as a little baby." "Don't tell them you are newborn," Father had told her. "Don't tell them that they will soon die. Feel sorry for them. It is their final hour." "Thank you," said Emmaleth. "I'm going now. I'm going to Scotland or New Orleans. Do you know the way?" "Well, New Orleans is no big problem," said the woman. "I don't know about Scotland, but you can't just walk off like this in your bare feet. Let me get Bubby's shoes for you. Lord, yes, Bubby's shoes are the only ones that are going to fit." Emmaleth looked out over the dark grass to the forest. She saw the darkness close in over the water beyond the bridge. She wasn't sure she should wait for the shoes. "They are born hardwired with almost nothing," Father had said, "and what is hardwired in them is soon forgotten. They no longer catch scents or see patterns. They no longer know by instinct what to eat. They can be poisoned. They no longer hear sounds the way you do or hear the full beat of songs. They are not like us. They are fragments. Out of these fragments we will build, but it will be their doom. Be merciful." Where was Father? If Father had observed the stars over Dunelaith, then she, Emmaleth, ought to know them and what they looked like. She caught not the faintest trace of his scent anywhere at all. None had clung any more to Mother. The woman had come back. She laid down the shoes. It was hard for Emmaleth to get her soft, long feet inside them, toes wriggling, the canvas scratching her skin, but she knew that this was best, to have shoes. She ought to wear shoes. Father wore shoes, and so had Mother. Emmaleth had cut her foot already on a sharp stone in the grass. This was better. It felt good when the woman tied the laces tight. Little bows, how pretty. She laughed when she saw these bows, but prettier still were the woman's fingers when she tied them. How big Emmaleth's feet looked compared to those small feet of the little woman. "Goodbye, lady, and thank you," said Emmaleth. "You've been very kind to me. I'm sorry for everything that is going to happen." "And what's that, child?" the woman asked. "Just exactly what is going to happen?" "Child, what is that smell? What is on your body?" "First I thought you were just all wet from the bayou. But there is another smell." "A smell?" "Yes, it's kind of good, kind of like a good something cooking." Ah, so Emmaleth had the scent too. Was that why she couldn't smell Father? She was now wrapped in the scent, perhaps. She lifted her fingers to her nose. There it was. The scent came right out of her pores. The smell of Father. "I don't know," said Emmaleth. "I think I should know these things. My children will. I have to go now. I should go to New Orleans. That is what Mother said. Mother pleaded and pleaded with me. Go to New Orleans. And Mother said it was on the way to Scotland, that I didn't have to disobey Father. So I'm on my way." "Wait a minute, child. Sit down. Wait for Jerome to come back. Jerome is looking for your mother." The woman called out in the dark for Jerome, but Jerome was gone. "No, lady, I'm going," said Emmaleth, and she bent down and touched her hands lightly to the woman's shoulders and kissed her on the smooth brown forehead. She felt her black hair. She smelled it and smoothed her hand on the lady's cheek. Nice woman. She could see the woman liked the smell of her. "Wait, honey." This was the first time Emmaleth had kissed anyone but Mother, and it made the tears come again, and she looked down at the brown woman with the black hair and the big eyes, and she felt sorrow that they would all die. Kindly people. Kindly people. But the earth simply wasn't big enough for them, and they had prepared the way for the more gentle and the more childlike. "Which way is New Orleans?" she said. Mother hadn't known. Father had never told. "Well, that way, I reckon," said the woman. "I don't know, tell the truth. I think that's east." "You can't just—" "Thank you, darling dear," she said, using Father's favorite phrase. And she started walking. It felt better with every step. She walked faster and faster on the sodden grass, and then out on the road, and beneath the white electric light, and then on, her hair blowing out, her long arms swinging. She was all dry now underneath the clothes, except for a little water on her back, which she did not like, but which would dry soon. And her hair. Her hair was drying quickly, getting lighter and lighter. She saw her shadow on the road and laughed. How tall and thin she was compared to the brown people. How large her head was. And even compared to Mother. Poor little Mother lying beneath the tree and staring off into the darkness and the greenness. Mother had not even heard Emmaleth any more. Mother could hear nothing. Oh, if only they had not run away from Father. But she would find him. She had to. They were the only ones in the world. And Michael. Michael was Mother's friend. Michael would help her. Mother had said, "Go to Michael. Do that first of all." Those had almost been the last words from Mother. Go to Michael first of all. One way or the other, she was obedient to Father, or obedient to Mother. "And I will be looking for you," he'd said. It shouldn't be all that hard, and walking was fun. 22. They were gathered by 9 o'clock in the office on the top floor of the Mayfair building. Leichner, Anne-Marie, Lauren, Ryan, Randall, and Fielding. Fielding really wasn't well enough to be there. Anyone could see this. But no one was going to argue. When Pierce came in with Mona, there was no complaint and no surprise, though everyone stared at Mona, naturally enough, having never seen her in a blue wool suit, and, of course, this one, her mother's, was a little too big for her, though not much. She did look years older now, but that was as much on account of the expression on her face as the loss of childish locks and her ribbon. She wore a pair of high heels that did fit all right, and Pierce kept trying not to look at her legs, which were very beautiful. Pierce had never found it easy to be around his cousin Mona, not even when she was very little. There had been something seductive about her, even when she was 4 and he was 11. She had tried countless times to lure him into the woods. "You're just too little," had become lame around 5 years ago. Now it was really lame. However, Mona was as exhausted as he was. "Our mothers are dead." She'd whispered that to him on the way downtown. In fact, that was the only thing she'd said between Amelia Street and the office. What the others would have to understand at some point was that Mona had taken over. Pierce had just gotten to Amelia Street with the news that all the Mayfairs were being called, that cousins as far away as Europe were being contacted. He thought he had things pretty much under control. Indeed, there was a curious excitement to it all, the excitement that death brings when everything is disrupted. Pierce thought perhaps it was like that at the very beginning of a war, before suffering and death wore everyone into despair. Whatever, when they'd called to say Mandy Mayfair was dead too, he had not been able to respond. Mona had been at his elbow. "Give me that phone," she'd said. Mandy Mayfair had died about 12 o'clock today. That was midway between Edith's death and Alicia's. Mandy had obviously been dressing for Gifford's funeral. Her prayer book and her rosary had been on the bed. The windows of her French Quarter apartment were wide open to the little courtyard. Anyone could have come over that wall. There was no other sign of foul play, as they said, or forced entry. Mandy had been on the bathroom floor, knees drawn up, arms locked around her waist. There were flowers scattered all around her. Even the police had figured out they came from the courtyard garden. Sprigs of lantana which had bloomed again in the warm months after Christmas. All those little orange and purple blossoms had been broken up on top of her. Now, no one was going to call this a natural death or the result of some mysterious illness. But Pierce could get no further than that in his reasoning. Because if something came in and killed Edith, and Mandy, and Alicia, and Lindsay and Houston, and the other cousin whose name, shamefully enough, he could not even remember, well, then that something had come in on his mother. And her last moments had not been tranquil. Hand reached out to receive the sea and all the other mythology he had laid upon it when he saw her dead body, and heard how it had been found, and how the blood was washing away even as they picked her up and put her on the stretcher. No, that was not the way it was. He drew the chair back for Mona, adjusted it for her as a gentleman should, and then he sat down. Somehow or other, he was facing Randall. But then, when Pierce saw the expression on his father's face, he understood. Randall was at the head of the table because Randall was in charge. Ryan was in no condition anymore to do much of anything. "Well, you know this is not what we thought," said Mona. To Pierce's amazement, they all nodded. That is, those who bothered to do anything nodded. Lauren looked exhausted but otherwise calm. Anne-Marie was the only one who seemed frankly horrified. The biggest surprise, perhaps, was Leitner. Leitner was looking out the window. He was looking at the river down there and the lighted bridges of the Crescent City connection. He seemed not even to have noticed that Pierce and Mona had come in. He did not look at Pierce now, or at Mona. "Aaron," Pierce said, "I thought you'd have some help for us, some guidance." That just popped out of Pierce's mouth before he could stop himself. It was the sort of thing he said which constantly got him into trouble. His father said, "A lawyer does not speak what is on his mind. A lawyer keeps his own counsel." Aaron turned towards the table, and then folded his arms and looked at Mona, and then at Pierce. "Why would you trust me now?" Aaron asked in a quiet voice. "The point is this," said Randall. "We know this is one individual. We know that he is 6 1/2 feet tall, that he has black hair, that he is some form of mutant. We know now that Edith and Alicia suffered miscarriages. We know from the superficial autopsy results that this individual was the cause of them. We know that embryonic development in at least 2 cases was vastly accelerated, and that the mothers went into shock within hours of impregnation. We expect any minute to have Houston confirm similar findings in the cases of Lindsay and Clytie." "Ah, that was her name, Clytie," said Pierce. He realized suddenly that they were all looking at him. He hadn't meant to speak out loud. "The point is, it is not a disease," said Randall, "and it is an individual." "And the individual is seeking to mate," said Lauren coldly. "The individual is seeking members of this family which may have genetic abnormalities which render them compatible with the individual." "And we also know," said Randall, "that this individual is seeking his victims among the most inbred lines in the family." "Okay," Mona said. 4 deaths here, 2 in Houston. The Houston deaths were later." "Several hours later," said Randall. "The individual could easily have taken a plane to Houston in that time." "So there's no supernatural agency involved in that," said Pierce. "If it is the man is flesh like Mother said, and the man has to move like any other man." "When did your mother tell you it was the man?" "Excuse me," said Ryan quietly. "Gifford said that some time ago. She didn't really know any more than any of us did. That was her speculation. Let's stick to what we do know. As Randall said, this is an individual." "Yes," said Randall, at once taking command again. "And if we put our information together with that of Leitner and Dr. Larkin from California, we have every reason to believe this individual had a unique genome. He has some 92 chromosomes in a double helix exactly like that of a human. But that is, very simply, twice the number of chromosomes in a human being, and we know that the proteins and enzymes in his blood and cells are different. Pierce could not stop thinking of his mother, could not escape the image of her lying in the sand, which he himself had not actually seen, and now was doomed to see in various forms forever. Had she been frightened? Had this thing hurt her? How did she get to the water's edge? He stared down at the table. Randall was talking. "It is liberating to understand," said Randall, "that it is one male, and one which can be stopped, that whatever the history of this being, whatever mysteries shroud its inception, conception, or whatever we wish to call it, it is one and can be apprehended." "But that's just it," said Mona. She spoke as she always did, as if everybody was prepared to listen to her. She looked so different with her red hair pulled back from her face, both younger and older, cheeks so soft and face so well contoured. "It clearly is trying to be more than one. And if these embryos develop at an accelerated rate, which I think is putting it mildly, by the way, this thing could have a full-born child any time." "That's true," said Aaron Leitner. "That's exactly true. And we cannot begin to predict the growth rate of that child. It is conceivable the child will mature as rapidly as the individual did himself, though how that happened is still a mystery. It is conceivable the thing will then breed with the child. Indeed, I would think that would be the first step, since so many lives have been lost in other efforts." "Good Lord! You mean that's what it's trying to do?" asked Anne-Marie. "What about Rowan? Anyone hear even one word?" Mona asked. Negative gestures and noises all around. Only Ryan bothered to mouth the word no. "Okay," said Mona. "Well, I have this to tell you. The thing nearly got me. This is how it happened." She had told Pierce this story at Amelia Street, but as he listened now, he realized she was leaving out certain details. That she'd been with Michael, that she was naked, that she'd been asleep in the library without her clothes, that the Victrola had waked her, not the opening of the window. He wondered why she left those things out. It seemed to him that all his life he had been listening to Mayfairs leave things out. He wanted to say, "Tell them that the Victrola played. Tell them." But he didn't. There seemed some grotesque clash between the mutant individual, as they called him, and the soft legends and miracles which had always hung in a vapor about First Street. The Victrola playing. It belonged to another realm than DNA and RNA, and strange fingerprints found by the coroner in Mandy Mayfair's French Quarter apartment. Mandy's was the first death to be seen as a murder. It was all those flowers sprinkled over her body. A cinch. She couldn't have done that herself. And then the bruises on her neck, which indicated she had fought the thing. Gifford had not fought. No bruises. His mother must have been taken completely unawares. No fear. No suffering. No bruises. Mona was explaining about the smell. "I know what you're saying," said Ryan, and for the first time he looked even vaguely interesting. "I know that smell. In Destin I smelled it there. It's not a bad smell. It's almost—" "It's good. It's sort of delicious. Makes you want to breathe it," said Mona. "Well, I can still smell it all over First Street." Ryan shook his head. "It was faint in Destin." "Faint to you and strong to me. But don't you understand? That's probably some marker of genetic compatibility." "Mona, what the hell do you know, child?" demanded Randall, "about genetic compatibility." "Don't start in on Mona," said Ryan quietly. "There isn't time. We have to do something specific. Find this creature. Figure out where it may appear next. Mona, did you see anything?" "No, nothing. But I want to try to call Michael again.
I've been calling up there for 2 hours. I don't get any answer. I'm really worried. I think I'm going to go—"
"You're not leaving this room," said Pierce. "You're not going anywhere without me."
"That's fine. You can take me up there."
Lauren made her characteristic gesture for all to come to attention, the tapping of her pen against the table. Only 2 traps. Never enough to drive you crazy, Pierce thought.
Let's go through it again. There are no women who have not been notified.
"Not that we know," said Anne-Marie, "and pray God if we don't know who all the Mayfairs are, then the thing doesn't either."
"There are people about questioning potential witnesses all over New Orleans and Houston," said Lauren.
"Yes, but no one saw this man leave or enter."
"Besides, we know what he looks like," said Mona.
"That Dr. Larkin told you. So did the witnesses in Scotland. So did Michael."
"Lauren, there isn't anything we can do but wait," said Randall. "We have done all we can. We must very simply stay together. The thing is not going to give up. It's bound to surface. We simply have to be ready when this happens."
"How are we going to do that?"
asked Mona. "Aaron," said Ryan, his voice very soft, "can't your people in Amsterdam and London help us? I thought this was your field, this sort of thing. I remember Gifford said over and over again, 'Aaron knows. Talk to Aaron.'" There was something sad and whimsical in his smile as he said this. Pierce had never seen his father act or speak in this way. "That's just it," said Aaron. "I don't know. I thought I did. I thought I knew the whole story of the Mayfair witches. But obviously there are things I do not know. There are people connected with our order who are investigating this under an authority other than mine. I am getting no clear answer from the London office, except that I am to wait to be contacted. I am at a loss. I really don't know what to tell you to do. I'm disillusioned." "You can't give up on us," said Mona. "Forget about these guys in London. Don't give up on us." "You have a point," said Aaron, "but I don't know that I have anything new to offer." "Oh, hell, come on," said Mona. "Look, will somebody go in there and call Michael? I don't understand why we aren't hearing from Michael. Michael was going to change clothes and come up to Amelia Street." "Well, maybe he did," said Anne-Marie. She pressed the button on a small box beneath the table. In a subdued voice, she said into the speaker, "Joyce, call Amelia Street. See if Michael Curry is there." She looked at Mona. "That's simple enough?" "Well, if you want me to offer what I have," said Aaron, "if you want me to speak up—" "Yes?" Mona urged him on. "I'd say the thing is most certainly looking for a mate. And if it does find that mate, if the child is conceived and born while the thing is still there to take the child away, then we have, quite literally, a monstrous problem." "I'd rather stick with catching the thing," said Randall, "rather than speculating on—" "I'm sure you would," said Aaron. "But you must think back on everything Dr. Larkin said, on what Rowan said to him. This thing has an enormous reproductive advantage. Do you understand what that means? For centuries this family has lived with one simple story, that of the man, and the man wanting to be flesh. Well, we are now dealing with something far worse. The man is not merely flesh. He is a unique and powerful species." "Do you think this thing was planned?" Lauren asked. Her voice was cold and small and unhurried. Lauren when she was most unhappy and most determined. "Do you think it was planned from the very beginning? That we would not only nourish this thing in our family, but provide the women for it?" "I don't know," said Aaron. "But I do know this. Whatever its superiority, it has to have some weaknesses." "The scent. It can't hide that," said Mona. "No, I'm speaking of physical weaknesses, something of that sort," Aaron said. "No, Dr. Larkin was specific. So were the people in New York. The thing seems to have a powerful immunity. Increase and multiply and subdue the earth, said Mona.
What does that have to do with it? Demanded Randall.
That's what it will do, said Aaron quietly, if we don't stop it.
23. Julien's story continues.
You cannot imagine the miracle of her voice, and how much I loved her completely, whether she was Cortland's child or not. It was a love we feel for those who are our own and like unto us, and yet too many years lay between us. I felt desperate and helpless and all alone, and when I sat down on the side of my bed, she sat beside me. Tell me, Evelyn, child, you see the future. Carlotta came to you. What did you see? I don't see, Evelyn said in a voice as small as her round little face, her gray eyes appealing to me to accept and to understand. I see the words, and I speak the words, but I do not know their meaning. And long ago I learned to keep quiet and let the words fade away unread, unspoken. No, child, hold my hand. What do you see? What do you see for me and my family? What do you see for all of us? Are we one clan with one future? Even through my tired fingers I felt her pulse, her warmth, the witch's gifts, as we always said, and I saw that small, that evil sixth finger. Oh, I would have had it cut off, painlessly and with skill, if I had been her father. And to think that Cortland was my own son! I meant to kill Cortland. First things first, I held tight to her hand. Something shifted in her perfect little circle of a face. Her chin lifted so that her neck seemed all the more long and beautiful. She began to speak the poem, her voice soft and rapid, borne by the rhythm itself. One will rise who was too evil. One will come who was too good. Twixt the two a witch shall falter and thereby open wide the door. Pain and suffering as they stumble, blood and fear before they learn. Woe betide this springtime Eden, now the veil of those who mourn. Beware the watchers in that hour, bar the doctors from the house. Scholars will but nourish evil, scientists would raise it high. Let the devil speak his story, let him rouse the angel's might, make the dead come back to witness, put the alchemist to flight. Slay the flesh that is not human, trust to weapons crude and cruel, for, dying on the verge of wisdom, tortured souls may seek the light. Crush the babes who are not children, show no mercy to the pure, else shall Eden have no springtime, else shall our kind reign no more.